Warhammer x LOTM, The Black Emperor by author Jiao Chao Mo. Chapter 566-597. Third update, begging for monthly votes. Guilliman, prepare the stretcher team. In the fourth spatial layer of the disordered country, Ning Lu thought to himself after hearing Wilshire's report. I didn't expect the Kill Song's AI to be quite human-like, actually enjoying music. Wilshire's handling was very effective. He seized upon its hobby. Once the contract is signed, it cannot be violated. A contract, established by a notary, cannot be violated by a Sequence 5, and even a Sequence 4 demigod attempting to forcefully breach it would pay a considerable price. Although the Kill Song's AI is intelligent, it clearly does not exceed the Sequence 5 level and will be bound by the contract. Ning Luo's thoughts shifted, and he returned to the real world. The communication bead in his ear buzzed, and upon connecting, Arsena Dun's voice came through. My lord, we have reached Terra's orbit. The signatory has prepared a welcoming ceremony for you and Lord Omega. The Black Skyhawk shuttle slowly descended onto the landing pad of the Lion's Gate starport. Servitor skulls adorned with streamers, and an array of sounds synthesized. Lord Ning Lu, the Gene Seed Primarch of the Order Shadows, the King of Vostronia, the ruler of the Tricon system. Welcome, Lord Ning Lu, son of the Emperor, Gene Seed Primarch of the 11th Legion, has come to be among you. Praise be, Lord Ning Lu, who saved his brother Omega from the hands of evil Xenos. The praises for Omega also began to sound. Welcome, Lord Omega, son of the Emperor. The Gene Seed Primarch of the 20th Legion, he is the 17th son of the Emperor to return. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu imperceptibly glanced at Alfarius, who held the pale spear, and a smile involuntarily curved his lips. Alfarius, the first Primarch to be recovered, unknown to all. Omega, however, is no longer publicly the last Primarch to be recovered. The 20th Legion, which only made its first public appearance during the Third Randan War, has also been exposed to public view ahead of schedule. Ning Lu remembered that Alfarius, in order to recover Omega and endorse Lian's views on secrecy, sought out Lian, who was commanding the war against the Randan. Before this, the Alphas, under the guise of other Legion Astartes, operated on the Imperium's secret front lines. Ning Lu then thought of the publicly first son to return, Horus Heresy. Horus, I suppose I helped you save face. Omega met you under Alfarius's name, and you were completely unaware, thinking you had recovered Omega yourself. Yet you didn't know that Alfarius had recovered his brother over 100 years ago. As Ning Lu pondered, his gaze naturally fell upon the unremarkable Astartes in the crowd. He keenly sensed Alfarius's hidden excitement. He was thrilled by the reunion with his twin brother, yet he had to conceal his emotions. Now, Omega is Omega, and Alfarius is Alfarius. Omega's gaze met Alfarius's in the crowd, and in that instant, they both knew the other was their missing half. Omega's body was practically vibrating, but he strenuously suppressed the urge to walk toward his twin brother. With a glance, he understood his twin brother's desire to keep his identity hidden. While excited, Omega also felt uncomfortable. His innate urge for concealment made him unaccustomed to being exposed to so many gazes. Mikado, holding the aquila-headed staff, walked up to Ning Lu and Omega. He spoke reassuringly to Omega, who was uncomfortable being in the public eye. Omega, welcome back to the Imperium. Your father will be pleased by your return. I hope to see him soon, Omega said, his gaze sweeping over his twin brother. You will, Mikado said, adding, I have also prepared a celebration for you. Then, he turned to Ning Lu. I salute you, Ning Lu. You rescued Omega from the Xenos' hands, preventing him from further torment. Boarding the vehicle specially prepared for him, Omega, facing the cheering Imperial citizens lining the streets, had already adapted. He waved to the enthusiastic populace, eliciting a deafening roar of cheers. The vehicle slowly started, streamers fluttering. The Imperial citizens offered Ning Lu a fervent cheer, no less enthusiastic than that for a returning Primarch. Conqueror of Xenos, the evil Xenos will ultimately be purified by Lord Ning Lu. Eternal victor over the enemies of humanity, Lord Ning Lu will surely win the war. Quote. After a long journey, the vehicle stopped in front of the ceremonial hall. Mikado walked to Ning Lu and Omega, and whispered, Ning Lu, preparations are complete. The War Council will convene tomorrow. Ning Lu entered the hall and immediately felt the fervent gazes of the imperial nobility. Vischer, Othello, and other navigator families had acquired immense wealth and prestige through cooperation with Lord Ning Lu, making many nobles envious. The existence of the Order Shadows allowed the navigator families to respond more effectively in crisis management and many other aspects. The Drake family's position in the Solar Auxiliary Army also became increasingly solidified, with Barton commanding over 10 million auxiliary army troops. Exquisitely prepared dishes by imperial chefs were served one after another. Ning Lu savored a specialty fruit from an agricultural world. The palace chefs had hollowed out its flesh, leaving only the firm outer shell. They stuffed it with minced beef and fish, seasoned with sea salt and several spices, and roasted it repeatedly over a fire. Ning Lu put a piece of meat into his mouth, the wonderfully fragrant, delicious meat perfectly blended with the sweet and sour taste of the fruit. He picked up a glass of wine, swirled it slightly, and looked at Alfarius, who stood among the guards. His gaze occasionally met Omega's, then quickly separated. After the banquet, Ning Lu noticed that Omega, the protagonist of the feast, had disappeared from everyone's sight. Alfarius and Omega must have found a secluded corner and are eagerly beginning to converse. No one is more familiar with the palace than Alfarius. After discovering a flaw in the palace's defenses, he infiltrated the Custodes' defenses. It was only after killing a Custodes that he found the Guardian spear handy, and thus grew to like spears as a weapon. The next day, Ning Lu stepped into the Golden Palace for the first time. As he entered the hall, he saw Horus enthusiastically introducing Omega to a poker-faced Perturabo. Ning Lu, Russ's irritating voice sounded, "Are the Warlock boys failing, and now you need to actively seek help?" Ning Lu took his seat, not even glancing at him. "Do I need to remind you? Your Wolf Lord's achievements are far behind my Reaper Lord's." Russ snorted, "There's a saying on Fenris, the last hunter alive is the winner. I also have something to tell you, enjoy the last moments of wearing your cloak. I will never lose." Russ's psychic projection glared fiercely at Ning Lu. Ning Lu ignored him, noticing that after the Mars Forge director entered the palace, his gaze behind his faceplate lingered on him for a second. Golden light shone, and the Emperor, accompanied by Constantine Valder, arrived at the meeting. Constantine, seeing Omega's face identical to Alfarius's, couldn't help but recall that scene from many years ago. The first time someone broke through the Custodes' defenses and intruded upon his master's landing site. That first lapse in duty was branded in his heart. It meant there was a flaw in his defenses, and someone might threaten his master. "Omega, welcome to our ranks. I hear you're adapting well." Ning Lu understood Huang Laohan's meaning. Omega might be the only Primarch who didn't need others' guidance, as his twin brother Alfarius had taken on that responsibility. "Father." Omega stood up, bowing solemnly again. The Emperor smiled and nodded, signaling Omega to sit down, then looked at Ning Lu. "Ning Lu, you proposed convening a war council to launch a decisive battle against the Xenos. I want to hear your plan." Taxes the Xenos, main base for invading the Imperium, Ning Lu, who was well prepared, replied. He knew Huang Laohan wanted to end the war quickly. Winning the decisive battle will annihilate the Xenos' main force. The remnants in other star systems will only be able to eke out a meager existence. If the Xenos' main force is not defeated, Imperial territories will continue to be attacked, and more humans will be enslaved. The Emperor's eyes glowed golden. "What do you need?" "Over 150,000 Astartes, and 2 Primarchs to assist." The Astartes participating in the tax decisive battle originally exceeded 300,000. Now, with him initiating the decisive battle nearly a decade early, he needed more support to avoid significant losses for the Order Shadows. At least 150,000 troops from other legions needed to be deployed. As soon as Ning Lu finished speaking, Omega eagerly interjected. Father, I am willing to assist Ning Lu. He and Alpharius had discussed and reached a consensus that Ning Lu was the best candidate for War Master. This war was a good opportunity for them to express their gratitude and support. Good. The Emperor nodded in agreement, then his gaze swept over the many Primarchs, seeing Russ's undisguised eagerness, the hidden light beneath Mortarian's mask, Dorn's calm and resolute face, and finally said. Lien, Robert, assist Ning Lu in defeating the Xenos of Tax. My lord, your will be done. Ning Lu looked at Lien. Indeed, Lien, as the original protagonist of the Randan War, you will not be absent. As you wish, Guilliman saluted Ning Lu. He believed that fighting alongside such a crucial brother of the Indomitable would surely lead to victory. Ning Lu returned a smile, but he knew that Tax's sloth was even more powerful than Balsaver's, and Guilliman clearly couldn't defeat him. Guilliman, prepare the stretcher team, the honor guard, perhaps. Ning Lu then thought, at least the war plan will be more complete. Moreover, there are 4 Primarchs participating in the Tax decisive battle, perhaps 5. This depends on whether Alpharius and Omega are considered as one entity or two. One psychic projection after another departed. Ning Lu noticed that only Ferrus Manus had not left. A leaden voice sounded, Ning Lu, I need to speak with you. Omega glanced at Ferrus and the Mars Forge director, then left with Mikado to attend the welcome celebration prepared for him. The Mars Forge director stood up, his mechanical tentacles swaying, and walked towards Ning Lu. Mars' holy invitation. The Mars Forge director's mechanical tendrils swayed, and his sound synthesizer let out a melodic chant. Let us praise the dual charge and bioelectricity together. His words abruptly stopped as he looked at Ning Lu expectantly. Ning Lu glanced at his red-robed body, where intricate electroplated markings were visible on his exposed arms and torso, and 12 wires wrapped around his head. The current Mars Forge director, having risen from the electro-priesthood, is testing me with a second-tier electrical hymn. The second-tier electrical hymn was a lofty and sacred prayer within the Mechanicus, and he naturally knew it by heart. And the Omniscia, who ignites the light of reason within us, may we bring his charge to those who convert to his light. The wires hummed with crackling electrical sparks, and the electroplated parts glowed brilliantly. The sound synthesizer's voice carried clear admiration. Ning Lu, you are indeed blessed by the Omniscia. On behalf of Mars, I officially invite you to accept the doctrines of the Omniscia. Your brother, Ferrus Manus, has already accepted, and we have opened our vaults of knowledge to him. Ning Lu felt Ferrus's silver coin-like eyes on him. Ferrus, who embraced the philosophy of the weakness of flesh, had the most technologically advanced legion among all the legions. In terms of technological capability, Ferrus is first, I am second, Perturabo, who can conduct targeted research and development as needed, is third, Vulcan, who is best at crafting weapons, is fourth, and Magnus, who unearths knowledge and has traveled with Perturabo for a long time, is fifth. Lion, who obtained Huang Laohan's forbidden weapons, is similar to me and Ferrus in this regard. Mars was vast, possessing the most technology in the Imperium of man. Huang Laohan did not have as much technology as Mars, but he controlled many unique technologies, some he collected, and others from the Terra warlords he defeated. Although Ning Lu had unearthed some holy templates, he could not compare to Ferrus, who could freely enter Mars' secret vaults. But like Huang Laohan, he also possessed many unique technologies. Ning Lu's private armory, the Dark Angel's reliquary, and Ferrus's Mimir crucible were where the most forbidden weapons were stored. Like Ferrus, if I accept the invitation, I will become the Primarch with the most advanced technology. Thank you for your invitation, but I cannot accept the philosophy of the weakness of flesh. Ning Lu knew that for the Jiao Lao to believe he was a follower of the Omniscia, he would have to make his descendants undergo extensive mechanical augmentation like the Iron Hands, which he could not accept. Among the Jiao Lao are Archenland and others, and there are many Forge World allies, there is no need to accept such harsh conditions. I also have the Paragon pathway Beander. If I can corrupt Dora Cole in the future and successfully subdue Perturabo, with 2 talents full of creativity, I will naturally be able to rival the Mechanicus, or even surpass it. As for forbidden weapons, I have already reached out to the Dark Angels and recorded the possible location of the Mimir Crucible. I will naturally acquire some of them in the future. We of the Mechanicus are deeply saddened that we cannot share the light of our creed with someone like you, for you are more capable than a sage of bringing the omniscious holy light to us. The Mars Forge director's voice carried obvious grief. The various factions on Mars had reached a consensus. Besides Ferris, who accepted their philosophy, the 3 Gene Seed Primarchs they most wanted to be inspired by the omniscious holy light were Ning Lu, who had recovered multiple holy templates, Perturabo, whose understanding of binary language surpassed a sage, and Vulcan, in that order. Ferris said nothing, looking at Ning Lu thoughtfully. I am willing to trade the captured alien artificial war satellite with Mars. Are you interested? The crestfallen Mars Forge director, thinking of the powerful artificial war satellite that had even self-destructed with the Dark Angels' Gloriana-class battleship, immediately said. Of course, I am very interested. I will send a representative to negotiate with Mars. Seeing Ning Lu finish his conversation with the Mars Forge director, Ferris's leaden voice rang out. Ning Lu, is the heavy tank section you were responsible for complete? Ning Lu nodded. For the secondary weapons mounted on the sides, I chose laser cannons to more quickly harvest small armored units and heavily armored infantry. Ferris's silver coin-like eyes gleamed. Practical, wise design. I think the heavy tank can now be finalized. Proceed with experimental manufacturing. The decisive battle with the Xenos will be the best testing opportunity. I would like to name this tank Sicaron. I have no objection, the Mars Forge director said. Good. Ning Lu nodded. Besides himself replacing Gilliman as Ferris and Mars' collaborator, the Sicaron battle tank had not fundamentally changed, not even its name. After Ning Lu left the Golden Palace, he boarded a black Skyhawk shuttle. Deafening cheers erupted across Terra. People would receive a 20-day holiday to celebrate Omega's return. Upon returning to the Wenquan Shadow, Ning Lu summoned his original body servant and chief apothecary to his office. With Omega not on board, Mikkel, who disliked light and completely concealed his body in armor, directly reported his findings. My lord, during treatment, I extracted genetic material from Lord Omega, which can cultivate 215 gene seeds. I also researched Lord Omega's blood. The vampire involuntarily licked his tongue. Each drop of blood surpasses that of the fire lizards and kraken. They even transcend the category of blood. They are incomprehensible things. They, along with the biological tissues, can both serve as mystical materials. Ning Lu nodded slightly, and after a moment's thought, he said. Cultivate 10 gene seeds into Astartes, and give 2 drops of blood to the Forge Lord. The artisan already possessed the ability to create mystical items. Even if he couldn't complete it alone, with some ritual magic ability, he could leverage his own power. He could use Omega's blood as a mystical material to create mystical items, and discover his descendant, Alpha. The rest, sacrifice all to me. I bestow 5 drops of blood upon you, but do not consume them all at once, that would be a waste. Ning Lu instructed, and with a thought, he sent a mental pulse. Now, dilute 1 drop and consume it in batches. You control the specific progress. If you feel it's too much, immediately pray to the Black Emperor. After that, each time you receive a bestowal of my power, consume another drop. Ning Lu then said, keep 5 drops, and when Malina returns, give them to her for research. He again sent a mental pulse telepathically. Sacrifice the rest to me. Ning Lu remembered that Kugath, in the future, had used Nurgle's cauldron and a drop of Gilliman's blood to brew a virulent poison called the Godblight. The blood of a gene seed Primarch contained mysterious and powerful energy, making it an excellent material. Currently, the Beyonders' sequences were not high enough, so using it all would be a waste. This is all what I deserve. Omega suffered 10 fewer years of torment, and Alpharius was not beaten severely. Alpha's chief librarian Kukura and many of the most elite Lena Terminators did not die. I really am a warm-hearted good person. The biological tissues will be researched by you, Malina, and Galan together, and you will share the results. Thank you, my lord, the vampire replied joyfully. He had only smelled Lord Omega's blood and knew it was the most delicious food he could find. Each drop of blood was supremely delicious. If it didn't belong to the Black Emperor, he would have tasted it long ago. The vampire could draw some power from it, but he couldn't withstand the full power of a Primarch, which was why the Black Emperor told him to consume it in batches. My lord, Baal Savor was ruled by tech oligarchs before it was conquered by the Xenos. After they rejoined the Imperium, they were granted continued local rule until the Xeno invasion. The tech sergeants have found several of their ruins and have begun excavation. I understand. Ning Lu nodded slightly, his right thumb pressing on the drawer of his desk. As runic symbols flickered, the drawer popped open. Ning Lu took out a data crystal containing the Tears of Silence, and a topographic map indicating its location was given to Ramsey. Set sail for Piraeus. Huang Laohan had not mentioned in the War Council whether he would provide assistance if the decisive battle attacks became a stalemate. Ning Lu could not be sure if he would open the Evernight Labyrinth and release the Star God Shard, so he had to prepare. Now that Omega had left, it was the right time to acquire the Star God Shard. Afterward, he could rendezvous with Lion, Gilliman, Omega, and the hidden Alpharius to launch the decisive battle. Your will be done. Conspirer, Space Wolf, surprised. Unexpected. The iron gray battleship of the 5th Great Company of the Space Wolves traveled through the warp. The Wolf Lord's den was as dim as ever, with the crackling of a hearth. But the pack of Space Wolves lacked their usual boisterous laughter, they silently poured cup after cup of liquor down their throats. With a crisp clang, a Space Wolf crushed the large bowl in his hand, and Fenrisian mead slipped through his fingers. Verdamake looked around and spoke to the somber pack. We still have a chance to win. Wolf Lord Amlodi Skursenson clenched his fists. He, too, yearned for victory. He would pay any price to defend the honor of the Great Wolf, but his achievements lagged far behind Sanchez, and his 5th Great Company was far inferior to the 7th Battle Group of the Order Shadows. He had no confidence in victory now, the gap between him and Sanchez was too vast. Perhaps the Great Wolf's proposed wager was merely to create an opportunity for Verdamake to obtain evidence of the Order Shadow's abuse of warlock powers. Verdamake frowned when he saw that no one, not even the Wolf Lord, responded. It's true what I said, I was following Sanchez and encountered a worm man. I feel disgusted when I see such evil creatures. Verdamake concealed his fear of being oppressed by an evil will. I am certain that Sanchez will die if he uses warlock powers on him. Sanchez did not unleash fire spells when facing the worm man. His battles became increasingly difficult, and each time he relied on his superb traps, causing grenades to explode inside the worm man's body. But as our front advanced, the worm men we encountered grew stronger. In the previous battle of Tigrun III, he had already been injured. A glint flashed in Verdamake's eyes. Our chance will come very soon. When he encounters a stronger alien, he will definitely unleash his warlock powers with all his might, and I will get the evidence. Once he dies, you can seize the opportunity to avenge him, win the wager, and reclaim the Russ Wolf helmet and the Kraken's sword. Skarsen listened, then spoke after a few seconds of silence. I will act in advance. Of course, my Wolf Lord. Verdamake echoed. Once Sanchez uses warlock powers, he will surely die. Void Hunter, Bridge. Sanchez leisurely rose from the command throne. The conspirer thought to himself. The misleading illusion I deliberately created has successfully deceived Verdamake, that insidious old space wolf. He won't realize that my fire control ability doesn't come from the warp, but from the bestowal of my lord. It's time to reel him in. He walked to the holographic strategy table and gazed at the star map of Indra-Sul. Based on combined intelligence, it can be confirmed that the Randan aliens are acquiring a large number of corpses and sending them to Indra-Sul. There must be sloth there. Obscurus sector, northern frontier. Black and iron-gray battleships warped into real space, then naturally separated into two areas. It was as if an invisible void barrier separated the two legions. But the two fleets shared the same objective: Indrasul, an imperial world enslaved by aliens for several years. Battleships adorned with various runes and the Fifth Great Company's emblem unleashed wild fury. The roaring wolf heads outlined on the prows spewed dazzling light. Cannons forged by savage instinct unleashed surging flames. The Black Fleet proceeded methodically, its 4 relic-class battleships launching hunting spears and sharp arrows that pierced the alien warships, bristling with flails and spikes, before they could draw near. The 4 relic-class battleships combined, fully utilizing their range advantage, systematically harvested the Randan warships. The 7th Battle Group's fleet arrived at the destination before the furiously advancing Space Wolf fleet. Verdamake took a Stormbird, circumventing the area of engagement, and detoured to the Void Hunter. Returning to the 6th level of the middle deck, he sniffed the fading scent of the den, a triumphant smile on his face. The time has finally come. I will fulfill the Great Wolf's mission and help the Wolf Lord win the wager. After landing on the surface of Indrasul, Verdamake looked at the cluster of Worm Man devices in the tech sergeant's hand, his eyes filled with astonishment. Aside from the Warlock Boy, the Order Shadows do have some things going for them, having invented such a device to track Worm Men. Sanchez could always find Worm Men with it. But this time, it will be his doom. Verdamake leaned towards the Tech Sergeant, asking curiously in a friendly tone. Tech Sergeant brother, your device is truly peculiar. It can specifically search for Worm Men. Can it pinpoint their exact location? The archaeologist looked up. He didn't answer immediately, his gaze directed at the Reaper Lord. Sanchez nodded slightly, and only then did the archaeologist speak. This signal is very strong, and it hasn't moved. I believe it's at the 6-kilometer mark in the 7 o'clock direction. It will guide us to victory. Verdamake said with a smile. Victory belongs to the pack. Verdamake boarded a land speeder. This type of vehicle, besides the Order Shadows, was only equipped by a few legions such as the Iron Hands and Star Hunters. There wasn't a single one among the Space Wolves yet. Verdamake pretended to be unfamiliar with it, maneuvering to create distance from Sanchez, and then opened his communicator to contact the Wolf Lord in orbit using Fenrisian war speech. Wolf Lord, Sanchez has locked onto the Worm Man's position. Our opportunity has arrived. Well done, Verdamake. Scarson's tone was icy. Verdamake stomped on the accelerator, the engine roaring, and he caught up with Sanchez, who was riding a Thunderwolf. He looked down to his front left, his gaze lingering for a moment on the Rus Wolf helmet on Sanchez's face and the sword forged from the Kraken's tooth at his waist. The conspirer instinctively felt the malicious gaze from behind. A subtle smile appeared on his face. As the conspiracy reached its climax, he squeezed his Thunderwolf mount with his legs. Howl. Verdamake sharply twisted the handlebars, avoiding a collision with the massive Thunderwolf, cursing inwardly. You won't be triumphant for much longer. As the Thunderwolf leapt, Sanchez drew his twin swords, their spinning blades wreathed in flames, and struck down. Verdamake felt his thoughts stall, his body stiffening, as he disgustedly watched plumes of crimson fireballs fly out, crackling as they struck the silver-white, spherical-headed monster. With an explosion, the Brain Eater fell. The communicator buzzed with the Wolf Lord's chilling voice. Verdamake, I have arrived on the surface and have locked onto your locator rune. I wish you lead us to victory. Verdamake replied, raising his staff, which was topped with a golden and silver eagle emblem. Fenrisian runes pulsed, and a biting hurricane enveloped a dozen or so aliens, tossing them into the air. Ice blades shot out, tearing at the aliens, bodies like bone scrapers. Flames and frost intertwined, and the valley's mist rose and swirled. Suddenly, the rising mist abruptly dissipated. The flames and frost came to an abrupt halt. Verdamake felt an evil will pressing down like a mountain, his brain feeling as if it had suffered a series of blows. His body swayed, and he nearly fell from the land speeder. Verdamake's expression changed slightly. This worm man is so strong, I can't contend with him. He propped himself on the black vehicle with his staff, looking towards Sanchez. Verdamake saw him leaning his elbows on the Thunderwolf, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The conspirer crouched on the Thunderwolf for a second before straightening up. He used a psychic link to soothe his brain cat, telling it to hide, then quickly rose and leapt from the Thunderwolf. The conspirer did not want his upcoming actions to harm his mount. The Kraken's sword met the necrotic scepter, and the conspirer's arm felt a slight numbness. Using the momentum, he swung his left arm, and the Catachan fangs slashed upwards diagonally towards the worm man's arm. Stab, stab, stab. A cluster of maggots, killed by the Catachan venom, fell to the ground. Flesh. The Thalos destroyer's arm retracted, and its vocoder uttered a low Gothic word. His legs suddenly thinned, the shroud tightened, and his arms instantly became 10 times thicker than before. You're a bit different from those iron-gray ones. Hopefully, you'll be more delicious. Verdamake's face, pale as wax paper, turned ashen. Then, seeing Sanchez being beaten back step by step, only able to dodge and occasionally retaliate without threatening his enemy, his expression improved slightly. The communicator buzzed, and the Wolf Lord's voice sounded, "I'm here." Verdamake looked back and saw the Wolf Lord swinging his great axe, charging through the aliens, less than 300 meters away from here. The conspirer's psychic intuition sensed a savage presence rapidly approaching. As he, clumsily, rolled, he seized the opportunity to glance and confirm it was Scarson. He also saw the Thunderwolf roaring and charging, and the guard members furiously rushing in, knowing it was time. The conspirer proactively activated his extraordinary abilities of misdirection, confusion, and deception. This was his core ability, but the conspirer rarely used it actively in everyday life, only in subtle ways and at critical moments. Normally, the conspirer relied solely on his intellect, to avoid his target perceiving the existence of supernatural power and thus seeing through the conspiracy. The conspirer manipulated large plumes of fire that surged from his hands, illuminating the dim ground. As Sloth snorted disdainfully, the conspirer abruptly stopped injecting his psychic energy, causing the flames to extinguish suddenly, while simultaneously swinging the Kraken's sword to meet the attack. With a bang, the Kraken's sword was struck down. Verdamake stared intently at the battlefield. He saw the flames suddenly extinguish and thought to himself, Sanchez failed without even abusing his psychic powers. Are his psychic powers that weak? Or is the worm man too strong? As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a cold roar. He saw the Wolf Lord leading 4 giant wolves charging towards the worm man. Verdamake quickly started the engine. Although he hadn't obtained evidence, helping the Wolf Lord win was still a gain. He pulled out the amulet he had prepared. Although he dared not use psychic powers, he could use the amulet. As long as he bought time for the Wolf Lord, it would be enough. Scarson raised his great axe and charged at the worm man. He would never allow the alien to defile the Kraken's sword, it belonged to him. He heard the roar of the engine and saw the amulet thrown by the rune priest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind howled, and dense ice blades rained down on the worm man. Clusters of maggots rustled and fell, and the ground froze hard like the glaciers of Ossahheim continent. Scarson saw the worm man's body stiffen. He gripped his great axe with both hands, pouring all his strength and will into the downward strike. For the glory of the Wolf Lord, to wash away the shame of Fenris. He roared loudly, his deafening bellow echoing. For the pack. For the great wolf. The great axe fell swiftly, the strong wind making the shroud flap wildly. When the axe blade was only a fist's distance from the worm man's body, the maggots trembled. Whoosh! The worm man's body instantly flew backward. The great axe slammed heavily into the ground, its violent force crushing a cluster of maggots stuck to the earth. Flesh, damn it! The worm man's arm snapped back, and one of his arms hammered the iron-gray power armor. Necrotic fluid crackled, tearing at the power armor. A tentacle-like worm man arm burrowed into Scarson's body, grasping a heart. At the same time, he unleashed an evil will, pressing down on Verdamake. Verdamake's body swayed, and he quickly rolled off the land speeder. Streaks of emerald necrotic rays shot out, hitting Verdamake. Amidst crackling explosions, the amulets on the rune priest's body shattered one by one. The power armor was ripped apart by the explosive energy, and Verdemake's body was blown to a bloody pulp. Crack, 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 Verdemake's left leg was shattered in a series of explosions. He endured the intense pain, raising his arm to shield his face. The golden and silver eagle-headed staff shattered, and his right arm dissolved. Verdemake fell backward in despair, seeing 4 giant wolves crushed one by the worm man, whose arm reached out towards the wolf lord again. We will all die at the hands of the worm man, just like Sanchez. No sooner had the thought arisen than he suddenly saw a large plume of flames leap up and strike the worm man. Verdemake's eyes widened in disbelief, watching the black-armored figure quickly appear beside the flames, swinging a flame-wreathed sword to strike the worm man. How can this be? How can he still unleash such powerful psychic flames? The conspirer swung his, fire-infused, blade, slashing swiftly. He felt that Sloth, having been attacked by Verdemake and Scarson, had weakened somewhat. He suddenly thrust his right hand forward, pushing out a fireball compressed for 7 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. The scorching white, giant fireball exploded, causing clusters of maggots to rustle and fall, charred black. The conspirer's psychic energy, wrapped around the fireball, continued to fly, burrowing into the disgusting mucus within Sloth's body. He snapped his fingers. Rumble. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the mucus within Sloth's body was blasted into a cloud of grayish-green smoke. The worm man's body exploded, and charred maggots scattered across the ground. Sanchez picked up the Kraken's sword, stepping over the unconscious Scarson. How can you use fire? Verdemake coughed up a mouthful of blood, asking in shock. I always could use it, I just didn't want to before. Sanchez said, provocatively. He smiled and thought, Space Wolf, surprised. Unexpected. Verdemake's vision went black, and he fainted from anger. In the Nation of Disorder, 4th Spatial Layer. Ning Lu, seated on his throne, finished listening to Sanchez's report. Scarson was severely wounded. Verdemake was crippled, and would only be able to use prosthetics in the future. The Fifth Great Company suffered heavy losses when creating an opportunity for Scarson to charge, and retreated in disarray from Indra-Sul. The Executor was taught a lesson because of his conspiratorial tactics, especially Verdemake, that insidious old space wolf. But the instigator, Russ, only lost a cloak. That still makes me a little unhappy. Ning Lu thought, unwillingly, then fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought to himself. If I can end the decisive Battle of Tax in 869, I can get involved in Duran. Obtaining the Duranese captured space wolves from the 13th Legion, and the displayed mutation defects of the Canis Helix, will be enough to deter Russ from targeting me again. Then I can demand some things from him as an apology and compensation. Ning Lu's thoughts naturally drifted. It's not just about getting leverage over Russ, the Duranese's unique technology is also worth a trip. Chapter 567, Ning Luo's first failed willpower test. 868. M30. Solar System, Piraeus, Temporary Surface Base. Arsena Dunn held a data slate and reported to Ning Luo. My lord, the readers have reviewed all reports from the Honor Guard members. The students of ratiocination have analyzed the Augur Matrix scan reports and other reports. I have finally reviewed the records and identified 15 anomalies. After comprehensive analysis, 12 of them were ruled out. There are 3 discoveries I should report to you. The detective said, connecting the data slate to the cogitator. A green holographic image appeared in the Primarch office. Amidst the faint gray mist, there was a red, heart-shaped, gem-like tree-shaped organism. As the camera zoomed in, its front was smooth and delicate, emanating light, while its back was wrinkled like an old man's skin. The entire tree was constantly contracting and expanding slightly, as if breathing. The third squad discovered this strange tree-shaped organism in Sector G3. The apothecary cannot determine whether it is an animal or a plant. Upon entering its vicinity, the helmet's built-in positioning system is interfered with, and static appears in the communicator. Ning Lu immediately recognized it as the main material for a Sequence 7 magician of the Full Pathway, the Mist Tree. The scene shifted to hundreds of leopard-like creatures of varying colors, pouncing, leaping, and tearing at each other in the desert. The next second, the fur color of several of these leopard-like creatures suddenly changed. Yellow fur turned green, purple turned brown. The changing colors were like a vivid magic trick of nature. The first squad discovered continuously color-changing leopard-like creatures in Sector C7. Ning Lu nodded slightly. These leopard-like creatures were also a main material for the magician, the chameleon leopard. He gently stroked John beside him, thinking to himself, I just arrived in Piraeus and have already gathered the materials for a magician. This is truly a good omen. As Ning Lu pondered, the scene shifted again, revealing a bizarre sight. On a lush grassland, there were numerous lifeless human figures. Ning Lu examined the scene. Among them were officers standing tall, raising their arms, directing forward. There were also soldiers in searching postures, cautiously bending down, advancing with their guns. The scene then changed, and a member of the honor guard entered the frame, drawing his combat knife. As you can see, the human figures are indeed human corpses. After examination by the apothecary, they found that they could not determine the time of death, because the bodies were not severely decomposed, and some even still had body temperature, but their consciousness had long since dissipated. The most bizarre thing is that no one's face showed expressions of shock or pain. The detective's eyes flickered as he stated his deductive conclusion. There are only 3 possibilities for this situation. First, they died at different times and places, and were then moved here. Second, they died simultaneously, turning into these eerie human figures. The last possibility is that they died at different times without realizing it, perhaps in their sleep or similar situations, and were then driven by some force to that location. Ning Lu nodded. Undoubtedly, this plane was most likely the place where Silent Tears Calgula was imprisoned. The manner of death is quite bizarre. Is this why Silent King Shrek prohibited the space Necrons from using Silent Tears? Would Necrons also die so bizarrely? Ning Lu knew that entities like the Nightbringer, the Void Dragon, and the Burning One fragments he had obtained were not prohibited from use by the Silent King. The only supreme star god whose power he knew to be prohibited was Silent Tears. Send 5 squads to hunt the color-changing leopard-like creatures with arc projector guns. Ning Lu commanded, then selected Beyonders with high spiritual perception, such as monsters and sleepless, as well as Beyonders capable of divination, such as seers, to collect mist trees. Afterward, he took only Arsena, Diana Bolin, and Luther and 10 others, boarded a Stormbird, and flew towards the grassland area. Glenn Vorsoto, chapter master of the Ultramarines, 1st Battle Group, looked down through the viewport at the endless human figures below. The different forms of human figures entered his superhuman vision, and his pupils suddenly contracted. My lord, the human figures below seemed to have a pattern. All the human figures outline the shape of a person. The detective looked at Vorsoto with admiration. Exactly, Ning Lu reined in his spreading consciousness and instructed the pilot. Nelson, fly towards the head. Yes, father. As a true robot, Nelson had also calculated and deduced the overall image of the entire human figure area. Lower. Stop. Ning Lu directed Nelson to hover at the head area, 100 meters high. After a moment of scrutiny, he ordered again, open the hatch. Ning Lu flapped his wings and flew out of the Stormbird, slowly descending. 36 emerald green corpses were stacked to form the shape of a teardrop. The Gene Seed Primarch keenly confirmed that the emerald green was unrelated to grass. He activated warp vision, and the green ascended, merging into a single entity, a teardrop. It was a supernatural green, but unrelated to the warp. Ning Lu pondered for a moment and decided to use a cautious and respectful method to open the entrance. Cremation. Golden wings flapped behind him, and golden flames descended from the sky, landing on the dozens of teardrop-shaped figures. The Gene Seed Primarch's eyes narrowed, and telekinesis spread out, isolating the area from its surroundings. With crackling sounds, the human figure corpses rapidly turned to ash. Ning Luo's eyes narrowed, and he saw an obsidian-like passage appear before him. He sent a thought pulse to Nelson, then walked into the passage, scrutinizing its walls. The Gene Seed Primarch's eyes narrowed. He keenly sensed that the material of the architectural passage walls was not obsidian. Each black stone block was an irregular triangle, black overall, but with starlight twinkling within its black core. The entire stone was like a starry night sky. Triangular night sky stone, the main material for a sequence 6 of the darkness pathway. Ning Luo, having gathered another potion ingredient, thought with interest. I thought I'd find it on Nostromo, the homeworld of the Midnight Lords. I haven't found a fragment of Silent Tears yet, but I've already harvested 3 potion ingredients and gathered 2 potions. My luck is really good. Ning Luo's smile was fleeting. Perhaps this isn't luck. Did the humans who sealed Silent Tears discover something peculiar about this planet, making it suitable for sealing? Silent Tears sealed here, its power subtly influencing the area for thousands of years. Vorsodo walked into the passage, looking at the passage with the Gene Seed Primarch's gaze. This cannot be naturally formed. The probability of that is 1 in billions. A Karduna stroked the cave wall, exquisite, a marvel of craftsmanship. Ning Luo stepped forward, with everyone following behind him. The passage grew wider and wider. After descending over 100 meters, it was wide enough for 10 people to walk abreast. After descending over 1,000 meters along the passage, Vorsodo looked ahead, marveling at the endlessly winding downward passage. Even if it's man-made, the computational complexity is immeasurable, even exceeding the total computation of an Emperor-class battleship's cogitator. The passage built from triangular night sky stones seemed endless. In the faint light, only the thudding footsteps echoed. Zahariel suddenly stopped, frowning deeply. The passage of time feels completely different from reality. After being taught by Lord Ning Luo, and mastering the method to activate his innate psychic ability, Fear Vision, he had practiced and used it countless times in actual combat, giving him a keen intuition for time. It seems. Diana Boland's eyes quickly turned into golden vertical pupils. The hypnotist carefully distinguished before speaking, some supernatural power is affecting our minds. For ordinary people, the experienced time would be infinitely stretched, leading them to give up or even break down during a journey of months, or even years. Lucius drew his sword and clenched his fist. A powerful enemy. Balsa Kuturi, the librarian of the 19th Legion, had deep eyes, looking into the future. He felt a will as majestic as a mountain, yet as still as a dead swamp. Balsa's body trembled slightly. Perhaps he doesn't need to appear. Balsa unconsciously slowed his speech. His will was interfered with by an invisible force, and his thoughts became sluggish. Thud. The librarian fell with a thud, and everyone vigilantly looked around. The faintly lit passage was like an abyss that devoured people. Don't touch him. The Gene Seed Primarch scrutinized Balsa, sensing that he had fallen into some supernatural state. Touching him carelessly could cause unpredictable harm. As long as I bring Silent Tears to the Nation of Disorder as soon as possible, Balsa should awaken on his own. Diana, you stay and guard. Ning Luo left the strongest hypnotist in terms of mental power, then looked around at everyone. Act within your limits. If you feel something is wrong, return on your own. Then, he ascended to the Telemaria First Realm and continued forward. I want to see what it is. Lucius's eyes gleamed, and he was the first to step forward and follow downward. The others also didn't stop. They couldn't let the Gene Seed Primarch venture alone. Diana regretfully glanced at the deep passage and remained in place. Lucius excitedly stepped forward, closely following Lord Ning Luo. His steps were swift, but after walking over 60 paces, he unconsciously slowed down. With a thud, Lucius became the second person to collapse. I'll stay and take care of him. Akarduna smiled helplessly. Although curious about what lay below, he was obligated to care for his promising brother. Urian Bendrag, who had lost hope and was uneasy due to keeping secrets, was the third to fall. Zahariel and I will stay. Luther, as the Legion's deputy commander, volunteered. Vorsoto gazed at the cave wall, the starlight reflecting in his eyes, accumulating more and more in his superhuman brain. Countless triangles suddenly moved in his mind. With each movement, the shapes could still be pieced together into a whole, without any abruptness. How is this possible? The countless, irregularly sized triangles pieced together already represented an astronomical amount of calculation. How could it still be a whole, with positions constantly changing every moment? Vorsoto's brain boomed, and his vision went black. I'll stay. Arsena volunteered, taking on the responsibility. Only Zoe remained, closely following Ning Lu. His gaze was resolute, determined to follow Lord Ning Lu to the end of the journey. He bit his lip. Having survived the Hive City prison on Terra, he was accustomed to pain. The two, one after the other, walked an unknown number of steps. Suddenly, green mist rose, and Zoe collapsed. Ning Lu looked at the end of the passage. There was no need for a guard now, Silent Tears was just ahead. He ascended to the Telemaria Third Realm, golden wings shining, and flew into the green mist. Golden flames rose, illuminating the surroundings. Ning Lu saw the figure suspended in midair. Golden light emanated from within his silver living metal, circling above his head. He looked down imperiously, his face stern, with features more exaggerated than ordinary humans. His head was long, somewhere between human and Aeldari, and his expression was even more emotionless than either species. Silent Tears' gaze lingered on the golden wings for a moment, then he spoke. We are Calgula, Silent Tears. We are filled with the power of our devoured brothers and sisters. We are Calgula. We are a god. His voice was not deafening like the void dragon fragment Ning Lu encountered at the Yemenjia Xingkong Jushi Bay, but clear like water drops falling from a rock. The sound echoed in Ning Lu's ears, seeping into his mind, striking his mental gate like a stone hitting a lake's surface. We, indeed, are a supreme star god. At least an aggregate of over a dozen fragments, perhaps even hundreds. Submit. The glowing body shone with the power of extinct stars, and the entire room trembled because of it. The stone sarcophagus that bound him swayed and vibrated in the air. I must bring him to the nation of disorder as soon as possible. The Gene Seed Primarch felt his thoughts become sluggish, and the golden flames involuntarily extinguished. Terrifying. Is this the star god version of Silent Whispers? I have failed a willpower test for the first time. Since he created the Telemaria Third Realm, he had never failed to cope in a moment of willpower testing. Fleeing into the nation of disorder could allow me to escape, but this would not allow me to obtain. Silent Tears. Chapter 568 Urian. Lion King Father, will you discover the secret I keep for Lord Ning Lu? Ning Lu's expression was grim. He awakened terrifying memories of fear of being annihilated in the cultivation pod. Silent Tears' Calgula is stronger than I imagined, it is almost breaking free of its restraints. The human ancestors who restrained it, their technology was inferior to the Space Necron's hyperdimensional labyrinth. Cracks have appeared in the cage. Ning Lu repeatedly traversed between reality and the warp hundreds of times, yet still couldn't find a solution. Psionics. Silent Tears' Calgula's tone was angry, yet playful, and tinged with an eerie silence. Even in our weakened state, you cannot resist us. The power of the warp cannot contend with control over the physical domain. We are true gods, the living embodiment of this universe. Rustle, rustle, the sound of dense water droplets began. The mighty power of the physical domain clashed with the Gene Seed Primarch's psionics. Ning Lu immediately felt his speed slow down. Each round-trip jump now took 10 times longer than before, and his position was no longer precisely controllable. He would appear before the silver-white body one moment, and behind it the next. Light and shadow flickered in the Gene Seed Primarch's eyes, and vast warp energy surged forth, swirling around him. Returning once more to the sealed land of the real world, he gazed at Silent Tears' Calgula. Since he couldn't find a solution within himself, he would start with Silent Tears' Calgula. Ning Lu's eyes suddenly narrowed. He keenly perceived that what was restraining Silent Tear's Caligula was not the space Necron's supernatural labyrinth. Around him was not a sarcophagus cage, but a triangle composed of countless triangular night sky stones. Silent Tear's Caligula, escaped, attacked, gate of ecstasy, sealed by humans, not space Necrons. As he pondered, he leapt into the warp, and his thoughts immediately became clear. A flash of inspiration struck Ning Lu, and he had already thought of a solution. Triangular night sky stones, complex patterns formed by triangles, restraint. I only need an instant. Disordered country, reinforce. As Ning Lu thought this, his body suddenly returned to the real world. We are Silent Tear's Caligula, you must submit. You must serve. Silent Tear's Caligula's voice assailed Ning Lu like a torrential downpour, an irresistible sound. The door to his mind, like a rotten gate, swayed violently in the storm. Ning Lu raised his power fist, injecting all his spirituality. As sequence 1-inch hand of order, he shouted in Dun language. I. As his voice rang out, golden light shone, the storm outside the mental door vanished, and his thoughts instantly became clear and smooth. Establish order. Silent Tear's Caligula, I judge you, you shall be bound. As the spirituality was drained by the gauntlet emitted a dazzling light. The pervasive green mist was instantly swept away, and golden light enveloped the silver-white body, pressing the star-like golden radiance back into its body. How could you? Light flashed, and Silent Tear's Caligula cried out in disbelief. He saw the figure in black armor and golden wings fly before him. Black mist surged, and Silent Tear's Caligula felt a great power exerted upon him. Even in his complete state, facing this sudden great power, he was like a lake confronting the ocean. What? Silent Tear's Caligula was swallowed by the black mist, disappearing into the passage. Silent Tear's Caligula traversed through the endless black mist for what felt like an eternity, as if experiencing a long dream. He couldn't help but wonder if this was a lie created by the deceiver. The blood-colored chain wrapped around Ning Lu's right pinky finger glowed, rapidly replenishing the depleted spirituality, and the stinging in his temples gradually subsided. The Baron of Corruption recovered most of its spirituality, which surged forth once more. The threads in the seventh layer of space, under his manipulation, rapidly combined, forming one triangle after another, recreating the complex cage used by the ancestors to restrain Silent Tear's Caligula, trapping Silent Tear's Caligula from all angles. Silent Tear's Caligula didn't know how much time had passed, when he suddenly felt the golden light dissipate. He surveyed the boundless black mist around him, tentatively releasing his power. Golden light emanated from his body. Release me. The Baron of Corruption gazed at the constructed triangular cage, noticing that the ropes, formed by the threads of rules, trembled slightly. It can restrain Silent Tear's Caligula, but it requires frequent spiritual repair of the cage constructed by the ropes. Although it was a dangerous ordeal, at least the goal was achieved. They should be waking up now. With a thought, Ning Lu returned to the real world. Glenn Vorsoto opened his eyes, looking around in a daze. In his mind, he was stuck at the moment countless triangles exploded, after which he completely lost consciousness. He had not dreamed, nor had he retained the consciousness granted by the Astartes, as if he had fallen into an empty space, becoming a silent void. You're awake. The voice came from the original body servant. Velsoto sprang up from the ground, asking Arsena Dun with a puzzled expression. Where is Lord Ning Lu? My lord, he should have already dealt with that existence that caused you to fall unconscious, Arsena said after a moment's deliberation. Existence, Velsoto repeated softly, recalling everything after entering the passage. That existence was actually able to make me fall unconscious without any resistance. Lord Ning Lu actually managed to resolve it. As Velsoto pondered, he saw Lord Ning Lu approaching with Zhou Sahar and others. He noticed that Lord Ning Lu's armor was completely undamaged. His face glowed brightly in the faint light. His steps were as steady as a mountain, ascending step by step. Velsoto couldn't help but have a thought. Father might not even be able to handle this situation. At least not as calmly as Lord Ning Lu, as if he had done something insignificant. Ning Lu keenly noticed Velsoto's gaze directed at him. Guilliman's cub, after a silent dream, was corrupted by me. Ning Lu led the team, continuing to ascend step by step. Urian Bendrag, who had been tormented by psychological distress from giving up on proving himself to his father and feeling betrayed by keeping a secret, now felt an unprecedented sense of ease upon waking. He followed Lord Ning Lu with light steps, then saw Lucius rushing down. Lucius, seeing Lord Ning Lu ascending step by step, angrily clenched his fist. After Balsa Kuchuri woke up, his face was still pale and his thoughts sluggish from touching an unknown powerful existence. The Stormbird soared into the sky, and Ning Lu instructed Arsena. Prepare to set sail for Carium Gate. Leave 3 squads to garrison and immigrate from Necromunda. Mine the ore here, hunt the color-changing leopards, and excavate the trees in the grey mist. As you wish, my lord, the silver-haired original body servant replied. At the same moment the Wangquan shadow sailed away from the Piraeus orbit, in the Primarch palace. Ning Lu spread his palm, pushing the golden potion towards Glenn. Drink it. Ning Lu considered that Glenn, influenced by the Ultramarines' culture, exhibited characteristics of order such as planning and preparation. Although he did not meet Guilliman's requirements and was still influenced by Terra's culture, he generally fit the Justiciar pathway. Seeing that Lord Ning Lu had no intention of explaining, Glenn directly picked up the golden potion. 5 minutes later, the newly appointed arbiter knelt down. Thank you for the gift, my lord. I will surely make good use of the abilities you have bestowed upon me. In the Carium Gate star system, Urian Bendrag stood in the shadows of the panoramic window, gazing into the void. The blue Ultramarines fleet was orderly. The Alpha Legion warships, newly unveiled, intertwined with blue and emerald green, with the letters Alpha and Omega connected by iron chains, changing repeatedly. Urian's gaze finally fell upon the familiar black ceramic armor, and he thought with a complex expression. Lion King Father, will you discover the secret I keep for Lord Ning Lu? He saw the black ceramic Stormbird fly out of the indomitable truth, coming closer and closer, his expression growing darker and darker. Even if Father doesn't discover it during this war council, during his brief stay on the Wangquan Shadow, there are over 2,000 of Luther's knights, making it difficult to avoid Father's gaze during Tax's decisive battle later. Urian sighed, knowing that Luther and Zahariel would not give up this opportunity to win knightly glory. Hundreds of knights had sacrificed their lives for the great battle. Absence from the great battle is not fair to Luther either. But Father might not think so. Chapter 569, Omega, not only do you support me as War Master, but you also help me create the Alpha Identification Orb. On the Wangquan Shadow, Rozicki Chek held a blue spherical metal object in his left hand, standing outside the landing pad prepared for the Alpha Legion. At the center of this mystical item, personally crafted by the artisan, was a drop of blood, shining like a ruby, from the gene seed Primarch Omega. He activated his psychic vision, gazing into the metal orb. Centered around the blood were 9 small snakes, containing blurry red lines. Their outer skin originated from Omega's skin tissue, and the bloodlines were strands of Omega's blood, drifting aimlessly. The artisan's attention returned to the outside of the metal orb, where layers of runes, each meticulously engraved by his own hand, were visible. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the landing pad's metal player in his ear. Prepare. The Alpha Legion's Skyhawk shuttle is arriving. Please salute Gene Seed Primarch Omega. Accompanied by the stirring announcement, the ruby-like blood within the metal orb in Rozicki's hand trembled slightly, a deep crimson. 5 small snakes suddenly sprang up, simultaneously striking the metal casing in the same direction, causing one rune after another to light up. Rozicki watched the 5 shining runes, all located in the same area. He quickly looked up, confirming that the direction of the runes was precisely the landing pad's deck. Rozicki saw the distance indicator on the landing pad, showing 20 kilometers. Adding my distance to the landing zone, the maximum effective detection range is 20.2 kilometers. Rosicky once again examined the blue metal orb, the emerald green runes engraved on it glowing brighter and brighter. The closer the distance, the higher the brightness. The servo arm behind him moved rapidly, precisely recording the brightness of the runes on the data pad he held in his right hand. When the distance displayed on the landing pad's monitor jumped to 100 meters, Rosicky retracted his servo arm and turned to leave. The original body servant who arrived and the Forge Lord nodded to each other. The detective's gaze lingered on the shining metal orb for a moment before he continued forward. At the same time, Robert Gilliman, in a joyful mood, entered Ning Lu's palace ahead of Omega and Lionel Johnson. Fighting alongside Ning Lu, a key figure among his fearless brothers, filled him with anticipation for the campaign to purge the Xenos from tax. Gilliman frowned slightly. The obsidian defied physics, tilting haphazardly, supporting what looked like a damaged dome. 12 banners from various legions were arranged asymmetrically, 3 on the left, 4 on the right, and 5 in the middle. Gilliman surveyed his surroundings. The scene, completely defying the Fibonacci sequence and the beauty of calculation, made him feel a slight discomfort. As an experienced politician, Gilliman quickly suppressed the subtle expression of discomfort. He had long heard that Ning Lu, in addition to his fondness for various strange things, also liked an asymmetrical, disorderly architectural style. The Order Shadow's fortress monastery, Shadow Keep, was one of the most unique buildings in the Imperium. It was said that outsiders would be influenced by some supernatural force and get lost within it. Gilliman, welcome. Father. Ning Lu, it's a pleasure to fight alongside you. After greeting Ning Lu, who had enthusiastically welcomed him, Gilliman looked at Glenn Vorsoto, who was following Ning Lu, and nodded slightly. You've performed well. Velsoto heard Gilliman's affirmation for the first time and couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions. Gilliman had always disliked Terra descendants, and his first affirmation of him was surprisingly due to his performance in following Lord Ning Lu. He had earned honor for the Ultramarines in this war, all because of Lord Ning Lu's trust. Velsoto lowered his head and walked behind Gilliman, his gaze sweeping over Marius Gage. Father will never trust me or other Terra descendants. My decision to pledge allegiance to Lord Ning Lu was not wrong, only he will give me opportunities. I must secure support for myself, and for the Terra descendants of the 1st and 22nd Legions, otherwise we will forever only be tools for executing extermination orders. He raised his head and sat down in the seats on either side of Gilliman, Gage doing the same. After Ning Lu and Gilliman conversed for a moment, Omega and Lion arrived in succession. Lion's face was expressionless as he looked at Urian Bendrag, who was accompanying Ning Lu to greet him. The moment their gazes met, Urian instinctively looked away. Lion's gaze, sharp as a knife, lingered on Urian for a moment before he walked to his reserved seat. Urian silently followed, sitting down separated by Chief Swordsman Kozwain and Chaplain Namir and others. The War Council then began, with Gilliman speaking first. Based on the intelligence gathered from the Order Shadow's engagement with the Xenos and the Alpha's infiltration, I have formulated a battle plan. First, the combined fleet will use its absolute naval superiority to tear open a gateway to Tax. The specific plan is: Gage, in coordination with the Primarch's narration, connected the data pad to the cogitator. The star map flashed, and numbers scrolled. Velsoto looked at Gage. He had obviously participated in the formulation of the battle plan. It was always like this, and he was never allowed to participate. Thinking about how he had been involved in formulating battle plans since meeting Lord Ning Lu, Velsoto became even more resolute in his choice. Gilliman explained his plan with appropriate detail, including fleet deployment arrangements, combat zones for each fleet, logistics, and other components. Afterward, we will launch a ground assault. According to Imperial archives, Tax was primarily a mountainous world before it was occupied by the Xenos. The Xenos will certainly use the terrain to build fortresses, and orbital bombardment will not be very effective. We must. Just as Gage displayed the holographic star map from Imperial archives, with each mountain categorized and marked, the Silent Lion suddenly spoke. Wait, the ground combat plan should be formulated after we arrive in Tax orbit. The Xenos have occupied it for a long time. Tax is no longer what it once was. Guilliman looked at Lion. The battle plan should still be pre-formulated and adjusted according to the situation. Ning Lu watched Guilliman, who was accustomed to handling multiple tasks simultaneously, and Lion, who focused on one thing at a time, clash in their philosophies. He had anticipated this and spoke. Guilliman, you will formulate a preliminary plan. After arriving in the Tax star system, the Alpha will infiltrate and gather intelligence. Ning Lu looked at Omega, drawing him, who had been silent, into the conversation. After Omega nodded in agreement, he continued. After we obtain the scan results, we will finalize the decisive battle plan. Good. Guilliman and Omega agreed, and Lion nodded silently. The three Primarchs stood up simultaneously, Lion being the first to stride away alone. Just as Guilliman was about to speak to Ning Lu, Omega spoke first. Ning Lu, I have something to discuss with you. Guilliman nodded to Ning Lu, then left with Gage, Velsoto, and the others. 20 minutes later, in the Primarch office, Omega entered the room and chose the third seat on the right among the asymmetrical guest seats, 5 on the left and 6 on the right. After drinking the premium black tea from Sea Cradle, he spoke. Ning Lu, I want to thank you again. You rescued me from the clutches of the evil Xenos. Welcome back. Ning Lu put down his black teacup and scrutinized Omega. You should be adapting well. I have learned about the current state of the Imperium, including all my brothers. Omega's eyes were deep. I imagine you already know that our father, the Emperor, intends to leave the front lines. He will appoint a war master to continue leading the Great Crusade. Horus, Lion, Ferris, have all taken action, and Guilliman's pace of conquest has also accelerated. Omega saw that Ning Lu still had a slight smile on his face, showing no change, and paused for a moment before continuing. I will support you to become War Master. Not only because you rescued me, but also because we both value information. And the court you've established holds many secrets. When Omega communicated with Alpharius, they reached a consensus that only the Dark Angels and Order Shadows had similar attitudes towards information and secrets as them. The least suitable to be War Master were Guilliman, followed by Ferris and Perturabo. They were skilled in calculation but would not respect their secrets as Ning Lu would. The cost of hiding secrets would be too high, and they would lose many intelligence personnel. You also coordinated conflicts between brothers, allowing us to cooperate in combat according to our respective legion cultures. Omega explained the reason why the two brothers ultimately chose between Lion and Ning Lu. I have no interest in the position of War Master. I will follow the Emperor's choice and obey the commands of whoever is appointed War Master. Ning Lu waited for Omega to finish speaking, then immediately refused. Even if Alpharius has followed Huang Laohan the longest, he doesn't understand him deeply enough. How could the War Master be voted in? He chooses whoever he wants. However, if there really was a choice, who would I support? Ning Lu scrutinized all possible candidates with interest. First, exclude 3 people: Lion, Ferris, and Guilliman. They are all excellent military strategists, perfectly capable of being War Master and leading the various expedition fleets to victory. Guilliman's only problem is that if he takes that position, it will be harder to hide the Legion's secrets in reports. He's the type who would meticulously read every report, even appendices and logs, when he has nothing else to do. Ning Lu thought of the Battle of Gardinal, which Ferris initiated to win the War Master position, only to realize in the end that he was not suitable. Ferris would calculate all factors and make the most rational choice. But this would be too cruel to other legions. He completely used Guilliman's forces as cannon fodder. He didn't consider the lives of millions of auxiliary army soldiers. Even without the Battle of Gardinal, there would have been other campaigns, and Ferris would quickly realize that he was not suitable to be War Master. Although Ferris had a friendly relationship with Ning Lu, he would not support a cruel person as War Master. He would never allow his descendants to be used as cannon fodder. Lion's problem is even greater. The lion I remember 10,000 years later, perhaps I would support him, but the current one is completely impossible. Arrogance is irrelevant. To win, he completely disregards the cost and sacrifice, not just for other legions, but even for most of his own forces. He can't even manage his relationship with his own forces. Luther, Zahariel, and most of the Terra descendants, the flying head punch that knocked Nimir's head off was just one manifestation. Ning Lu scrutinized the 3 people he wouldn't support, making his assessment. As for Guilliman, he's just a bit troublesome. If Ferris and Lion were War Master, even without the Chaos Gods intervening, many Primarchs would rebel. At least I couldn't accept those 2 leading. Fulgrim would support Ferris, but as for Lion, besides Perturabo, who tricked him, who else would support him? Ning Lu then thought of the remaining 2, Horus and Sanguinius. They are both fine, they wouldn't affect my development. Setting aside precognition, Horus's achievements, his attitude towards other Primarchs, and other aspects still make him the most suitable candidate. Huang Laohan's choice was not wrong, he was just corrupted by the Chaos Gods in the end. Ning Lu gathered his thoughts and said to the confused Omega, I would prefer to receive intelligence support from the Alpha. The Alpha were skilled in infiltration and had cultivated a large number of agents across various worlds. Disregarding psychic acquisition and the Order Shadow's divination, in terms of conventional intelligence gathering, the Alpha were preeminent. Omega was silent for a moment. Compared to being War Master, information and secrets held greater value. Good. He agreed first, deciding to discuss the scope of intelligence provision with Alfarius later. As Omega's Skyhawk shuttle took off, in the Primarch office, Ning Lu instructed Arsena Dun, Omega has agreed to provide us with intelligence, but we cannot completely trust it. Every piece of intelligence must be reviewed by your attendants and finally approved by you. As you command, my lord. After the detective responded, Rozicki then said, My lord, I have conducted the first test of the item for detecting Alpha. He presented the metal sphere to Ning Lu. The test was successful. It can detect Alpha, with a detection range of. Ning Lu nodded slightly, thinking to himself, Omega, not only do you support me as War Master, but you also help me create the Alpha detection orb. Although you don't know it, it's a form of repaying kindness. Continue the research. Conduct the next stage of experiments on tax. Considering that Rozicki's ability to craft Beander items would further improve with sequence advancement, and that Alpha would only extensively infiltrate various legions after being persuaded to rebel by the Esoteric Order, he decided not to craft all the identification orbs at once. His plan was to craft 13 orbs before the Grand Apotheosis, distributing 1 to each of the 12 legions and keeping 1 on his flagship. Chapter 570. Guilliman, Ning Lu can actually dispatch 200,000 Order Shadows, my legion is still too small. 869. M30. One battleship after another, of different colors, warped from the real world, and fleets from 9 Astartes legions poured into the Tax star system. The Black Order Shadows battleships were in the center, their total number exceeding the combined total of other legions' participating battleships. The black pottery-colored Dark Angels and the cobalt blue Ultramarines were on the flanks, with 1/3 more of their white-winged sword livery. The Crimson Thousand Sons, the Purple Emperor's Children, the White Warhound, Zadkiel's descendants of the Quill, and the Midnight Lord's fleets filled the gap. The Alpha battleship quietly left the main fleet, cruising in the void, operating stealthily. 7 Void Behemoths stepped out from the tens of thousands of Void battleships guarding them. The Order Shadow's Primarch flagship, Worthy Shadow, the 1st Battle Group's Dark Judgment, the 3rd Battle Group's Dark Shadow, and the 4th Battle Group's Death Withering. The Dark Angel's Indomitable Truth and Truth Razor. The Ultramarines, Macraga's Glory. On the bridge of Macraga's Glory, Marius Gage stood beside Guilliman, relaying the Primarch's deployment to the various Legion battleships. Guilliman gazed at the Green Star System holographic image, which rapidly updated all Legion Auspex scan results. Ning Lu, a key brother of the Dauntless Host, trusted him and handed over command of the Void battle. Guilliman's gaze fell upon the creation shining with deep red light, the alien artificial war satellite. Contact Omega, confirm his joining time. The firepower of 8 Gloriana-class battleships was enough to destroy all obstacles. He looked out into the void through the large viewing window, which had been lowered. The vast sea of drones receded like ebbing waves. The spiky, flail-laden alien ships were torn apart in the silent, shimmering light. Guilliman felt the glory of humanity tearing apart the evil void of the aliens. Makraga's glory beneath his feet and the other 6 battleships were the Emperor's light. Of the 7, 4 belonged to Ning Lu's legion, more than half. Guilliman's smile vanished, and he thought with a complex expression. So many. He realized this was because Ning Lu had recovered the construction template for the Ramirez-class star fort and reached an agreement with the Mars Forge director. Even in terms of value, it's equivalent. The sacred templates Ning Lu recovered were too numerous and too valuable, not even Ferris could compare to him. His unique technology also allowed him to identify forged readings of alien battleships. Ferris also seems to possess similar technology. Guilliman's gaze returned to the holographic star map, seeing the red markers. He felt the computational workload drop by several orders of magnitude, yet also regretted losing the opportunity to challenge the limits of his own calculations. As Guilliman pondered, Gage's voice sounded. Lord Omega replies, in 20 minutes. Alpha snaked out, joining the formation of Gloriana-class battleships. It cruised on the periphery, seemingly ready to disengage at any moment. Father, all drones are converging on us. The alien battleships are unfolding in layers. We face a total of 13 defensive lines. Gage, as I told you, victory in battle is often decided before the first shot is fired, even before the order to fire the first shot is given. Chapter 7, Section 3, Subsection 2 of the Military Code. As the only person who had read Guilliman's writings, Gage immediately stated its corresponding location. It's just a first draft, Guilliman corrected, then continued. When Ning Lu and I, and our other brothers, reached a consensus and gathered the Gloriana-class battleships, the outcome was already decided. No sooner had Guilliman finished speaking than 8 stellar behemoths simultaneously spat out dazzling lances of light. Crystalline, deadly energy tore through the alien ships like blades. The explosions of engines were as dazzling as firecrackers going off. Dense barrages of macro cannons shredded the incoming drones one by one. The aliens' first intercepting line was utterly destroyed by overwhelming firepower. Guilliman looked around at every screen filled with signals. Consolidate the tax scan results. The officers around the holographic tactical table busied themselves nervously, a torrent of data cascading like a waterfall on their data slates. Guilliman's superhuman brain simultaneously monitored every data stream until the scrolling speed of all data fell below his standard, then he instructed Gage. Establish a real-time communication channel. It's time to talk to my brothers. Gage issued commands to the holographic projection operator, and layers of workstations began working intensely. After the system started, Guilliman walked onto the amphitheater-like platform surrounded by workstations. As he stepped onto the activated holographic projection platform, light bloomed around him. Figures appeared vaguely, indistinct and ephemeral, like shadows. Light was captured, bent, and twisted, finally forming realistic projections. My brothers, it is now time to discuss the ground combat plan. Compared to the Void, where victory is already assured, this is the threat we must face. After Guilliman finished speaking, he kept watching to see if Lehman would again raise objections. I agree, Lehman's words relieved Guilliman, but ground combat is not about numbers and symbols. Clarify each legion's troop strength, mission, and operational area. Lehman is right. Omega immediately spoke in support. We haven't had large-scale coordinated operations before. Ning Lu looked at Guilliman. Let's operate in our usual manner first, and then combine forces when we encounter strong enemies. Guilliman reluctantly abandoned his preliminary plan, which he had already conceived. All right. 121,000 Dark Angels. Lehman said curtly. My legion has just been founded, with only 1,300 men. Omega then said, Ning Lu knew that Omega was not lying this time. The forces Alpha committed would not differ much from their actual numbers. It was also a fact that the Legion had just been officially established. Huang Laohan, for unknown reasons, limited the Alpha Legion's numbers to between 1,000 and 2,000. Only after Alpharius found Omega was the 20th Legion allowed to be publicly established and begin rapid expansion. The large number of newly recruited soldiers had not yet completed their modification surgeries, so the current number would not exceed 2,000. At this time, Alpha was the smallest of the 20 legions. Before the Grand Apotheosis, the number was between 90,000 and 180,000, and he didn't know the exact figure. While Ning Lu pondered, Guilliman spoke. I will dispatch 81,300 Ultramarines for ground combat. Ning Lu nodded slightly. The 150,000 reinforcements he requested from Huang Laohan had been met. 205,000 Order Shadows. In addition to the decisive battle attacks, the Order Shadows were also dispersed across various front lines and guarding territories. Including the Emperor's Children's Second Company and other Legion detachments, and Luther's nearly 2,000 men, the total is approximately 430,000. That's 130,000 more than the Battle of Tax I remember. Guilliman looked at Ning Lu in surprise. Ning Lu can actually dispatch 200,000 Order Shadows to Tax. My legion is still too small. Omega's gaze met Alpharius's, who was watching from outside the platform. Lehman glanced at Ning Lu, then said, Next, we will divide the operational areas. The mountains in Sector A-1 are the aliens' second largest war fortress. It is my legion's primary objective. His tone was firm, leaving no room for discussion. If Ning Lu were not the overall commander, he would have unhesitatingly chosen Sector C-11, Tax's largest fortress. Under Ning Lu's coordination, the 4 Gene Seed Primarchs, in a harmonious atmosphere, successively selected their combat objectives and also designated targets for other detachments. The meeting concluded, and the 8 Gloriana-class battleships had reached their designated attack positions, encircling the artificial war satellite in high-level synchronous orbit. The 4 black battleships in the center, like shadows, obscured the entire side of the spherical sky. Countless weapons aimed at the planet's surface below, shimmering energy weapons, forest-like bombardment cannons, kinetic weapons poised to strike. The vertical beams of lance weapons descended like fingers, dazzling energy weapons illuminated the void, lava bombs rained down, hypersonic shells deafened. Within the first standard hour of the attack, orbital defense facilities were reduced to ashes in the flames. Drones swarmed up like locusts, then shattered in the storm. The artificial war satellite, within a day, became a world of light and sea. The 8 Gloriana-class battleships steadily retreated, but the devastating attack showed no signs of slowing down. Accompanied by a light like a stellar explosion, the entire Tax was illuminated as if it were daytime. Innumerable dead Randan aliens and slaves churned up monstrous waves in the vast ocean. One ship after another, surging from the vast ocean, tore open breaches. Hundreds of millions of dead stirred up a soul storm, attracting 4 pairs of eyes from beyond the veil, who cast their gaze upon Tax. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 571, Urian, the Air Force of Order Shadows leads all legions. The orbital bombardment lasted 5 days and then ended. It wasn't that the desired effect was achieved ahead of schedule, but rather that the strike against the alien strongholds among the mountains was ineffective. To establish a landing zone, various legions dispatched fighter squadrons. Urian Bendreg stood on the bridge of the night side, gazing through the observation window at the aircraft flying out from the various legion warships. Urian's expression was complex, and numerous thoughts tangled in his mind. His father had not punished him for the damage to the abomination paradigm, though he also hadn't earned his father's trust. As his thoughts drifted, the scene from the indomitable truth surfaced in his mind. Urian recalled the eyes that had scrutinized him, and that dizzying, cold gaze once again sent shivers down his spine. Father must have noticed something. Luther will be discovered sooner or later. Perhaps, from the moment I agreed with Lord Ning Lu to keep the secret, I embarked on a different path. As Urien pondered, his gaze was drawn to the black, cobalt blue, purple, many-colored fighters, like flocks of migrating birds, traversing the void. He took in the magnificent sight of tens of thousands of fighters in flight, and he snapped out of his awe. Order Shadows, Air Force leads all legions. Other legions still primarily used swordtail interceptors as their main fighters, while this type of aircraft had already been phased out by Order Shadows. Rosicki Czech led the tech sergeants in simplifying the swordtail interceptor's operating system, which consequently reduced its performance, but auxiliary army pilots could competently handle the flying duties. The new generation of Lightning fighters, due to their high cost, could not yet meet the demands of all legions from the Forge worlds. Even the Warhound companies didn't have a single one. Even the Ultramarines, with dozens of industrial worlds, had only completed half of their re-equipment. The disparity in numbers was even greater. Urian's helmet tactical interface displayed the scan results from the ship's auspex. The total number of fighters from other legions was 6,580. Order Shadows deployed a total of 7,690 Lightning fighters this time, in addition to 1,400 auxiliary army aircraft. 7,690 fighters were not even the entirety of Order Shadows' airstrike capabilities. The current situation was not entirely at Lord Ning Lu's behest. Through his time following Lord Ning Lu, Urien had gained some understanding of Order Shadows, allowing him to estimate the number of fighters for 11 battle groups at between 300 and 500. Only the 6th battle group, after Flamini became chapter master, vigorously developed its fighter squadrons, exceeding 5,000 aircraft. Urien was greatly shocked when he first learned this number, unable to imagine how Order Shadows had rapidly completed the large-scale deployment of new fighters within little more than a decade. It was only after learning about the powerful production capacity of Forge World WAS and an industrial world in the colonized New District, which supported the large-scale re-equipment, that he understood how this was achieved. Urien couldn't help but doubt his father's path. The Dark Angels never managed the territories they acquired. The Dark Angels destroyed evil alien worlds and brought their technology into the Relic Chamber. The Dark Angels reclaimed lost human colonies, and after recruiting all qualified candidates, offered them to the Emperor. Unlike the Ultramarines and Order Shadows, the Dark Angels did not manage the worlds they conquered, relying on supplies from Forge worlds for their equipment. Order Shadows, Iron Hands, Ultramarines, Iron Warriors, and Fire Lizards all possessed powerful forging capabilities. Mars prioritized supplies to Lord Ferris, and Lord Ning Lu had agreements with many Forge worlds, allowing him to deploy new equipment much faster than other legions. Although the Dark Angels Relic Chamber held a large number of forbidden weapons granted by the Emperor to the First Legion, the speed of deploying conventional equipment lagged far behind. As Urien pondered, the formation of aircraft dove towards Tax, meeting the swarm of drones rising from the ground. Inside a swordtail interceptor that had been in service for over 50 years, Ravenwing warrior Aroseli saw the black-colored aircraft dyeing the stratosphere the color of the Legion. He performed a wide-angle scan, watching the dense runes flickering on the panel, quickly exceeding 100. Aroseli pulled the control stick, and the autocannon roared to life. Clusters of flames erupted, and debris scattered. The flickering runes on the panel did not decrease, instead, they surged in an instant, filling the panel. Aroseli saw dense, dazzling beams of light rushing towards him, the danger stimulating an accelerated secretion of adrenaline in his body, and his hands rapidly pushed and pulled the control stick. The aircraft violently jolted, shaking in the airflow. It took dozens of attacks, the scars made the swordtail interceptor even more ferocious, and broken bones made it even more indestructible. Guns roared in fury, tearing dozens of drones to shreds. Aroseli's body trembled slightly, stimulated by adrenaline. His eyes darted past several fireballs, followed by more and more explosions. Thunderhawk heavy fighters and swordtail interceptors spun and plummeted rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. The shockwaves of explosions slammed against the aircraft, and a piercing alarm sounded, accompanied by the angry roar of the ancient machine spirit. A scorching stream of flame flashed past, and Araceli struggled to keep up with the lightning fighter's silhouette, thinking enviously. If I could also pilot a new generation fighter like a veteran, I would achieve even more. As Araceli pondered, the Grand Master's command sounded in his helmet. Drop hammer initiated. Ravens, cover. Araceli hammered the panel twice, and with a puff of smoke, the alarm vanished. The ancient machine spirit responded to his prayer, flying towards the flickering black runes. Hammer-shaped runes plummeted rapidly, and black-colored aircraft circled around, blocking the swarm of locust-like drones. Amidst a series of explosions, Araceli couldn't distinguish the ownership of the surrounding exploding debris. His vision was filled. He glanced at the markings of his squad's battle brothers. Only 2 veteran lightning fighters remained. Araceli immediately pulled the control stick. His aircraft violently swerved in the air, its wing striking a drone. The drone spun and crashed into another drone. He was about to rapidly close in on his teammates to form a combat formation. Suddenly, the flaming wreckage of a drone slammed into his swordtail interceptor. Cold wind poured into the cockpit, and piercing red lights flashed wildly. Araceli felt his hands abnormally heavy. He reluctantly abandoned his original plan. Maintaining flight to act as a shield was already his current limit. The roaring wind battered his body. He sadly watched dozens of drones swarm and destroy a lightning fighter, feeling a sense of relief that he hadn't implemented his plan. Araceli pierced through layers of exploding smoke. His altimeter was already damaged, and he didn't know how much longer this death journey would last. Ammunition depleted, steering system failed. Raven, drop hammer. The voice from the helmet communicator roused Araceli's numb nerves. He saw a Stormbird and an ancient, crude Sky-Lance gunship sweeping past him. Araceli breathed a sigh of relief, discovering, amidst the miraculously operating markers, that only 292 members of his company remained, 205 of which were lightning fighters. Boom, boom, boom. Ground anti-aircraft fire roared furiously, its screeching drowning out the engine's roar. A Stormbird disintegrated with a crash, and the Dark Angel's black power armor melted in the energy flux. Black-colored Stormbirds exploded like firecrackers, and a sturdy Sky-Lance gunship slammed heavily onto the ground, crushing a dozen aliens into pulp. At the same moment the Dark Angels landed on tacks. Flamini effortlessly pushed the control stick. His fighter instantly weaved through the drone swarm, the formation rotating in perfect order. Flamini leisurely checked his tactical interface. His battle group had lost 407 fighters but had routed hundreds of thousands of drones. He thought spiritedly, my battle group has formed a formidable air force. A long-barreled autocannon beneath the fuselage and a laser cannon on each wingtip simultaneously roared to life. The autocannons thundered, and dense laser beams rained down on the drones. Clear. Storm. Primarch's personal pilot, Nelson, temporarily piloted a Wasp-pattern lightning fighter, joining the bombing mission. Flying through sporadic friendly wreckage, his aircraft accelerated into a dive. The underslung missile bays were incredibly heavy, pulling the wings downwards. The tail fin consequently tilted high upwards, made of a rough and practical piece of black metal. Lucky One saw the alien facilities locking on one by one on his panel, feeling it was his lucky day, and he floored the throttle, instantly surpassing the leading aircraft. 4 air-to-ground Hellstrike missiles, mounted under the wings, whistled out, striking the ground like arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Flames shot skyward, and metal debris tore through the bodies of nearby aliens. After jettisoning the missiles, the lightning fighter immediately lightened, soaring rapidly into the air. Black fighters ascended into the void, surrounded by various smoke-billowing aircraft. Chapter 572, Ultramarines losing the Sicaron and Order Shadows possessing the Sicaron. Wangquan Shadow, Primarch Office. Ning Lu looked at Bukayo Arshaven in front of him and asked, "My Dark Lord, how many Sicaron battle tanks have you brought?" After Piraeus, Ning Lu used materials like the triangular nightstone to formulate the Soul Assurer potion. As Bukayo advanced to Sequence 6 Transcendent, he would replace Guilliman, and after the partial integration of Ferris and Mars with the Sicaron battle tank STC was completed, he would hand it over to the Dark Lord. The third battle group specializes in assault and is fully armored. Mordian's production capacity focuses on armored vehicle manufacturing and can complete the experimental production of the Sicaron battle tank. My lord, as of now, there are 104 vehicles. There are 52 currently being assembled on the foundry deck. Ning Lu nodded slightly, his finger lightly tapping the C11 area of the holographic star map. The 6th battle group has established a landing zone. Lead your battle group to conquer the Xenos front. Your will be done. Bukayo accepted the order, and at the same moment he gave the landing command. Cobalt Blue Predator tanks and Mikado heavy tanks drove off the deck, one after another. Xenos creatures, clad in black leather and as corpulent as humanoid domestic pigs, extended weapons from fortifications built into the mountainside. The strange weapons on their heads were tightly fitted to their long, backward-sloping pig ears. 3 shining coils spun at high speed, emitting dazzling light. Amidst the buzzing sound, arcs of electricity shot out, striking the cobalt blue vehicle bodies. Amidst crackling explosions, the electric glow tore through the Predator tank bodies, and the Mikado heavy tank bodies rapidly turned charred black. As the electric glow extinguished, the Xenos raised their energy weapons, and dazzling light shot towards the charred tank group. The heavy logging guns on the side of the Mikado heavy tanks emitted a harsh sawing sound, sweeping across the mountain. Dense barrages of bullets rained down on the gray fortifications. Occasionally, sporadic bullets struck the weapons on the Xenos' heads, producing crisp explosions. As the cannons of the Mikado heavy tanks rotated, aiming at the Xenos on the mountain, dozens of laser cannons hissed, spewing dazzling beams of light. The scorching beams collided with the leaping electric arcs. The dazzling light illuminated the mountainside as if it were daytime. Boom boom boom. As the electric arcs leapt again, Mikado heavy tanks, along with the ultramarines inside, were torn to shreds in the electric net woven by psionic lightning. Marius Gage gazed into the distance. The first armored charge launched by the ultramarines, consisting of 40 Predator and 100 Mikado heavy tanks, was routed by the Xenos. He said to his adjutant beside him, "The Xenos' attack frequency is faster than the Mikado heavy tanks. More tanks are needed for saturation fire strikes. Dispatch 10 squads of Rhino transports to clear the mountain." The Ultramarines, 2nd Battle Group, like tightly meshing gears, quickly completed its deployment according to Gage's orders. The Predator and Mikado heavy tanks stopped outside the Xenos' attack range, their roaring firepower suppressing the Xenos, who dared not show their heads. The cobalt blue Rhino transports rapidly approached the repeatedly churned mountainside. At a distance of 100 meters, all the Ultramarines surged out almost simultaneously. As the torrential artillery fire ceased, the Xenos also launched their attack. Bolter shells roared, and electric arcs leapt. Amidst the sound of electric arcs, more than a dozen cobalt blue figures were torn to shreds, leaving only ominous dark shadows. Bang bang bang. The rapidly firing bolter shells were torn apart by the hissing psionic electric field as they approached the Xenos. Dazzling yellow beams of light pierced through the Mark III power armor, tearing flesh into fragments. An ultramarine rolled to avoid the sweeping light, raised his chainsword, and slashed at a Xenos inside the fortification. The motor engine suddenly roared, and the Saatith spun rapidly. The ultramarine's sword, which had been on a cleaving trajectory, suddenly changed, spinning and churning in midair. He quickly gripped it with both hands, struggling to control the chainsword. Just as the chainsword, under his superhuman strength, stopped its spinning cycle, a broken blade drawn from behind by the Xenos stabbed him in the thigh. Gage stared at the battlefield on the mountain. His warriors were affected by the electromagnetic field, and their weapons constantly lost control. After updating the intelligence, he quickly thought of a new method. The disintegration field should not be affected by the electromagnetic field. Organize a new charge, dispatch the battle group champion swordsmen, and use power swords. When the Ultramarines, 2nd Battle Group launched its 3rd charge, a Stormbird formation, escorted by Lightning-type fighter jets, landed calmly in the landing zone. One black Sicaran battle tank after another drove off the deck. In the leading black tank, Bukayo saw that the special auspex chosen by Lord Ning Lu for the Sicaran battle tank, the energy scanner, suddenly lit up with dazzling runes. The energy scanner can detect energy emissions and indicate the location of vehicles, machines, functional equipment, and weapons, and this instrument does not detect energy emitted by normal life functions. Most uniquely, this instrument can detect psionic energy. 2 o'clock direction, 61.5 meters. After firing, maneuver to evade, do not stop. 11 o'clock direction. The neutron laser projectors, much shorter than the 2 cannons on the black battle tank's outer shell, lit up with dazzling light. Scorching neutron beams shot like spears towards the mountainside. SS's. The beams, which could easily cut through armored vehicle bodies, sliced through the mountainside like blades. Amidst explosions, the neutron energy beams penetrated the psionic electromagnetic field and slammed into the pig-shaped bodies. The Xenos, realizing they had been discovered, immediately launched an attack down the mountain. Arcs of electricity leapt up and shot down the mountain. The electric glow crackled, scorching the ground black. Amidst the rumbling, the Nightmare driver of Bukayo's guard rapidly spun the steering wheel. The high-speed performance of the Sicaran tank allowed him to narrowly evade most attacks. 3 electric arcs grazed the vehicle body, leaving sword blade-wide marks, and the vehicle body was charred black. Bukayo reviewed the tactical data, and being intimately familiar with the performance of all types of tanks, he thought to himself. The Sicaran battle tank comprehensively utilizes component technology from various types of tanks such as the Rhino and Land Raider. Its defense is 15% weaker than the Mikado heavy tank, but its agility reaches 95% of the Land Raider. It combines firepower, defense, and maneuverability. An excellent battle tank. After making this assessment, Bukayo rapidly calculated the Xenos, fortification positions and defensive data, neutron beam loss rate, maneuver space, and other data, then issued commands in Vostonian over the communication channel. Maintain a distance of 100 meters, high-speed combat evasion. Closing the communication channel, the vehicle suddenly shook. Crackling electric flashes, scattered residual waves entered the vehicle body. Bukayo looked at the video screen and saw that there was a Xenos fortress at the foot of the mountain, built between the mountains. 2 of their neutron beams shot at the protruding gray metal fortifications. They acted like 2 shields, blocking the narrow space in the middle of the fortification, which only allowed 1 Xenos to attack. The Soul Assurer lay back in his seat, closing his eyes. 14 tanks spun rapidly in front of and between the mountains. Neutron beams swept across the mountains, rapidly slicing through the sturdy defensive fortifications built by the Xenos. The Soul Assurer's psychic energy spread. As a nightmare, his forced dream induction could not reach enemies. But now his ability range had reached 150 meters, allowing him to reach the fortification of the shield guard at the foot of the mountain. On the Xenos' heads, electric arcs had just leapt up. Suddenly, the 3 spinning electric needles subtly slowed down a bit. The spinning speed became slower and slower, the pig-shaped Xenos released the weapons in their hands, and their heads drooped limply. Several Sicaran tanks were immediately able to approach the foot of the mountain, progressively dismantling the enemy fortifications from bottom to top. The Soul Assurer continuously pulled enemies into dreams, causing one firing defensive fortification after another to fall silent. Huge, cave-like holes rapidly grew in the mountains. Bukayo climbed to the mountaintop, looking down at the 2 burning black tank wrecks at his feet. If not for the Sicaran battle tank, encountering these newly appeared Xenos would have resulted in at least 10 times more losses for my battle group. It can perfectly serve as a main battle tank and be widely equipped. My lord and Lord Ferris developed it together, only our 2 legions possess the standard construction template. As he pondered, he cast his gaze towards the continuous mountain range, where mist was rising. Chapter 573, Seeking Monthly Votes with 3 Updates. Dark Angels, Caliban, everything is going according to plan. Aboard the Indomitable Truth, Lionel Johnson entered his personal armory. 4 Legion serfs awaited him in the room, which was constructed from Caliban-style flagstones. They were all dressed in deep green cloaks, thick gloves, and heavy boots. The armory walls were covered with a variety of weapons. Some were custom-made for a Primarch, while others were spoils of war taken after conquering civilizations. The only display of ostentation Lionel Johnson allowed himself was his collection of weapons. He considered it a unique pursuit, much like Ning Lu's collection of special items, Fulgrim's love for art, or Magnus's yearning for knowledge. During his time on the Indomitable Truth, Lionel Johnson spent more time in this cabin, contemplating methods of killing enemies with weapons, than issuing commands from his throne. He paced along the walls, caressing his beloved possessions one by one, his metal-gloved fingers tracing over blades and tips, admiring their exquisite craftsmanship. Roman gladiator punching gauntlets, German primitive tribal machetes. Finally, Lionel Johnson walked with a complex expression towards the center of the display. There lay the beginning of his collection, a Caliban-style short sword. Lionel Johnson ran his hand over the short sword, recalling the scene when Luther gifted him his first sword upon him becoming a Knight of the Order. Although simple in design, this short sword had always proudly occupied the central position in his private armory. Lionel Johnson heard heavy footsteps and abruptly withdrew his hand. He walked towards the door, gazing at Corswain. "Father, it has been confirmed that a Legion force is active on the surface. As you suspected, it is Luther and his followers." Lionel Johnson was silent for a few seconds, then strode forward. "Announce my descent to the surface on the Legion's communication channel. Prepare a stormbird. By the observation window of the Night Spear, Urian Bendrag looked at the rapidly passing black earthen stormbird, pacing back and forth in front of the window. A moment later, he sighed heavily and opened his communicator. "Lord Ning Lu, my father is heading to the surface. I believe he has already discovered Lord Luther. To conceal his secret keeping for Lord Ning Lu, he had to report to Lord Ning Lu. On the surface of Tax, Luther led the nascent the Order, avoiding the A-1 fortress area and engaging in battle in a region of mist and trees. Kicking away the corpse of an alien, he connected his communicator, listening to Lord Ning Lu's message. After pondering for 10 seconds, he replied, 'My lord, Lionel Johnson has confirmed my existence. I cannot hide for much longer. I will face him.' Luther charged at an alien, swinging his sword forcefully and smashing the alien's head. Tens of meters behind Luther, Seraphax heard Luther's words and exchanged glances with Bella beside him. They read both worry and relief in each other's eyes. The alien's roar sounded, Bella parried the alien's claws with her sword, and at the same moment, Seraphax charged from the side, decapitating the alien with a single strike. The roar of engines broke the din of the battlefield. The new members of the Order gazed with complex expressions at the approaching Stormbird, seeing the leader who had abandoned them on Caliban and excluded them from the Great Crusade. Lionel Johnson's face was stern, with Corswain and Nemile following on either side behind him. Nemile looked at Zahariel, and the cousins exchanged glances. Zahariel had once kept Nemile's secret, persuading him to abandon the assassination of the Emperor with the other knights. That was a secret between them as brothers. Lionel Johnson's gaze swept over Zahariel. He had once been a brother he valued. They had both slain the lion beasts of Caliban, and Lionel Johnson had once believed their bond to be unbreakable, yet now Zahariel stood beside Luther. Lionel Johnson scrutinized the figure before him, as tall and robust as any other Dark Angel. "Luther, my order to you was to garrison Caliban and train new recruits." As a qualified lawyer, Luther had already prepared his defense. "Aliens invaded Caliban. After repelling the attack, I pursued them, seeing world after world fall into alien hands, countless people enslaved. The aliens, like the beasts of Caliban, brought suffering to countless people. Lionel Johnson, do you remember when we Lionel Johnson heard, "We," and angrily snapped, "Silence." His eyes were filled with fury. "My order was to garrison Caliban. Now, return immediately." "No." Luther met Lionel Johnson's gaze without fear. Corswain's hand gripped his sword hilt. Serafax and Bella exchanged glances, also tightening their grip on their sword blades. The barbarian felt a mountain of pressure. He immediately entered the first level of Thelema mindset, and his gaze clashed with Lionel Johnson's. Luther. Lionel Johnson's roar, like a lion's, was deafening. He clenched his fist, about to strike Luther, who had betrayed him at Sorosh and now defied him once more. Lionel Johnson's clenched fist suddenly relaxed, and he looked up at the sky. The aircraft nearing the surface was not, as he had expected, a Stormbird of the 8th Battle Group, but rather a dark, Order Shadows Stormbird. A black armored, golden-winged figure flew out of it. Lionel Johnson's expression was grim as he gazed at Ning Lu, who had landed before him. "Ning Lu, I am handling Legion affairs. If there is something, please wait." Ning Lu's gaze swept over Luther and Zahariel, keenly noticing the unease and fear they desperately tried to hide beneath their calm exteriors. The current Lionel Johnson is truly not good at managing his relationship with his cubs. If he knew the future, why would he be like this now? He knew he had to speak for Luther and could not let Lionel Johnson send them back like this. "Lionel Johnson." Ning Lu spoke, stopping Lionel Johnson as he turned his head. "I have no intention of interfering with your Legion's affairs, but the aliens are a great threat facing the Imperium. Luther and the Knights of Caliban are also Astartes of the Imperium, Death Angels of the Emperor. They have made enormous sacrifices to fight the aliens. Today's decisive battle is the path paved by their blood." Luther's followers, their anxious hearts, were soothed by Lord Ning Lu's words. The affirmation of glory made them even more convinced that they had not taken the wrong path. "Therefore, Lionel Johnson, I ask you to allow them to remain on the battlefield. After the battle, I will no longer obstruct any of your decisions." Ning Lu's solemn request made Lionel Johnson fall into thought. Lionel Johnson looked at the dark angels behind Luther, their black earthen armor covered in blood. He keenly noticed that their pockmarked battle armor was covered in scars left by aliens. "Good." Lionel Johnson left with a cold remark and turned to depart. "Lord Ning Lu, thank you for speaking for me." Lionel Johnson heard the voice behind him and quickened his pace. Zahariel and Nemail exchanged glances, then walked in different directions. Zahariel caught up with Luther, and Nemail followed Lionel Johnson. The black earthen Stormbird slowly ascended. Lionel Johnson watched Luther let out a roar, and the startled pilot caused the Stormbird to tremble slightly. He watched Luther and Zahariel charge side by side towards the aliens. Beyond the veil, in Empyrean. On the vast rainbow plateau, roads made of various colored crystals constantly shifted and changed, crisscrossing. The crystal labyrinth continuously moved and rearranged. At the center of the crystal labyrinth stood the majestic impossible fortress, with twisted crystal spires and towers of blue and pink flames churning and erupting from the fortress's core. They existed for only a heartbeat, then flickered and vanished, replaced by new, even more maddening structures. Doors, windows, and inviting doorways opened like hungry mouths, only to close moments later, forbidding entry to anyone. In the hidden library, the entity watching the tense scenes between father and son, Primarch and progeny, loyalty and betrayal, uttered a profound whisper. Luther, fate changed. Its skin was covered with constantly shifting faces, and as it spoke, these faces would repeat its words in subtle tones, their mocking inflections causing one to doubt the true meaning of the original words. Change, interesting. From its myriad faces, tens of thousands of eyes shimmered with chaotic and differing lights, all simultaneously directed at one person. Dark angels. Caliban. Serafax. Everything is going according to plan. Its gaze shifted from Tax. Its interest never lingered long on any one person, unless that person was the perfect being in its heart. The Red Cyclops. Chapter 574, Herzog, I am Omega. Matthias Herzog, clad in purple power armor with silver trim and a green emblem on his shoulder pad, led 9 subordinates into the camp of the Kino 52nd Thousand Company. Herzog watched the Kaino soldiers, neatly dressed and well-equipped, bowing to him and his group. In his mind, he recalled information about the Kaino 52nd Thousand Company. They were the Imperial Army's oldest elite force, composed of 1,000 companies. Their history even traced back to the Unification Wars, originating from the old warlord factions of the Age of Strife, preserved by the Emperor's grace, and were one of the ancient 100 companies. As Herzog pondered, he arrived at the temporary command tent. He gestured for the others to stand guard and entered alone, head bowed. The moment he saw the commander, he recognized him. Brigadier General Witt. As the Great Crusade expanded, many new institutions were born in the Imperium, and the Departamento Munitorum was one of them. This nascent institution began to exert influence within the auxiliary army. Clarifying military ranks was one of its initiatives. Most of the auxiliary army, based on command and obedience, accepted their ranks. Respected Alpha, may I have the honor of knowing your name? Of course, Herzog nodded. Omega. I am honored to speak with a Gene Seed Primarch, Brigadier General Witt said, surprised. Greetings, my lord. After Brigadier General Witt and the other officers saluted, he asked. My lord, my 1,000 company is ordered to cooperate with your legion. Do you have any commands? My legion has already infiltrated Sector I-20 and completed reconnaissance. There is an alien armed force in that area. Depart immediately and attack the alien fortress. As you wish, Lord Omega. Brigadier General Witt bowed and issued the order. The Kaino 52nd Thousand Company demonstrated its rapid response. 20 minutes later, the Dancer Company was the first to depart. Herzog watched this company, established 630 years ago. Their proud march looked quite imposing. Every soldier was the result of meticulous genetic engineering. The Kaino's tight-fitting military uniform had chainmail on the outside and leather armor on the inside. Their waist-length yellow cloaks, made of silk from Terra, were covered with ornate company emblems and squad insignias. They were equipped with lightweight backpacks, long bayonets, ammunition belts, and clanking water bottles and liquid nitrogen canisters, each filled with double rations. Major Pius popped his head out of his armored command vehicle, feeling immensely honored to fight alongside Lord Omega. He looked at the misty mountains, realizing his visible range was only 130 meters, and his maximum vision was only 200 meters. Pius retracted into the vehicle and checked the tactical interface, noting a small but noticeable increase in readings. He looked ahead, where the mountain pass gradually widened, with cliffs forming 4 channels. Pius popped out of his command vehicle. Lord Omega, what are your orders? It's your company, you should know what to make them do. Tactical reconnaissance, isn't it? Yes, Pius quickly replied, my lord. He immediately returned to the vehicle, created markers on the tactical interface, selected 4 squads skilled in reconnaissance, and assigned them their tasks. The 25th Squad entered Combat Zone 4. Soldiers wearing bright yellow spiked helmets cautiously held their laser carbines, looking around. The captain, adorned with fur and beads, suddenly heard a scream from his right rear. Take cover. As he gave the order, he rolled behind a rock. After scanning the surrounding mist and finding no enemy, he turned to the screaming soldier. Somerville, report. I've been poisoned. Somerville replied in terror. The soldiers all looked, only to see one blister after another bursting on Somerville's body. Another scream rang out, and another soldier dropped his weapon. He pulled out his bayonet and pricked the blisters on his body. He suppressed his fear and picked up his weapon. I'm fine. His voice abruptly cut off, and as a tumor on his forehead burst, his corpse crashed to the ground. The captain, who had served for 70 years, had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. Can air transmit a virus? He guessed, unable to confirm what exactly had happened, but it was definitely because of the aliens. As he pondered, he suddenly saw a silver-white figure emerge from the mist. Fire. 7 laser beams accurately hit the silver-white silhouette. The heavy weapons specialist also raised his man-portable rocket launcher, and a missile-trailing light shot towards the exposed spherical head. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Bang. The alien continued to advance. Its curved arm rose, and a strong gust of wind surged through the canyon. A soldier, out of control, spun and flew towards the Brain Eater. The Brain Eater's curved arm reached for the soldier, dug out a mass of food, and stuffed it into its viscous mouth. Retreat. The captain scrambled up from the ground, his beads scattered everywhere. The black slit on his bulging orange-red hemispherical goggles had widened to the size of a fist. He tore off his goggles, raised his laser carbine, and frantically pulled the trigger, masking the fear in his heart. The squad began a desperate flight, one soldier after another letting out a piercing scream. Pius listened to the desperate cries from afar. He didn't pop out of his command vehicle again, he simply opened his comms. "Lord Omega, what's ahead?" "Aliens." The brief answer didn't provide Pius with useful intelligence. Just as he was about to ask again, "Major, establish defenses." Pius put down his comms and immediately ordered the Dancer Company to reinforce their defenses. Soldiers carrying demolition charges immediately found cover at the canyon entrance. The muzzles of the support mortars were aimed at the 4 entrances. "Major, only 7 men returned." Hearing his adjutant's words, Pius shouted, "Report. I want a report." "Yes, sir." The adjutant replied a moment later, "They're like madmen, I can't get an accurate report. They mentioned brain eating and extreme poison. Fire. Fire at will. Whatever those damn aliens are, blast them to smithereens." Pius roared, suppressing the thoughts that involuntarily surged in his mind. "They are Lord Omega's bait. If even the Emperor's angels of death used them as bait, then the enemy must be powerful and evil." His company was in dire straits. Pius saw the rapidly rising red data on the tactical interface, opened his comms, and called for reinforcements from other companies. Whistling rockets slammed into the aliens. Kaino soldiers carrying demolition charges shouted, "For Kaino! For Terra! For the Emperor!" Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed through the mountains, and sand and rocks rained down. 4 tall, white figures emerged from the rocks. Crystal longswords swung, and Kaino demolitions experts were cut into a mist of blood. Curved arms pulled out another soldier's brain and stuffed it into a red-lined mouth. Kaino soldiers constantly died agonizingly from neurotoxins, but the soldiers did not panic. They raised their laser carbines and fired a dense barrage. The screech of bolt guns drowned out other sounds, and the Kaino soldiers let out excited roars. Fighting alongside the Emperor's angels of death, they would surely kill the evil aliens. The first soldier to empty his energy cell skillfully reloaded his magazine and scanned the battlefield. His eyes were filled with terror, not a single silver-white alien had fallen. The bolt gun rounds fired by the angels of death also exploded as if hitting an invisible wall before reaching their targets. More and more Dancer Company soldiers discovered this fact. The aliens passed between the terrifying silver-white figures and charged towards their lines. At the same time, one soldier after another fell. Despair spread among the soldiers. They numbly fired and reloaded their magazines. Beyond the veil, in the rotting garden, he watched with glee the beautiful scene of neurotoxins spreading. Rashes, ulcers, pus, rot, coughing, dizziness, mad cow disease, explosive diarrhea. He burst into laughter. The little ones bouncing around, playing and giggling incessantly, were tossed by the laughter and tumbled through the garden. He shifted his gaze from one spot to another. 5 brain eaters would bring him greater pleasure. Oliver, the company commander of the Order Shadow's 4th Battle Group 1st Company, led the Order Shadows, whose shoulders were painted with green skulls, through the misty valley. In his psychic vision, 5 clusters of deathly gray and terrifying crimson suddenly leapt. Alert! Oliver stopped and looked ahead. 5 silver-bodied figures had just emerged from the mist, and he immediately recognized them as brain eaters. Worm Talisman. He and 4 other the gravediggers immediately pulled out black talismans. As psychic energy was injected, the worm patterns on them emitted an evil will, making them feel uncomfortable. The 5 men forcefully threw the talismans in their hands, simultaneously shouting in Dun language, "Worm." The spinning black metal shot rapidly towards the brain eaters, who uneasily raised their arms. Flames erupted, and lightning surged. The next moment, they all let out pained screams, their bodies weak and powerless, crashing to the ground. Beyond the veil, the laughter in the garden abruptly ceased. Boring. He stepped to a large cauldron emitting a rich broth, picked up a ladle, and stirred. Pius woke up after a standard month. The toxin had permanently taken his arm. Doctors told him his arm had festered and was full of maggots, necessitating amputation. Even more sorrowful was that only 7 men remained in his company. Another 41,000 Kaino soldiers were also buried in that valley. Finally, Lord Omega found a way to kill the aliens, piercing them with a power spear. Pius pulled out his flask from his tent and staggered out of the camp. He sat on the hillside, looking out at the valley of death. As he took his third drink, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Pius. Pius stood up, looking at the giant in surprise. Lord Omega, would you like to serve as my agent? Herzog looked at the bearded, decadent Pius. Serve the Emperor in a new identity. Time passed second by second. Pius gripped his flask, thinking of the medical officer who had comforted him that 4 alphas had died. I am willing to serve you, my lord. Pius was tattooed with the 3-headed serpent symbol of the Hydra and received his codename, Lena 222. Chapter 575, New Guardianal Tripodal Walker Mech, performance rivaling a Warhound-class Titan. In the 4th stellar month of 869, the legions had established a foothold in the mountains and began a brutal siege. The War Griffin Titan Legion enthusiastically responded to the call of their ally, Lord Ning Lu, and committed to the operation. In Sector S4, a Warlord-class Titan and 2 Marauder-class Titans advanced on a widened road. Glasner, the princeps of the Warlord-class Titan, the Silver King, felt the machine spirit's yearning for honor. Although the War Griffin had already lost 14 Warlord-class and 35 Marauder-class Titans, he felt no fear. He yearned for revenge against the Xenos in a duel and even more for honor. Inside the cockpit, Glasner felt the machine spirit's yearning through the neural impulse unit link. Silver King, you and I shall go forth together. This may be our last battle, and we shall water every piece of sacred iron with the blood of the Xenos. Princeps, sensors have detected a target, the voice of the chief operations officer sounded, immediately drawing Glasner's attention to the outside. Calculate trajectory. Calculation complete. Fire. At his command, the cannon barrels on the Silver King's arms rapidly glowed brighter. A scorching red light shot out, slamming into a pig-like Xeno overlord. Its personal energy shield was instantly shattered, and the Xeno evaporated in a flash. Arcs of electricity leapt from the heads of countless pig-like creatures, firing at the Titan. The void shield was bombarded by a series of explosions, like the core of a power plant being destroyed. Suppressive fire. Following Glasner's command, Apocalypse missiles shrieked from the shoulder of the Marauder-class Titan on the left. A single volley was equivalent to the firepower of 1 battery of a standard Imperial artillery company, striking the Xenos' positions. Boom, boom, boom. A sky-high sea of fire tore apart hundreds of pig-like Xenos, their foul blood splattering everywhere. The Titans strode forward through the flames, the roar of the Golden Griffin tearing through the pervasive mist, and vortices swallowed enemies in swaths. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm echoed in the cockpit, and the Silver King's body swayed. Plasma reactor damaged, power reduced to 83.5%. Glasner heard the chief operator's report and said angrily, "Cunning Xenos, he knows our weakness. I will deal with it personally." Glasner felt the machine spirit's rage. "Princeps, we have lost our sensor system." The experienced Princeps quickly thought of a solution. Consolidate the vision of the targeting servitors. Executing command, consolidating targeting servitor vision. Consolidated. A stream of information flowed into Glasner's mind through the neural impulse unit, forming an image on his retina. Glasner rotated his left arm, and the Silver King's arm moved with it. A dazzling beam of light shot out, slamming into a bone eater. 3 arms of the bone eater erupted with blinding beams of light, hissing and firing back. Blinding light reverberated between the 2 behemoths. The Silver King's body vibrated, as if it were about to topple over at any moment. But it did not fall, it marched with determined steps towards the Xeno. Enduring the beam attack, the Silver King's power claw glowed with a dazzling blue light. Die! The Silver King's sharp claw shrieked as it tore through the personal energy shield, then struck the Xeno's flowerbed-like head. The Silver King, emitting black smoke, swayed, and the chief operator nervously activated the gyroscope stabilizer. The charred behemoth stabilized after a jolt. Princeps, we have won. The chief operator looked back as he spoke, seeing Princeps Glasner's pale face and blood at the corner of his mouth. With the Titan damaged and the neural impulse link affected, Princeps Glasner had also sustained serious injuries. The Silver King shall ultimately triumph, and glory belongs to the Griffin. At the same moment Glasner declared victory, a series of tripodal walker mechs from the 2nd Battle Group advanced in Combat Zone C11. Wilshire watched the new tripodal walker mechs. They were already significantly different from the Guardianal version. During the operations in the Vice Sector, all captured Guardianal walker mechs were thrown into battle. The lives of the pilots in the coffins shone their last brilliance, killing 46 Bone Eaters and many other Xenos. The tech sergeants collected combat data. Despite the tight schedule, the Forge Lord still completed the main task assigned to him by the Black Emperor, improving the cockpit. The cramped, dark cockpit was widened, allowing the pilot to be inside as a human. With the expansion of the cockpit, the current tripodal walker mechs are now the size of Warhound-class Titans. The energy system was forced to consume more energy for life support and other aspects, leading to a slight decrease in firepower compared to Titans of the same class. However, the pilots' lives were also effectively extended, no longer being short-lived genetic casts. A major advantage over Titan pilots is that, thanks to the Guardianal's genetic caste technology, the first-generation pilot clans, freed from their enslaved fate, can quickly acquire piloting skills from their genes. Training time was greatly reduced, much shorter than the average training time for Titan crew members. The Guardianal production lines were fully utilized after modification, with 11 worlds operating at full capacity, providing strong support, enabling the manufacture of 61 walker mechs in 5 years. Wilshire watched as 20 walker mechs traversed the mountains. Their three-legged structure made them more agile and stable than Warhound-class Titans. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted in his vision. A tripodal walker mech was pierced by 3 beams of light. These experimental mechs had no time for entirely new improvements. There was no attempt to use the plasma shields of Night Mechs or the Space Dwarves' shield-weaving technology, let alone attempts at void shield miniaturization. They had no defensive systems, only the Guardianal's mature energy weapons system they carried. As the tripodal walker mechs twisted their bodies, energy beams flowed rapidly. Streaks of dazzling energy beams rose, raining down on the Bone Eaters. Bang! 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 Amidst a series of explosions, the expanding energy blast shockwaves tore apart the Xenos around the Bone Eaters, evaporating rocks into ash. As another tripodal walker mech turned to charred ash, the tripodal walker mechs launched their second strike. The shooting energy beams shrieked as they slammed into the Bone Eater's head and upper torso. 18 light holes appeared on its body, which was like an ancient towering tree. Light rapidly spread across the Bone Eater, and its green body melted away. Wilshire watched the metal arm crash heavily to the ground, thinking to himself. The new tripodal walker mech experiment was successful. Other legions do not have the capability to mass-produce similar weapons to counter the Bone Eaters. The Mechanicus's Warlord-class Titans are not achieving an average 1-for-1 ratio against the Bone Eaters, and over 30 Titan legions have already been destroyed. Chapter 576, Slaanesh, a perfect performance, it pleases me. On the Wangquan Shadow, Ning Lu returned to his bedroom after leaving Jushin's spear in the Primarch office. The Baron of Corruption drew Val's sword, and his spirituality enveloped the blade. Val's sword is a sword, and a ceremonial longsword is also a sword, therefore Val's sword is a ceremonial longsword. After the change the concept, the ceremonial longsword was swung. Ning Lu tapped the 11 main sigils of different shapes and 33 auxiliary sigils one by one, and as all the sigils lit up, the Euclidean sigil shone, and the vast ocean receded like a tide. 2 pairs of eyes beyond the curtain then shifted their gaze to the surface. With a thought, Ning Lu arrived at the 7th spatial layer of the Nation of Disorder. The blood-colored chain on his right pinky finger flickered with light, and as his spirituality rapidly recovered, he gazed at the golden light faintly emanating from within the silver body. Unlike the sloth who had already accepted reality, Silent Tears Caligula was still struggling. The Baron of Corruption saw that as soon as the golden light emerged from its body, the ropes, formed by condensed lines of rules, came alive. Triangle after triangle contracted inward, pressing the golden aura back into the silver metal body. "We are gods. You cannot bind us." At the same time, voices from different fragments echoed within Silent Tears' body. Ning Lu ignored the roar of Silent Tears. The Baron of Corruption's spirituality spread, merging into the visibly weakened ropes to repair them. With a thought, the 33 triangular talismans at his waist floated out, hovering around Silent Tears. The Baron of Corruption's spirituality spread again, and following his will, amidst the surging black mist, lines of rules connected with each triangular talisman. Green light surged forth, and the black triangular talismans twisted and changed. As the light dissipated, the talismans completely changed their appearance, becoming green teardrop shapes. The Gene Seed Primarch moved his mind, and a talisman flew before him. Silent Tears is much stronger than Sloth, and has a greater impact on the talismans. Most sloth do not cause the overall shape and color of the talismans to change. Only the Primarch level 1 captured by Ball Saver causes the talismans to turn into maggot shapes. Silent Tears causes the talismans to completely transform into teardrop shapes, and their color also changes to the green associated with it. Talisman after talisman fell to Ning Lu's waist, spaced about a finger's width apart. He scanned all the talismans. Like the 52 talismans made before, they all represent the power of Caligula's Tears of Silence. The Supreme Star God are manifestations of physical rules. Their power is not limited to just one aspect. Each Supreme Star God possesses abilities such as seismic waves, hyperspace storms, and antimatter meteors. Ning Lu's golden wings also possess abilities related to fire, accelerated energy flight, and enhanced defense. Currently, I cannot unearth other abilities. I can only utilize the pure power released by Silent Tears, the power of Tears of Silence. With a thought, Ning Lu went to the palace where materials were stored, and taking materials such as the chameleon leopard and the mist tree, he went before the space monkey. He brought the magician back to the real world and deactivated the Euclidean sigil. After arriving at the Primarch office, he delivered the potion to William Wood. William looked at the potion in his hand. Fireworks were constantly blooming within it. Orange, yellow, red, and green colors continuously spread out, dissipated, and reappeared. William tilted his head and drank the potion. The icy potion traveled down his throat, and countless bubbles burst within his body. As he was feeling the changes within his body, a vast stream of information suddenly surged into his mind, blooming like fireworks. The veins on William's forehead bulged, and his superhuman brain rapidly digested the incoming information. He felt an itch all over his body, especially his arms. He saw the skin on one of his arms wrinkle, as if he were a centenarian. The other arm became transparent and colorless, allowing him to directly see the blood vessels, muscles, and veins inside. A moment later, William reigned in the overflowing power of the potion, and his arms returned to normal. The newly promoted magician knelt on one knee, saying, "Thank you, Father, for your bestowal." The Gene Seed Primarch nodded slightly. With a thought, he sent a thought pulse to William. Remember, a magician does not perform without preparation. This was both an enlightenment for role-playing and digestion, and a key point to remember when using his abilities. At the same time, he also informed William of the method to pray to the Black Emperor. The Tax Decisive Battle was the largest-scale campaign waged by the Empire to date, and the waves of countless deaths might attract attention from beyond the curtain. Although the curtain could prevent the chaos gods from reaching into the real world, they would still gain power from the souls of the dead, and from the emotions and actions of different individuals on the battlefield. Perhaps they could exert some influence on reality. Although William was not a chapter master, he was exceptionally capable and loyal to him, and could not be taken by them. "My lord, I will remember your teachings." As William boarded the Stormbird and flew to the ground, pondering performance and preparation, beyond the curtain, the six-ringed palace, like paradise, stood. The six concentric circular areas had no defensive measures, but souls capable of resisting temptation with willpower and passing through the six rings were few and far between. Incredibly towering fortresses sat atop slender, twisted stone pillars, the entire tower resembling living vipers intertwined in a nest, forming an indescribable aggregation. Within the door, was opulence and pleasure beyond ordinary imagination. The inner chamber was surrounded by a massive circular hall, with mirrors on every surface, reflecting each other into infinity. At this moment, countless scenes flickered within the mirrors. Mortals shouted loudly, laser guns fired at extraordinarily extreme speeds until the energy cartridge overheated and exploded, tearing him and the wolf-like creature charging before him to shreds. The Brain Eater's tentacles pulled out a brain from a cobalt blue armor, and after stuffing it into a spherical fissure, red threads danced with joyful light. The Bone Eater's branches crushed the black pottery-colored armor, then spat it out. Bones shattered like fried ribs, emitting a delightful crisp sound. In the palace, a figure with long, slender limbs, elegant demeanor, and a captivating, gender-transcending body, scanned these scenes that brought him some pleasure, finally settling on two mirrors. Two figures within them wore purple armor. The white-haired, handsome figure held an ancient-style longsword. The longsword, forged by Tarawa tribe artisans in the Tricon furnace, had excellent balance and toughness. The steel wire-wrapped hilt of the sharp sword was exceptionally long, allowing Lucius to switch between one-handed and two-handed grips with greater ease. Wielding it freely, he gripped the front for a focused thrust, then slid to the back for sweeping, wide-arc slashes. Each strike was the ultimate pursuit of swordsmanship, and the dazzling light made him show appreciative eyes. The moment of enjoyment vanished in an instant, as a soaring fist smashed open a cluster of worms, also disrupting the perfectly balanced sword light. With a bang, the twisted magic mirror shrieked and disappeared, cast to some unknown realm. Another purple-armored figure used both fist and sword. The blade spun brilliantly, and the purple gauntlet was heavy and fierce. A Carduna's body spun, and necrotic rays and worm arms grazed past him. The blade spun rapidly, and clumps of worms scattered. The powerful fist tore through the necrotic cloak and heavily slammed into the worms. A Carduna's fist did not diminish the sharpness of the blade. In the twisted mirror, a sudden burst of fire, like brilliant fireworks, caught his eyes. On the surface of Tax, crimson flames surged one after another. William Wood's figure leapt out repeatedly. Beams of necrotic rays flew forth, and emerald green beams hissed as they devoured the flames and melted the rocks. The magician was not flustered, he snapped his fingers. Under the sloth's feet, pre-scattered promethium fuel was ignited by manipulate flames, which then detonated the buried force field grenades. With a bang, the Thalos destroyer was blasted into the air by the force field. A rune flashed, and 10 flying knives, crafted by Vulcan, shot out. The hissing force field roared, tearing open the necrotic cloak and shattering clumps of worms. Flesh, die. The sloth's vocalizer uttered a chilling, low gothic. The worm arms suddenly swelled, and necrotic fluid spread. However, in the next instant, the black armored figure vanished into thin air, and where the fluid energy burned and melted, a tattered, barely recognizable, paper dummy, rapidly dissolved. The magician frequently appeared from the fireworks on the prepared stage. Necrotic rays and worm arms, like puppets on strings, repeatedly failed. The Order shadows were dazzled, as if watching a stage play. The magician leapt out of a pillar of fire once more, and his spiritual intuition told him that the speed of the writhing maggots had slowed. The magician's spirituality spread outwards, then he snapped his fingers, and flames surged under the sloth's feet, and the booming force field sent him flying. The sloth spun, aiming its necrotic scepter at the swaying pillar of light, and an emerald green beam shot out, hitting the ground. There was no pillar of fire there, no paper figure, not even scattered promethium fuel. The weakened Thalos destroyer was misled by the magicians, create illusion. His arm rapidly contracted, and his other arm swelled, coiling around the black armor. The worm tentacles missed, brushing past the phantom. Boom! A pillar of fire erupted, blasting the sloth into the sky. The spinning sloth saw a fleeting black shadow. The worms in his chest burst open, suddenly wrapping around that thing. The sensation of touching something solid filled the sloth with joy. Clumps of maggots, wrapped around the dissolving thing, retracted into his body. In the next instant, an armor-piercing grenade exploded inside him. William, who leapt out of the flames, gazed at the worms scattered all over the ground. In the palace of pleasure, slender and beautiful hands clapped together. A perfect performance, it pleases me. Chapter 577. The Chaos Gods are such a hassle, they wasted 2 of my sigils of silence. William Wood looked around. In his psychic vision, the surrounding order shadows were filled with awe, erupting in enthusiastic cheers, celebrating his killing of the powerful alien. The magician enjoyed the successful performance. He felt something dissolving within him, accompanied by a lively and comfortable spiritual sensation. Suddenly, in his eyes, within his body, countless fireworks exploded. Flesh pink and deep purple filled his entire world. At the same time, a storm-like feeling of comfort in body, mind, and spirit erupted. William felt a supernatural pleasure surge through his body, and delightful, beautiful voices echoed in his mind. Pleasing performer, magnificent showman, enjoy my gift. William closed his psychic vision and instantly ascended to the Tellerma 3rd layer. The voices in his mind immediately became blurred. William, you are fortunate, the door to wonders. William felt that his will was unable to expel the invading evil presence. The brilliant colors before his eyes were shattered and messy, like an overturned oil painting. William's gaze was firm. He believed in the Black Emperor and would never succumb to the temptation of heresy. He opened his communication channel and spoke in his usual tone. I have received an urgent order. Flashes of flame soared as the magician rapidly departed in a pre-prepared pillar of fire. William felt fortunate that he had made preparations beforehand, leaving a path on the performance stage before launching his attack on Sloth. If he couldn't match Sloth, he would lure him away, then escape through another prepared retreat path, shaking off the opponent. Flames intertwined with chaotic flesh pink and deep purple in his vision. The chaotic, decadent voices in his mind occasionally resurfaced. William felt as if he had traversed a mountain full of temptations, making one constantly want to slow down and stop to admire it. He did not stop. He would never surrender to heresy. He recalled Gardinal's transformation. He recalled the power the Black Emperor bestowed upon him. William found strength in his memories. The magician emerged from the pillar of fire, the chaotic colors that entangled him temporarily vanished, and he recognized that this mountain hollow was the secluded spot he had prepared. He clasped his hands together and recited a prayer in Dun language. The Black Emperor of the Order Shadows. In the Primarch office, Ning Lu heard illusory whispers in his ears. After swiftly setting up the Euclidean sigil, he arrived at the disordered country. The corruption baron's psychic energy spread, touching the constantly contracting and expanding orb of light. Being in the same star system, he clearly saw William praying to him. Was he really entangled by one of the Chaos Gods? Just as Ning Lu was about to respond to the prayer, he suddenly had a thought, and a green tear-shaped sigil of silence from his waist flew up. On the surface of Tax, as black mist surged, green light shone. Beyond the veil, in the Palace of Pleasure, shining green light surged from the twisted magic mirror, and then the images on one mirror after another vanished. The entire palace fell into momentary silence, the pleasant, extravagant sounds disappeared. A slender, beautiful claw was raised, and sounds of pleasure resumed. The twisted magic mirror once again displayed magnificent scenes. Only on one mirror, there were only boring rocks. At the same moment, in the disordered country, Ning Lu saw that the moment William was pulled in, black mist surged, completely enveloping him. The flesh pink and deep purple light peeled away, shattered, turning into specks of light, and finally completely dissipated. Slaanesh. As Ning Lu pondered, William felt the tempting voices also disappear, and his mind cleared. The oil painting-like scene in his vision shattered and completely dissipated, replaced by boundless black mist. William looked around vigilantly, and upon seeing the figure seated on the throne, he realized that the entity that had invaded his mind had been expelled by the Black Emperor. "My lord, thank you for your rescue. What happened?" Ning Lu looked at William searchingly. He was astonished to discover that William had actually digested the Sequence 7 potion in just one day. William pondered for a moment, organized his thoughts, and then spoke. "My lord, After listening to William's account, Ning Lu began to piece together the full picture of the event in his mind. It really was Slaanesh. He gains power from all extreme emotions. The battlefield, where life and death hang in an instant, is a moment of extreme emotional eruption. He thus gained power, briefly breaking through the veil and infiltrating the real world." Ning Lu's gaze fell on William. The magician's performance pleased Slaanesh, and performance is part of acting as a magician. Receiving Slaanesh's appreciative feedback allowed William to digest the potion after a grand performance. At the moment of digestion, he was at his most sensitive in body, mind, and spirit. Slaanesh then corrupted William at this time. Fortunately, he mastered Thelema mindset and was loyal enough to me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to save him. Ning Lu looked at William with some surprise, thinking to himself. The object of Slaanesh's corruption was surprisingly not Lucius, who pursued the ultimate in swordsmanship, but William, who presented a magnificent performance. Chaos is inherently unpredictable, and the chaos gods are capricious. Effort is not always rewarded, and this is even more true for the chaos gods. Laboriously offering countless sacrifices might not be as effective as a sudden whim. Ning Lu's thoughts diverged, and then he thought. The digestion of a potion depends on the relative difference in status. If it were absolute, I could just casually find someone to bribe and complete the digestion. Acting is not a formality, it needs to be carried out in substance to receive feedback. Ning Lu recalled his time as a briber, that was a typical example. Although Huang Laohan did not accept his own fate, he would not be inferior to the chaos gods. But as a gene seed Primarch, equivalent to a high sequence, the effect of bribing Huang Laohan once is not as good as other low sequence individuals gaining my approval, and even less than sequence 7 William performing for Slaanesh. Ning Lu's thoughts converged, and he instructed William. If you encounter a similar situation again, pray to me. As he spoke, the corruption baron had a thought, and invisible threads spread, associating the orb of light representing William. Immediately, Ning Lu had a thought and sent William back to Tax, along with a sigil of silence. He couldn't be sure if the burial of the black mist would completely obscure the truth, so he could only add another layer of insurance. The chaos gods are such a hassle, they wasted 2 of my sigils of silence. Ning Lu had a thought and returned to reality. Immediately, he issued an order to head to the surface. Sloth had appeared on all fronts. It was time to collect potion ingredients and end the decisive battle. He had also prepared enough sigils of silence to deal with those Primarch-level sloths. At the same moment Ning Lu's Stormbird flew to the surface, beyond the veil, in Imperium. On a base piled with blood-stained corpses and heaps of skulls, a massive brass throne stood tall. A blood-red skinned body was clad in a suit of plate armor, on which swirling runes and various faces contorted and screaming in torment were carved. A massive winged helmet was worn on his head, obscuring his inhuman, roaring, twisted face. His gaze pierced through the veil, sweeping across the blood-churning battlefield of Tax. In the mountains, killing was enacted at every moment. Mortals, in songs of courage, fought creatures of various forms with their weapons. Every moment, someone fell, their blood staining the earth red. Supernatural warriors in armor cut off the heads of their enemies, their blood staining the variously colored armor. His gaze fell on 4 supernatural warriors. They were extraordinary and exceptionally heroic. Chapter 578, Primarch Battle Under Khorne's Gaze, 2-in-1, Courage, Skill. In the Imperium beyond the veil, the figure on the brass throne watched a pair of brothers charge at the enemy with spears. Alpharius and Omega. He watched with enjoyment as the detestable librarian Gukur, following in their footsteps, suddenly trembled, knelt on one knee, and gagged inside his helmet. The worm man's body enveloped the twin Primarch brothers. He swung the scepter in his hand, and it collided with the pale spear in Alpharius's hand. Alpharius's arm went numb. He wanted to grip the spear tightly, but the worm man's immense strength was beyond imagination, and the spear flew out of his hand. A volley of bolt guns came from the right. Gukur and the other alphas had opened fire. The worm man's body recoiled, and the bullets grazed his side. A stretching arm suddenly grabbed, and the necrotic fluid instantly burned through the armor, energy tearing at Alpharius's flesh. Alpharius endured unbearable pain. He had experienced burning and acid corrosion, but now it was his body's molecules that were being brutally torn apart. Flesh melted away, damaging the bone. The Primarch was not completely incapacitated. He fired back. A hole as thick as a gene seed Primarch's thigh opened in the worm man's torso, a plasma gun burning through a large mass of maggots. Alpharius's body began to regenerate, but his rapid self-healing was not as fast as the wriggling maggots. While the flesh on his right chest was still re-knitting on the bone, his strength was no match for the worm man. A maggot arm swung towards his head. Alpharius watched calmly, shifting sideways with composure. A screaming power spear pierced the maggot arm. Omega was holding the weapon's grip. Alpharius retrieved the pale spear and stood shoulder to shoulder with Omega. They moved in unison, back to back, with 2 heads and 4 arms, wielding a pair of long spears. Alpharius blocked the incoming necrotic ray with the pale spear, while Omega, with a backhand stab, pierced an attacker trying to exploit the gaps in his brother's armor. Alpharius's spear tip cut through the worm-like foot extending to his brother's feet, and Omega raised a spear to stab into the worm arm, preventing the scepter from smashing down. Omega dodged. Alpharius swung his spear. "Now I understand why some of our brothers are so keen on fighting," Alpharius said to Omega, whose breathing was synchronized with his. "It's a very different experience when you are whole." Khorne watched the brothers, pressed together, with no guard against each other, completely trusting one another. They were the same soul residing in different bodies. When they were whole, they were far more formidable than fighting alone. As offense and defense shifted, the worm man accumulated more and more wounds. 2-in-1, tacit understanding. In his vision, a cobalt blue figure also charged towards the enemy. The moment the worm man tore Marius Gage's cobalt blue armor, Robert Guilliman's fury erupted. The bolt gun mounted on the hand of Dominion roared incessantly, each shot hitting a different part of the Xenos. The worm man twisted his body, swaying to dodge most of the attacks, but one bolt shell still exploded on his left arm. He was unconcerned by the injury, raising his scepter, which flashed with emerald energy. Guilliman couldn't discern its firing method. He only heard a hiss, and his iron halo fortunately deflected the strike. The deflected ray, unfortunately, shot into a member of the honor guard wearing cobalt blue armor. The cobalt blue armor crackled, melting under the corrosion of the necrotic fluid. Guilliman roared as he saw his son's exposed white bones. The hand of Dominion activated with an arc, a smooth blue energy field enveloping the massive mechanical fingers and the bolt gun suspended beneath it. He charged forward, but with a strange hiss, he was struck by an evil beam, and this time his iron halo no longer worked. The pain of burning and acid corrosion made Guilliman let out a furious roar. His entire left arm had lost all feeling. The Gene Seed Primarch was not completely incapacitated. He forced his numb fingers to pull the trigger, unleashing a dense barrage of bullets at the Xenos. The worm man's body hunched and flattened, bullets grazing past him. Shadows spread and reformed before Guilliman could make his next move. He swung his scepter to strike, and Guilliman raised his arm, which had just regained feeling. The power fist collided with the necrotic scepter, and Guilliman felt the Xenos' strength was terrifyingly immense. The flesh of his ravaged left arm throbbed with tearing pain. Guilliman raised his right hand and gripped the Xeno's right arm. Maggots writhed under the grip of his gauntlet. Guilliman's gauntlet began to smoke as the necrotic fluid corroded the ceramite and seeped into his skin. The worm man swung his scepter, knocking Guilliman down. Flesh lump, your time has come. The Vox caster spat out barely discernible low Gothic, a hissing sound as if gargling with mucus. I will enjoy your flesh, I hope it is delicious enough. Xenos, die. Accompanied by a roar, the Primarch's honor guard surged from both sides, unleashing a dense barrage of bullets at the worm man. Masses of maggots exploded, and the worm man was forced to abandon his meal. The honor guard quickly rushed to Guilliman's front, forming a shield wall to buy him time to get up. The worm man let out a sound almost like human laughter as he slid into the honor guard. Maggots proliferated, his wounds healed faster than the gene seed Primarch's. Guilliman roared, seeing his sons pierced by evil beams and their bodies torn apart by worm arms. The hand of Dominion slammed heavily onto the ground. He grabbed an armor-piercing grenade, stepping over the last fallen honor guard member. The shockwave sent shattered cobalt blue corpses flying, and also blasted the worm man into the air. Flesh lump. Guilliman's chest was gripped by a worm arm, but his eyes only saw the Xenos who had slaughtered his honor guard. Blue light screamed, tearing through the necrotic cloak, and the hand of Dominion slammed heavily into the worm man's body. Guilliman activated the armor-piercing grenade and threw it into the slimy internal cavity. The frantically wriggling maggots tried to spit it out in horror. Guilliman raised his right arm and slammed it down heavily. The armor-piercing grenade was smashed into the Xeno's body, and Guilliman's right arm also sank into the pus. The armor-piercing grenade exploded, and the worm man's body was torn to pieces. Masses of worms splattered, crackling as they hit the cobalt blue armor. Corrosive liquid ate away at the Primarch's armor, tearing at his flesh. The gene seed Primarch's regenerative ability fought against the necrotic power that had invaded his body. Guilliman sadly looked at the shattered corpses all around him. He staggered and fell, caught by Glenn Vorsoto, who had rushed over. The imposing figure on the brass throne uttered a single word with appreciation: courage. He turned his gaze to the last person. His hair was disheveled, his sword stained with blood, and his eyes gleamed with the light of battle. The black ceramite armor with golden adornments charged at the Xenos. He held his sword vertically in front of him, blocking the incoming emerald beam. Feeling the impact on his palm, he twisted his wrist, letting the blade, which had been deflected towards his body, slide away. Lion kept his eyes on the worm arm, moving the instant it was raised. The guard members who followed closely tried their best to help their father, showering the Xenos with bolt guns. Necrotic beams shot at them, and black ceramite corpses continually fell. Lion moved with spiraling steps, just as he had been trained under Luther's tutelage, arriving in front of the worm man. He swung his sword, hacking. Before it hit the scepter, he spun sharply, cutting off a mass of worms. Khorne, high on the brass throne, watched Lion constantly shifting his body balance. He defended in attack, and attacked in defense. He watched the endless and unbreakable spiral formed by defense and offense, and praised. Attack, defense, skill, balance. Chapter 579. Khorne, the more you can't see, the more you want to see. In the sight of Magwinios, the chapter master of the 12th battle group, a Primarch-sized Xenos approached. Bolt guns shrieked, plasma gun beams crackled. Every step Sloth took, he was battered by a storm of gunfire. His necrotic cloak was torn to shreds, and clumps of maggots spilled out. Even an Astartes would be engulfed by the dense firepower, but Sloth's body rapidly regenerated, mending the damage he sustained. His horrifying necrotic staff shot out beams of necrotic light. Black armor melted with the corrosive shriek of bodily fluids, and the flesh on his guard members' bodies vanished. The barbarian let out a roar and charged at Sloth with his sword raised. Sloth's body paused, but only for an instant, then he raised his staff. The moment blue and green light collided, the barbarian felt a tremendous force strike him. His power sword spun and flew away, and worm-like arms surged towards him, then he lost consciousness. Ning Lu, in the Stormbird, learned of Maguinios's death and immediately ordered Nelson to change course and issued a command. William Wood will succeed as chapter master of the 12th Battle Group. Father, 1 kilometer, Nelson's voice rang out, and Ning Lu immediately rose and opened the hatch. He leapt out, his golden wings spreading. The Gene Seed Primarch's superhuman vision pierced through the psychic mist in the mountains, overlooking the battlefield. The Xenos, pincers locked onto the black armor, and its fanged maw opened. The golden wings on his back flapped, and golden fireballs streaked through the mist, accurately smashing into the Xenos. Flames from the Burning One's fragments exploded, ripping through personal energy shields. An Order shadows broke free. He looked up at the sky in confusion, then shouted loudly. Father! The Order shadows erupted in fervent cheers, and under the golden light, charged towards the Xenos. Just as the arc on the pig-like Xenos' head began to surge, the Order shadows surged forward. Blue light shrieked, overpowering the electrical discharge, and tore through the pig-like body. A brain eater, with bent arms, had just pulled out a brain when a flying rune exploded. The will of the worm man crushed his mind, and his unconscious body crashed to the ground. A bone eater swept with 3 arms, causing the shields of a dozen black armor warriors to shake. A spear, like lightning, streaked through the mist and pierced into his head. The flowerbed-like head shattered with a bang, and Jushin's spear, its momentum undiminished, its shining light piercing through the bone eater's chest, exiting from one of his branch-like feet, and smashing into the ground. Ning Lu swept across the battlefield, golden flames flashing, and 14 fiercely contested positions were captured by the Order shadows. Golden light spun, falling like a meteor, and smashed into a verdant staff. Khorne, seated high on the brass throne, instantly abandoned other battlefields. A body, larger and more robust than other worm men, was sent flying by a punch, crashing into the mountainside. The worm man slid down from the mountainside like a sticker. By the time Ning Lu reached him, he had refilled and transformed into human form. Punch after punch, the worm man was smashed into the mountains like the lowest grade training dummy. He said approvingly, "Strength." As he was admiring Ning Lu's storm-like swift assault, a green light suddenly surged. He couldn't see anymore. He let out an angry roar and slammed his massive right claw down. The brass throne shook, and the 8 bloodthirsters circling above fell as if struck by something. The 8 bloodthirsters flapped their wings, and it took an unknown amount of time for them to stabilize themselves. Bang! Another earth-shattering sound, and the 8 bloodthirsters were slammed onto the ground. Khorne gazed at the amber-encased worm man, then shifted his gaze to another black figure. The black ceramic armor's elaborate golden decorations had turned into a pile of debris, but the armor itself only had pockmarked traces, its defense still intact. The blade in Ryan's hand spun, tearing open a passage. The internal bodily fluid sounded like insect chirps, and maggots slowly wriggled. Ryan pulled out an armor-piercing grenade, threw it into the internal cavity, then kicked the worm man's body away. Exploding maggots splattered onto the black ceramic armor, and plumes of black smoke rose. Khorne immediately turned his gaze back to Ning Lu, who had flown in front of another worm man. The golden figure circled the worm man's body, and streaks of blue and white light cut down clumps of worms. Streaks of verdant light caused dust to roll on the mountain walls on both sides. Speed. No sooner had Khorne's praise left his mouth than green light bloomed. In the silence, there was nothing. Giant claws slammed down, and the 8 bloodthirsters who had flown into the air were smashed into the same pit. Khorne's gaze shifted to the battlefield he had first looked at. Alfarius thrust his pale spear, piercing a hole that ran through the worm man's body. Omega followed closely, and an armor-piercing grenade tumbled into the slimy internal cavity. Splashing worms hit the twin Primarchs, their emerald armor reduced to fragments covering only vital areas. The brass throne vibrated 8 times, and the 8 bloodthirsters, their wings tattered, were like Skarbrand the Exiled. Khorne watched the 8 sloths charging towards Ning Lu. Ning Lu scanned his surroundings and said to John and Freddy, "It's time for you to get to work." John acted first, the brain cat, knowing that using psychic powers on Sloth was tantamount to suicide. The Calamity Priest's eyes instantly turned pitch black. He leapt up, jumping towards the person closest to him. Verdant beams shot out, and the Calamity Priest, following his psychic intuition, darted up and down, moving rapidly through the dust. When the shadow of the worm man's body obscured him, the Calamity Priest unleashed a calamity. The ground rumbled, the earth cracked open, and rocks rolled down. The Calamity Priest's psychic energy erupted, and a mental storm struck Sloth directly. The spreading worm man paused, and the falling rocks smashed into the crevice. Freddy the Black Wolf took 2 steps forward, his eyes deep. 3 sloths immediately stopped, even their maggots ceased wriggling. Ning Lu, alone, faced 4 sloths as tall as himself. He raised his hand and threw a green tear-shaped rune, chanting the activation spell in Dun language. Silence. The 4 sloths paused, but Ning Lu did not immediately imprison them. Primarch-level sloths must be weakened to a certain extent before they can be bound. The Baron of Corruption injected psychic energy into his power fist, and shouted in Dun language, "Death!" He leaned forward, swinging his arm. His body merged with a peculiar force, dragging afterimages as he crashed into Sloth, his fist accurately hitting the target's head with irresistible force. With a bang, a large amount of worms scattered. The blood-colored chain wrapped around his right little finger rotated with light, and his psychic energy rapidly recovered. Imprison. Golden light surged, and amber encased the maggots that had begun to wriggle. As Ning Lu captured one sloth, he felt 2 beams shooting from his side and a maggot arm striking from behind. Psychic energy erupted from the Baron of Corruption's body, solidifying into a prism. 2 necrotic beams shot out, striking the multiverse prism. The verdant light refracted back and forth in countless mirrors of different angles and sizes, becoming thinner, continuously shrinking, and gradually dimming. Ning Lu suddenly turned, facing Sloth. Blue and white light surged, and Val's sword was like a bridle, the striking staff like a tamed wild horse, under the impetus of Gekua Fu style, completely deviating in height and direction. The roaring corn, just as he saw Ning Lu, saw his spinning sword, driving Sloth past him sideways. The worm man's twisted body was as if tied by a bridle. Blue and white sword light flashed, cutting down clumps of worms. Skill. No sooner had his praise left his mouth than silence surged again. The brass throne vibrated, and he leaned forward. As Ning Lu pounced on Sloth, he raised his power fist, his bolt gun shrieked and roared, and the plasma gun gifted by Perturabo shrieked and fired. On the static Sloth, large clumps of worms scattered. Ning Lu instantly arrived in front of Sloth, Val's sword struck down, and the shrieking force field tore through the necrotic cloak. The Baron of Corruption's eyes were deep, and pieces of cloth rapidly condensed into grey whips full of thorns, lashing Sloth. Clumps of maggots spun rapidly like tops, crackling. At the same time, another sloth was swept up by an invisible force, and his staff slammed heavily onto the worm man's body. The 2 sloths spun rapidly like windmills under the control of the force. In a series of impacts, clumps of maggots scattered. Golden light surged, and amber imprisoned the 2 trophies. Ning Lu's golden wings flapped behind him, and he flew towards the crevice in the ground. Compared to a mythical creature, a Sequence 6 Calamity Priest could clearly sustain himself for a shorter time. The Gene Seed Primarch crashed through the rubble, diving down. As Sloth rolled, he raised his necrotic staff, shooting out beams of necrotic light. He soon discovered that his attacks always missed their target. Sometimes he was a moment late due to dizziness, sometimes he was lost, aiming in the wrong direction. Sloth spread his evil will, pressing down on the ginger-furred psychic creature. But that cat-like creature was not overwhelmed. In a daze, rocks continuously struck his body. Ning Lu looked at Sloth, who was caught in a mental storm, and thought to himself, "John is quite capable, he saved me some trouble." Silence. The Baron of Corruption threw a rune, and at the same time, his golden wings powerfully struck down, slamming heavily onto Sloth. Living metal, sharp as a knife, cut down large amounts of worms. Imprison. Golden wings surged, and broken stones condensed into a disc, carrying the lake and the brain cat rapidly upwards. At the same moment Ning Lu leapt out of the ground, Freddy already felt that the mountain of corpses he had created for Sloth was losing its attraction. They were about to leave the dream. I need time. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu raised his hand and threw a silence rune. The black wolf's body trembled, and his manifested mythical creature form allowed him to break free from the silent state. Darkness enveloped the 3 sloths, and 2 pairs of abdominal legs extended. The 8-legged black wolf stood in the air, a tranquil melody gently sways. ... All things are still. Countless maggots froze as if dead. Ning Lu flew over, raising his golden power fist. Whip. As his arm swung, the 3 sloths were struck by invisible soft whips. Clumps of worms splattered onto the ground. 3 amber pieces appeared on the ground, and Freddy returned to his normal state. Korn's body leaned heavily against the brass throne, and countless black-armored, gold-winged figures flashed in his eyes. Golden power fists, blue and white sword light, not what he saw, but what he imagined. When Jushin's spear returned to Ning Lu's hand for the 11th time, his temples throbbed from countless instances of psychic exhaustion, and he looked up at the sky. The blood-colored chain could restore psychic energy, physical strength, and heal injuries, but it could not compensate for mental exhaustion. Ning Lu's gaze pierced through the mist, and he thought to himself, Huang Laohan, is there really no void dragon helping? When Jushin's spear returned to his hand for the 33rd time, his black armor was already shattered, and spreading golden living metal enveloped his body. Ning Lu stood on the mountaintop, the faint light of Tak's sun shining on him. He whispered wearily, "It's finally over." Chapter 580. After the Second Randan War, the Order Shadows remained the largest legion. Worthy Shadow, Primarch office. He didn't even see me, he just had Urian Bendrag tell me to return to Caliban immediately and fulfill my duties. Luther's tone was complex, filled with pain and disappointment. There was no conversation, no accountability, not even a question about the obvious changes in his body. As a senior lawyer, the prepared rhetoric went unused, yet he felt no relief. Ning Lu scrutinized Luther and Zahariel, who stood slightly behind him, both looking sad and lost. Socially awkward. Lionel Johnson's way of handling things is exactly as I expected. I just didn't think he'd be so resolute. I had intended for Luther and the others to enjoy a triumphal celebration. As Ning Lu pondered, Urian Bendrag spoke with a gloomy expression. Father ordered me to Caliban. Urian recalled his father's sharp gaze, knowing that he had already sensed Urian's secret keeping for Luther and Lord Ning Lu. He had been exiled. My lord, I pledge my loyalty to you. Urian performed the Caliban knight's salute. Ning Lu rose and walked towards Urian, who had been corrosion by him. From the moment he chose to keep the secret, today's outcome was already predetermined. Ning Lu drew Val's sword, changed the concept into a knight's sword, and rested it on Urian's shoulder. I accept your loyalty. You may wait outside for a moment. Ning Lu then went to the Nation of Disorder, ordering the Space Monkey to concoct the Briber, Nightmare, and Arbiter potions. Ning Lu hoped Urian and Luther would complement each other's abilities, and Urian was not suited for the visionary pathway. Urian was better suited than Luther to win over the hearts of the Terra Descendants' Dark Angels. A arbiter, with convincing charisma and sufficient authority, and a sheriff, with Caliban as his jurisdiction, would be very appropriate. A moment later, Ning Lu pushed 3 vials of potions in front of the 3 men. With a thought, he sent Urian the common knowledge he needed to understand, and sent Luther and Zahariel a psychic pulse, telling them how to activate the Euclidean sigil, and the ritual process for praying to the Black Emperor. Thank you, my lord, for your bestowal. Thank you, my lord, for your bestowal, Urian said, momentarily stunned by their address, then followed suit, thank you, my lord, for your bestowal. Ning Lu nodded slightly, gesturing for the 3 to rise, and sent another thought pulse to Luther. Sacrifice the serious knights, ancient texts you've hidden to me. Ning Lu knew that Luther's betrayal was somewhat linked to reading the serious knights' ancient texts. Luther's body trembled as he looked at the Black Emperor with reverence. When he purged the serious knights, no one, not even Lionel Johnson, knew about his hidden ancient texts, yet the Black Emperor knew. Luther recalled the special patterns on the covers, symbols composed of an octagon, a circle, and an arrow. He had originally intended to peruse those books to gain power. But now that he had received the Black Emperor's bestowal, he lost interest in those books. Since my lord is interested, why not use them to bribe my lord? The briber thought silently, bowing to the Black Emperor. After the three left, Arsena Dunn, holding a data slate, walked into the Primarch office. My lord, I have compiled a brief on the Tax decisive battle. The Order Shadows suffered 34,950 casualties, and since the war began, nearly 58,100 have died. Ning Lu felt the throne he leaned against was cold, and he thought silently. Counting the ongoing wars on various fronts, the Second Randan War has incurred nearly 60,000 casualties. Compared to the 90,000 casualties suffered by the original main force, the Dark Angels, this is 30,000 less. This is mainly due to finding effective methods against the Brain Eater, Bone Eater, and Sloth before the decisive battle, and also because I mobilized more Primarch and Astartes to participate in the war. Ning Lu also thought that until the very end, Huang Laohan did not release the Void Dragon fragments of the Evernight Labyrinth. Huang Laohan is indeed unreliable. If there had been a Void Dragon helper, the battle would have ended earlier, and the Order Shadows could have saved at least 10,000 more lives. After all, I could only use talismans to borrow the power of the Tears of Silence, unlike a Void Dragon that directly descends. As Ning Lu pondered, the original body servant continued to report. During this period, the Legion received 15,600 reinforcements, bringing the total number to 242,600. The librarian reported that over 1,800 librarians are expected to join the Legion. After Arsena reported on the Order Shadows, he continued. Despite Master Urian's intelligence, the casualties of the Dark Angels attacks are still difficult to estimate, approximately 29,000. The defense fortress suffered 19,040 casualties. Glenn Vorsoto's figures are precise, 13,850 attacks, and 4,760 previously. The Gene Seed Primarch's superhuman brain instantly calculated the numbers he needed. The Dark Angels now number approximately 150 to 200,000, of which at least 50,000, and at least half of future recruits, will be controlled by Luther and Urian. The Ultramarines now number about 100,000, and Glenn can only influence 12,000 Terra descendants. Well, as the main force, after the Second Randan War, the Order Shadows is still the largest legion, not as severely damaged as the Dark Angels. He collected his thoughts and commanded, "Star chart." The silver-haired Arsena immediately picked up the control staff and brought up the holographic star chart. Apart from the 7th battle group, the mission of the other 11 battle groups is to eradicate the Xenos. As Ning Lu spoke, he outlined 12 pathways centered on Tax and numbered them. The other task forces under my command will form the 7th Combined Fleet. All Xenos that have invaded Imperial territory must be purified within 3 years. The original body servant quickly recorded and put away the data slate. My lord, the Emperor has convened a war council, to be held in 5 days. After the decisive Battle of Tax ended, the black ceramic warships were the first to leave. Luther and the others took Urian's warship and were repatriated to Caliban together. Lionel Johnson did not even wait for the war council before ordering his fleet to depart. Omega left after a brief exchange with Ning Lu. Guilliman arrived at the Worthy Shadow with 10 newly selected Honor Guard members. At the same moment Ning Lu met with Guilliman, at Mancora in the Limit Star territory. A magnificent black building had been erected on the summit of the first peak. Amidst the swirling clouds, the cries of griffins echoed. Ethan, who had been promoted to scribes, reported to Librarian Thomas. My lord, a total of 1,960 candidates have passed the trials and can become official apprentices. They have all mastered your unique psychic technique, Griffin's Roar psychic technique. As Ethan spoke, he gently stroked his griffin. As Thomas's confidant and a knight of the royal court, he had his own griffin. Although the beast tamer among the apothecary had entered Menkora to provide surgical support for the librarian candidates and began taming griffins, most librarians could only use griffins on a rotating basis. Apprentices could only interact with them during instruction, and in collective use, they had to grasp limited time to comprehend Griffin's Roar psychic technique. I have compiled the records of the scribes and made some discoveries. 930 of the candidates are from Menkora, and they also find it easier to master Griffin's Roar psychic technique than other candidates. I also found that all librarians stationed in Menkora have mastered Griffin's Roar psychic technique, while only 11.6% of librarians stationed elsewhere have mastered it. Thomas nodded slightly and issued his command. Dispatch apprentices, according to the established distribution plan, to join various battle groups, replace librarians, and rotate to Menkora for study. He gazed at Ethan. Your next duty is to go to Prospero to study and hunt soul-eater bees for my lord. Thomas patted the fur of Ethan's griffin. Control your flight time. It is my honor to serve my father. Ethan, thinking of serving his father who had saved him from Mortarion on Barbarous, excitedly accepted the order. Ethan swung onto the griffin, stroking its thick golden fur. Its eagle head stood tall, and it stepped forward like a proud lion. Its wings flapped, and its hooked beak let out a sharp cry. The strong winds whipped against his psychic hood, and Ethan took a deep breath, accumulating psychic energy before letting out a mighty roar. Those with etheric vision could clearly distinguish that the roars layered upon each other, converging towards the center. They would be even more astonished to find that this roar was not only heard in the real world but also echoed through the warp. 1 kilometer ahead, 3 of the 6 wild wolves collapsed, while the other 3 frantically ran in different directions. Ethan felt the Griffin's Roar psychic technique and thought to himself, Menkora is truly a magical world, nurturing such magical creatures as the Golden Griffin. Griffin's Roar psychic technique is an even more wondrous psychic technique. The closer a creature's connection to the warp, the greater the damage it inflicts. It causes more damage to psychers than to ordinary people, and more to warp creatures than to psychers. Ethan recalled the librarian saying that Menkora was the recruitment world his father chose for the librarians. Father is wise. Chapter 581. Huang Laohan, I'm very satisfied with your order this time. Ning Lu and Guilliman's psychic projections arrived at the Golden Palace together. As he took his seat, he looked around and noticed that the annoying Russ had not yet arrived. A moment later, Ning Lu leaned back in his chair and said to Russ, who had rushed in. Russ, have you worn that cloak enough? I can tell Sanchez to let you wear it for a few more days. I won't renege, Russ roared. I will honor the bet once the battle with the Fashi people is over. Ning Lu smiled and nodded, thinking to himself. No, I plan to come collect. While Ning Lu was pondering, the Mars Forge director entered the Golden Palace. He nodded to Ferris, glanced at Ning Lu, then shifted his gaze to the expressionless Perturabo and the amiable Vulcan. Golden light surged, and the Emperor and Constantine Valder appeared. After taking his seat, the Emperor turned his gaze to Ning Lu. Ning Lu, you achieved a glorious victory at Tax. Now, I want to hear your personal report. Ning Lu's gaze swept over everyone, over the somber-faced Perturabo, and the high-cheekboned Hannibal. My lord, the victory is not mine alone. Perturabo's iron defenses in the Vice Sector and Forge World Xana repelled the Xenos invasion. Al Johnson, Guilliman, Omega, and the task forces of various legions fought valiantly on Tax to achieve this victory. I must thank them for their timely support. After expressing his gratitude, Ning Lu described the war situation, with Huang Laohan occasionally asking questions with a smile. Finally, he laid out his upcoming plan. I have already issued orders to completely clear out the remaining Xenos who have invaded the Imperium. Ning Lu did not mention his complete plan, the plan for the Randan extermination war. He remembered that the last battle of the Second Randan War occurred in 882, ending in an accidental encounter between the Imperium and the Randan fleet. The Third Randan War began in 887, with a White Scars reconnaissance company unexpectedly discovering the Randan homeworld. In 890, Lion and Russ took the lead, and to avenge the defilement of the omniscious sacred territory, Forge World Xana dispatched its tech guard to join. Although the Third Randan War was not as massive as the Second Randan War, the Imperium's northwestern frontier still tottered, with over 80,000 Astartes casualties. Among them, 50,000 were from the Dark Angels. It was after this war, coupled with the 90,000 casualties from the Second Randan War, that the Dark Angels ceded their position as the largest legion to the Ultramarines. The remaining 30,000 casualties were mostly space wolves. Naturally, Ning Lu would not give the Xenos nearly a decade to develop. With the divination dice, he could naturally find the Randan homeworld and launch the Randan extermination war prematurely before they grew strong again. Good, very good, the Emperor nodded with a smile. My Pegasus will not disappoint me. All enemies of humanity will ultimately fail. He glanced at Russ and continued. The Fashi people are blind, and the wolf pack's progress is slow. My Pegasus, you must win this victory for me. Russ clenched his fists tightly. Father, I can bring you victory. The Fashi people will be punished. Your progress does not satisfy me, the Emperor said with a solemn expression, his smile gone. Russ suppressed his anger and looked at Ning Lu. Having just gone through a major war, Ning Lu and his warlock brats should decline. As you wish, Ning Lu replied simply and sincerely. He was just planning to find fault with the Space Wolves and get his hands on the unique technology of the Fashi people, when Huang Laohan gave him the task. Ning Lu subtly glanced at Lion. In his memory, Huang Laohan, dissatisfied with the Space Wolves' progress, had sent Lion, but now he had given the task to himself. Huang Laohan, I am very satisfied with your order this time. As soon as the War Council ended, Russ angrily wanted to leave. Russ, you don't need to send it to me, I will come and get it myself. Russ glared at Ning Lu. I will not break the bet. The Space Wolves don't need the help of warlock brats. Guilliman, seeing the conflict between two of the Dread brothers, frowned. After fighting alongside Ning Lu, he became even more convinced of his judgment. Ning Lu was key among the 5 Dread brothers, and Russ's provocation would suffer a painful defeat. Ning Lu smiled as he watched Russ's psychic projection disappear, then returned to the worthy shadow with Guilliman. After repeatedly weighing and deliberating, Guilliman couldn't find suitable words and finally said helplessly. Ning Lu, it was a pleasure talking with you. I look forward to meeting again. After seeing Guilliman off, Ning Lu said to Arsena Dun. Tell Sanchez, it's time to collect. His gaze was cold, and his tone was as sharp as a blade. At the same moment, on the Space Wolves Gloriana-class battleship, the Hierarchical. The cloak made from the fur of a great wolf fell naturally, as Russ paced along the curved outer edge of the observation room. He questioned Joran, the Wolf Lord of the 13th Great Company, his most trusted man, in simple and swift Fenrisian battle speech. Tell me the truth, what is the real situation like? It's very difficult. Joran walked slowly beside Russ. They all fought until their last drop of blood, because they knew there was no retreat. Joran, Russ nodded, I believe you. I have never doubted you. But the bastards on Terra won't see things from our perspective. They only see that we haven't ended this yet. Every time the fighting gets bogged down, they think we're just indulging in slaughter and not organizing proper attacks. The Allfather, he said wearily, is blinded. He has decided to send Ning Lu to end this. Ning Lu, Sanchez. Joran chewed on the 2 names in his heart, the painful memory of the disastrous defeat on Fenris stinging him. We really don't have many friends on Terra. The other legions are a completely different matter. Russ clenched his fists. We have received our orders, and we must carry them out. For survival, just like on Fenris. The Imperium is being built, and the planets my brothers conquered are meticulously recorded on the Golden Scrolls. But this is not our style. The wolf pack leaves behind only ruins after destruction. We plunder everything, leaving nothing alive. Joran saw a cloud descend over the Wolf Lord's smiling face, and he shouted. Joran, I have sworn to Mikado that I will kill the Lord of Duran. If we fail, those who criticize us in the shadows will come forward and accuse us wantonly. I also won't allow Ning Lu to kill the tyrant of Duran before me. I hate seeing him win with a calm expression. Russ paused, then changed the subject. I will find the evil capital of the Fashi, Duran, before Ning Lu does. I will set Duran ablaze and burn it to ruins. Old friend, can you help me? Of course, my head wolf. Joran's weathered face was full of determination, and he answered without hesitation. For you, and for myself. You need to speed up and find Duran. Russ's large hand rested on Joran's shoulder, warm and strong. Don't lose to Ning Lu's warlock brats. Chapter 582. Stolen Classics, Zincha's Conspiracy, Obstacles to Obtaining Ouroboros. 870. M30. Garamandro Star System, the Falcon's Bridge. Joran's dark eyes gazed into the void. His pupils were not the amber irises common among the wolf pack. It seemed the Cadian Helix mutation curse's mutation effect had not affected him in the slightest. Joran, like the other commanders in his great company, was already advanced in age before undergoing the Wolf Lord's Helix application. Only a very few of them were fortunate enough to receive all the modifications, as their age when they began the transplants was already unsuitable for such rigorous trials. But all of them faced death as if it were nothing. They were Russ's brotherhood. They had lived and died with Russ on the harsh Fenris when he was still considered immortal. Therefore, they were organized as the last of the great companies, the 13th company, and the Gene Seed Primarch's most intimate and glorious company. I will win victory for Russ. Joran's turbid eyes, from years of mead consumption, stared intently at his prey, the Farsight People's Hunter-class battleship. Authorga, Joran asked the captain beside him, who was wearing Mark II Crusade power armor, is the hunt ready? Wolf Lord, I've got him, Authorga said mockingly. The Mechanicus's red-robed priests tell us that their calculations show the Farsight People's shields are similar to the Imperium's Void Shield. But hunting experience tells us that the energy required to penetrate the shield is an astronomical number. This time, I will send 6 boarding parties to completely shut down their shields. Execute. Joran stared at the target. The wolf pack had wasted a lot of ammunition in previous hunts, losing dozens of ships. Allocate all power to the engines, don't let it escape. As Authorga gave the order, the floor began to shake. Fire. Boarding torpedoes, prepare. Joran watched as the Falcon and other wolf pack warships surrounded their prey, their cannons continuously spewing laser fire at the shield ahead. The Hunter-class battleship performed evasive maneuvers, attempting to shake off the wolf pack's hunt. Authorga gazed at the data stream flickering on his helmet and gave the order, execute. Joran gripped the railing with both hands, tracking the torpedoes in the void. His turbid eyes had just locked onto the burning tail flames when they already reached the target. Joran tightened his grip on the railing, awaiting the victorious moment when the torpedoes would hit their target. The next instant, the torpedoes were torn to shreds, scattering like debris in the void. Joran released the railing weakly. The Farsight People's defensive array regenerates much faster than the Imperial Void Shield's restart speed. Authorga's eyes flickered as he scanned the casualty figures on the tactical data page and glanced at the sensor data. 4 seconds, they only took 3 seconds. Joran watched as the Hunter-class battleship shook off the wolf pack and flew towards Mandeville Point. Conventional boarding methods won't work, we must adopt a completely new approach. What? Authorga asked his wolf lord, puzzled. An object of sufficient mass, on a perfectly weighted trajectory, approaching it at sufficient speed, will generate enough energy upon impact to tear open this protective shield. You mean? Authorga asked in surprise, our ship will crash into it. Joran nodded, exactly. Modify the ram, turn your ship into an assault craft. Order to set sail, and complete the modifications before reaching the Yeni star system. Authorga, you must complete the modifications before reaching Yeni. Authorga could not predict the consequences of executing such a dangerous operation. He might lose the Falcon, or even doom all the wolf pack on board the entire battleship. But the Wolf Lord's command must be carried out. As you command, my wolf lord. At the same time the Falcon was being modified, in the Yeni star system. The Black Order Shadows warships flew towards the area where the Farsight people's warships were gathered. They were neither attacked nor did any warships move away. The Farsight people's warships had already entered the Void Hunter's range, but Sanchez had not given the order to attack. On the bridge's holographic strategic table, the built-in communicator of the Rus Wolf helmet chimed. My lord, according to your command, we faked the readings of the Farsight people's ships, they didn't detect it. The conspirer gazed at the second planet, one of the 3 planets in the Yeni star system. The Farsight people's warships, retreating from other star systems, withdrew into this star system. Since Yeni 3 had orbital defenses like space stations, he chose Yeni 2, which had weaker defenses. Since he accepted the Black Emperor's command, he had formulated a series of plans. The librarian and tech sergeant, working together in the mimic chamber, deciphered the communication language used by the Farsight people and replied to them. Ether cannon ready, fire simultaneously with the launch of the Gauntlet assault craft. Sanchez gave the order, then turned and walked towards the flight deck. On the flight deck, Pat, who had become a member of the Gene Seed Primarch's honor guard due to his outstanding performance, was about to undertake his first mission. The loudspeaker blared, "Assault team, board." Pat, along with other honor guard members, boarded the Gauntlet assault craft, with restraint clamps pressing down on them. As thousands of black fists flew out from the warships, 25 black warships and 3 more distant Relic-class battleships lit up with colorful lights on both sides of their bows. Beams of ether cannon shot towards 16 targets, the Farsight people's bulky and clumsy warships. The Farsight people's warships, like all war machines, were much larger than Imperial creations of the same class, designed to accommodate devices based on punishment-class reactor technology made on Duran. The ether cannon beams traversed the void, leaving rainbow-colored light, and slammed into the Farsight people's heavy void shield, yet they seemed to meet no obstruction, piercing directly through the defense. The mimic chamber accurately estimated the impact time. The Gauntlet assault craft crashed onto the bulky Farsight people's warships within 12 minutes of the void shield shattering. The Farsight people's warships, under ether cannon attack, had their punishment-class reactor running at full power, and it still took 35 minutes for the void shield to resume operation. Inside the Hunter-class battleship's passage, Pat's booming voice, inherited from his worker parents, they had to shout loudly to be heard by others amidst the roaring machines. The Farsight people are guilty of refusing the benefits of enlightenment. The loudspeaker amplified Pat's voice, almost a roar, echoing throughout the passage. By order of the Primarch, we grant you death, and your property belongs to Order Shadows. He then loudly reminded the Honor Guard members, follow the drill procedures, storm shield. The Honor Guard and the 7th Battle Group, during their voyage, had followed the Gene Seed Primarch's orders and conducted live fire exercises against the Farsight people's attack methods. They understood the Farsight people's attack methods better than the Wolf Pack before even reaching the Yeni star system. Following Pat's command, 5 Order Shadows activated their generators, establishing a defense at the front of the line. Scabin soldiers, as tall as Astartes, raised their double-barreled weapons and pulled the triggers. The disruptor guns fired without a sound, but when they hit the screaming force field, there was a series of roars. The terrifying beams, difficult to evade, capable of rearranging matter at a molecular level and turning power armor into dust, were blocked by the storm shield's blue force field. Charge! As the Scabin soldier slowly reloaded, Pat activated the thunder hammer in his hand and led others to charge towards the Scabin soldier. Their Primarch had told them that the enemy was equipped with personal shields and mechanical modifications, and that the generator implanted in their spine had to be completely destroyed to kill the enemy. Melee power sword weapons were the most effective strike method. Boom! Pat rushed in front of the sluggish Scabin soldier, swinging his thunder hammer onto their armor, which was flatter than power armor. Thunderous blast patterns ripped through the faint glow of the personal shields, tearing the spine into a puddle of debris. Power sword screamed as it stabbed into the rounder shoulder armor, piercing through the half-mechanical, half-flesh armor. Power fists slammed into the heavy, blunt armor, knocking the Scaban soldier down. The Order shadows, who followed closely, moved past the bodies, forming a shield wall that blocked the terrifying beams fired by the Scaban soldier. Storm shield. Charge! Pat roared, leading the honor guard in a wave-like cyclical advance, repeating movements practiced thousands of times in drills. He took the lead, rushing into the center of the command platform. Pat swung his thunder hammer, knocking down the enemy standing in front of the 2-meter-high cylindrical pillar in the center. 10 hours later, Wenquan Shadow, Primarch office. My lord, 14 Farsight People's warships have been successfully captured, 8 of which are Hunter-class, Arsena Dunn reported. Ning Lu nodded slightly and gave the order. Order the tech sergeant to search for Duran's coordinates, study the Farsight People's Void Shield and Punishment class reactor power supply methods, interference weapons, double-barreled molecular weapons, personal shields, and power armor. The apothecary will cooperate with the tech sergeant to study the remains of the Scaban soldier. The Fortress-class energy shield was developed to protect Hive City and was not fully compatible with warships. Compared to a single large shield, the Void Shield was more flexible in void combat, and it consumed less energy to restore overloaded sections. As the size of warships decreased, the Fortress-class energy shield became increasingly cumbersome, wasting more energy, which was more evident on frigates and destroyers. If not for the Punishment-class reactor power supply, Order shadows would not be able to maintain this waste. The Farsight People's Punishment-class reactor efficiency was far lower than that of the Punishment-class reactor, but the power supply method had to be mastered for the Void Shield to be effective. Double-barreled molecular weapons, personal shields, and Scaban soldier modification technology, although having obvious drawbacks, could also serve as technological reserves. As the silver-haired original body servant just left, a whisper sounded in Ning Lu's ear. Casually placing Jushin's spear on the weapon rack, he walked past Freddy and John to the bedroom. Ning Lu drew Val's sword, and after a change the concept, activated the Euclidean sigil, and with a thought, arrived at the Nation of Disorder. After taking his seat on the throne, he spread his spirituality, touching the constantly expanding and contracting orb of light. Luther and Zahariel, but no classics. Ning Lu, with a puzzled thought, moved. Luther and Zahariel were swallowed by black mist. When they came to their senses, they found they were not kneeling at the altar, but had arrived in a mysterious country shrouded in black mist. They looked around, saw the majestic, blurred figure on the throne deep within the black mist, and immediately knelt. My lord. After saluting, Luther lowered his head even further. My lord, the Knights of the Sirius classics are gone. 2 of my knights, Seraphax and Bella, are missing. The classics should have been stolen by them. I have ordered my subordinates to pursue them. Seraphax, Bella. Ning Lu's eyes deepened when he heard these 2 names. Myriad Eyes, Warband. Ning Lu recalled Seraphax's memory. Lion, who awoke 10,000 years later, was bound by him using a chaos artifact. Seraphax planned to possess Lion, go to Terra, and assassinate Huang Laohan. The reason he did this was that he believed the Imperium was beyond salvation, and his way of saving humanity was to free Huang Laohan from the Golden Throne. Seraphax believed he could control the power of chaos. Judging from the name, Myriad Eyes, and the form of the artifact, the supporter behind him was very likely the Tzeentch faction. Ning Lu's gaze turned to Luther, recalling the form of the devil he had summoned in his memory before the event that tore Caliban apart erupted. The blue flames released by the devil, and his vague way of answering questions, were clearly Tzeentch's devil, and the mastermind behind it might even be Tzeentch himself. I changed the concept for Luther, and Tzeentch changed his plan, letting Seraphax take the lead earlier. I helped a lot of Lion's people. I originally wanted to give him a hand along the way. With Tzeentch causing trouble, getting the Ouroboros will not be easy. No need to blame yourself, this matter is not your fault. Ning Lu knew that with Tzeentch causing trouble behind the scenes, Luther had no choice. Even without Seraphax, there would be someone else. Tell Urien to investigate the Terra descendants sent back to Caliban by Lion. Ning Lu knew that among the Terra descendants sent back by Lion, there were many Chaos cultists. Luther's first use of Chaos power was to perceive their threat to Caliban. He now suspected that Tzeentch might very well let Seraphax merge with them. After all, without Luther, the rebel forces would be too weak. Your will be done. The Black Emperor not punishing him relieved Luther, but the briber still regretted not being able to offer a sacrifice. Ning Lu, with a thought, returned to the real world. As soon as he returned to his office, the communication bead hummed. After connecting, Arsena's voice sounded. My lord, the Wolf Pack fleet has arrived in the Yeni star system. Chapter 583. Russ, quite capable indeed. Wangquan's shadow. Ning Lu watched a tall figure with golden hair and a fur cloak walk into the office. Ning Lu, you shouldn't be here. Yeni is the wild wolves' hunting ground. I came by the Emperor's command, Ning Lu said indifferently. Clearly, your wild wolves are too slow. As Russ snorted coldly, the communication bead in Ning Lu's ear buzzed. Russ glanced at Sanchez, who wore a Russ wolf helmet crafted for him by the Allfather's artisans and carried a blade forged from the Kraken's tooth at his waist. When Ning Lu's hand left the communication bead, he grinned. Joran's hunt has begun. The wolf pack will eventually get its prey. Ning Lu leaned back on the throne, a slight smile playing on his lips. Joran, well done. If the wolf pack doesn't participate in the Duran campaign, how else will I get leverage? If you can't find Duran, I don't mind telling you its location. Although Ning Lu knew that the Cadian Helix mutation curse of the 13th Company would mutate, he couldn't force his way in. He could only obtain evidence from the Farsight people, who would capture the mutated space wolves to use as a weapon of public opinion. Russ scrutinized Ning Lu, and seeing his face still calm, couldn't help but feel his fists itch, while a sinister shadow flickered in his eyes. He reached back and pulled off the fur cloak, made from the pelt of a great wolf of death he had personally slain. It's yours. Russ shoved the cloak into Sanchez's hand and turned to leave. A nice cloak, put it on. Ning Lu's annoying voice rang out behind Russ. The moment Russ left the Primarch palace, Joran, on whom he had placed great hopes, launched an all-out attack on planet Yeni 3. The massive cylindrical space station orbiting the planet had its gun emplacements filled with jamming weapons. Together with the surrounding Farsight warships, they poured a dense barrage of beams onto the deep gray warships. The 13th Company of the Space Wolves, flanked by the 1st, 3rd, 8th, and 10th Companies, launched a furious assault. To clear a path to Yeni 3 as quickly as possible, the Wild Wolf warships launched an offensive that was too fierce even for them. One deep gray warship after another disintegrated under the terrifying beams, their wreckage scattering in planetary orbit. 4 days later, the Nidhogg was finally able to enter the space station's orbit. Wolf Lord Ogvi Heimschrut launched a bloody boarding action against the carbon steel fortress defended by 9 companies of Skaban soldiers. The Falcon also caught its prey, a Hunter-class Farsight warship. As the floor shook, Captain Authorga gave the order, activate ramming spike array. Array activated. Guard Captain Ingeld reported loudly. Navigator Irene's voice followed, entered designated orbit. Authorga's gaze lifted from the tactical display to the observation window above. The Hunter warship was directly above them, its muzzles continuously spewing lasers that bombarded the Falcon's shields. A heavy hum came from the bottom of the ship as the modified weapon, personally supervised by Authorga, activated. 2 heavy hammer-shaped impact claws, 20 meters apart, were refitted using shock-absorbing materials from destroyed large ships of the Wolf Pack. Their original boarding hatch was converted into a massive explosive device, and the dam shell-like hatch doors on both sides were covered with melta charges. The Hunter suddenly dove down at a steep angle, then turned left. As the Falcon soared up from beneath the shadow of its prey, the bridge's alarm indicators shrieked incessantly. Position locked, Ingeld reported calmly, locking the beacon onto the Hunter warship's lower aft section. Prepare for impact. At the moment of impact, the deck vibrated violently, static electricity crackled, and the observation window instantly turned dark. Cracks appeared on the bulletproof glass-like viewport, but fortunately, it didn't shatter. Alarms shrieked, and a series of firecracker-like explosions sounded from the Falcon's top, fragments raining down inside the cabin. The engines shrieked desperately, and sharp, plasma-laden fragments flew through the main control room, tearing apart tech priests, mortal servants, and servitors. The instant the melta bombs detonated, the compartment walls of the Hunter warship collapsed with a roar. The wild wolves roared as they rushed into the blast zone, nimbly leaping and traversing between the shattered hull plating and decks. As the alarms sounded, 30 Skaban soldiers emerged from behind the bulkheads. They raised their double-barreled weapons and aimed at the wolf pack, firing at a rapid pace, especially compared to their other slow movements. A dense barrage of bullets slammed into the front row targets, the air vibrating with roaring explosions. The Mark II power armor was pulverized, and the superhuman bodies of the wild wolves spewed torrents of blood. Joran swung his great axe with both hands, slamming it fiercely into a Skaban soldier. "Quick!" he roared, then charged forward. The wild wolves found that their most effective method against the slow Skaban warriors was their preferred close-quarters combat, greatly accelerating their clear-out speed. 6 hours later, Joran stood before a 2-meter diameter cylinder and gave an order. "Find the data slate containing Duran's coordinates. The Wolf Lord wants to decipher it personally." The wild wolves exchanged glances. The Primarch had always been uninterested in such mechanical gadgets, and now he wanted to decipher it himself. Just as Joran slung his axe onto his back, his communicator buzzed with the voice of Wolf Priest Urbandal. "Herald," Urbandal said hesitantly, "he's not quite right." "Not quite right?" Joran asked, puzzled. "Please come immediately." Joran stepped towards the rune-marked deck. Herald was a member of his honor guard. He was not a member of Russ's Brotherhood but had passed the Ossiheim trials after the Allfather's arrival on Fenris. He was well liked by the Wolf Pack, and Joran had considered promoting him to a higher position. In every respect, he was a paragon of a son of Russ. When Joran saw Herald, he immediately noticed he was vastly different from a short while ago. He was gasping for breath, covered in bile, with tangled fur and elongated fangs exposed. The sharp claws of his right hand clutched tightly to the head of a Farsight soldier. He was hunched over, his other hand braced on the floor, his bestially mad eyes constantly darting around, surveying the surrounding wolf pack as if countless enemies had surrounded him. Rune Priest Urbandal, clad in obsidian plate armor and adorned with bleached animal skulls, aimed his bolt gun at Herald, as if guarding against a beast of Fenris. His pearl-gray hair was streaked with black, and the traces of Fenris had solidified and frosted on his face, making his hair incredibly stiff. "Wolf Lord, there's another, Bjorn Hookclaw. He died in combat." Joran looked at the mutated, corrupted Herald, guessing what had happened from the wary and complex eyes of the wolf pack, and asked in a low, sorrowful tone. "How many brothers did he kill?" "3, Urbandal indicated the 3 sets of power armor nearby. They were torn apart one by Herald on the spot. The creature that was once Herald suddenly began to convulse, the mutated corruption elongating his face, his nostrils flared, sniffing around like a wolf. "Herald!" Joran roared, "Don't move." Herald froze, growling intermittently, dark yellow saliva dripping onto the ground. Joran loudly pushed Urbandal aside and yelled at Herald, "You can defeat it. You've overcome it before." This wasn't the first time Joran had witnessed the bestial transformation of the Cadian Helix mutation curse, but degenerating to an almost lupine state was unprecedented. Herald filled him with both disgust and sorrow. Herald arched his back, lowering his body, and as his armor shook, his legion emblem rolled off. He bared his fangs, suddenly straightened up, stood on his hind legs, and howled at the sky. With the click of a bolt gun being cocked, Herald charged at his wolf lord, his face twisted in mad frenzy. He raised his claws, the bolt gun fired, and bloody holes exploded on his body, but he did not slow his pace. Joran looked into Herald's eyes, but saw only the pain of an animal. "Forgive me." He drew his bolt gun, pulled the trigger, and blew Herald's head off, ending his suffering. "Find the cause of their corruption." We should tell the Wolf Lord, Urbandal suggested. Not until we find the cause. Joran looked around at the honor guard. This is my order. Russ, aboard the Hrothgar, got what he wanted 2 days later. He gazed at the cogitator, which had been moved to the wolf's lair and reinstalled on a brass stand, and said to the red-robed priests around him, I will work with you to find the path to Duran. Silent binary signals surged through the wolf's lair. The Wolf King is actually going to decipher it with us. Can the Wolf King understand Farsight technology? Begin. In the suffocating heat emanating from the braziers, Russ's rugged face glowed with a warm, ruddy sheen. The tech priest soon discovered that the Wolf King understood everything with astonishing speed. It was as if an inexhaustible wellspring of energy continuously surged from his body, providing an unending fuel for his every action. 6 standard days later, Russ, his hair disheveled, burst into laughter. I haven't had a drink in days. Bring me all of it. As Russ downed the first barrel of Fenrisian mead, Ning Lu, after extracting some Dimension Spider branch secrets from Slotta's mind and returning to the real world, heard his communication bead buzz. My lord, the Wild Wolves warships have set sail. Faster than my own progeny. Even if they were distracted by studying various Farsight technologies, it's still unlikely. Ning Lu's eyes deepened, and a sudden flash of insight struck him. Russ's learning ability was quite excellent, vastly different from his rough exterior. He had learned High Gothic at a speed even Horus admired. Could it be that he participated in the deciphering? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but inwardly praise Russ, quite capable indeed. As he pondered, he had a thought and once again entered the disordered country. Upon reaching the 3rd layer of space, he picked up the newly recharged divination dice, and Duran's information flashed through his mind. Duran, the capital of the Farsight people. A highly industrialized planet, surrounded by a massive ring-shaped orbital station and numerous smaller orbital stations. Its surface is blood red, covered with interwoven steel and iron, interspersed with jagged rocks. Information about Duran rapidly flashed through Ning Lu's mind, and he silently recited within himself. The star chart from Yeni to Duran. After reciting it 11 times, Ning Lu threw the divination dice in his hand. After tumbling several times in the air, a holographic scene unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 584. Russ, I will of course keep your secret, but on 3 conditions. Duran's majestic orbital station was similar in scale to the rings around Medusa. The mounted fixed-gun emplacements poured a storm of projectiles onto the Wolf Pack fleet, accompanied by dense flashes and silent explosions throughout the void. Farsight's fighter squadron swarmed out, their gun barrels beneath the fuselages spouting torrents of flame. Burning metal fragments broke off and fell, filling the entire sector of space with smoke and dust. On the Hrothgar, Russ stood before the observation window, watching Farsight's bloated, massive red bow emerge, the light from its reactor illuminating the surrounding orbit. Destroy them. Russ had just given the order when 8 beams of light suddenly shot into his eyes. He suddenly had an ominous premonition, and the voice of the comms officer sounded from his communicator. Lord Russ, the Auspex has detected an arriving fleet. Scan results show the readings are for an Order Shadows fleet. The beams came from Relic-class battleships. Russ immediately realized the source of the recent attack. The Allfather had gifted Ning Lu ships from the Dark Age of technology. They possessed a range superior to all other vessels, including the Gloriana-class battleships. Sanchez's 7th battle group had 4 of them. Ning Lu, Sanchez, how could they be so fast? While Russ pondered, the voice sounded again. Lord Russ, we have received a message personally issued by the tyrant of Duran himself. Play it. Russ strode back to the holographic strategy table, looking up at the video screen. He wants to surrender. It's too late. Only destruction awaits him. Amidst the crackling of static, the mosaic pattern of the coiled dragon symbolizing Farsight appeared in Russ's eyes. Below, on a raised platform, sat a completely black throne, and a gaunt man wrapped in crimson robes spoke mockingly. Russ, I know what you call me, tyrant. As if forcibly attaching that to me justifies your acts of aggression. Look with your own eyes, the people of Duran are willing to fight to the death for me, and you are merely. His thin lips parted slightly, revealing yellowed teeth. The Emperor's lapdog. Boom. Russ leapt up, smashing the video screen with a punch, fragments scattering across the bridge. The Duran tyrant's taunts over several months exploded in his mind, his golden hair flying. I will personally cut off your head. I swear it. The wolf pack, enraged by their wolf lord being publicly humiliated by the Duran tyrant, charged into Duran's defensive perimeter without regard for cost. The black ships of the Order Shadows steadily advanced, their relic-class battleships occasionally launching fire strikes using their range advantage, showing no sign of snatching the wolf pack's prey. Joran gave the order to attack the main orbital station, and the cockpits of the Grey Stormbirds shook incessantly, the wild wolves repeatedly chanting epics passed down through generations of Fenris. The pheromones of the wild wolves, brimming with homicidal impulses, permeated the confined space. Unlike before, an overwhelming rage far exceeding normal pre-battle preparations caused them to emit a wild and cruel scent. Inside Joran's transport, 3 wild wolves slammed against the metal cage, just as they often struck the edges of their shields with their blades. Now the time for slaughter has come, Joran repeated the oath he always recited before every battle. My enemies, the door of death has opened before you. Joran thought of the Wolf Lord having lost the fur cloak of the great wolf Merkai, and paused, but to avoid disrupting the pre-battle preparations, he continued, before you. The hatch opened, and Joran was the first to leap out. The wolf pack's battle cries during past charges were akin to meaningless noises condensed from primal emotions, terrifying and causing foes to cower. But now, the unchained wolf pack repeated blood-curdling howls, a furious grey tide, transforming into pure hunters of Fenris amidst roars of bloodlust. The wolf pack had never been so angry. The Wolf Lord was not a lapdog. He was the Wolf Lord, he was the Wolf King, he was the Lord of Winter and Ruin. Joran swung his two-handed axe, tearing through Skaban's soldiers like a whirlwind until his power armor was covered in layers of grotesque flesh, and the command center was empty. Joran shook his arm to calm his restless limb, then looked at Wolf Priest Urbandal approaching. How is it? Everything is normal, Urbandal replied, the same goes for Heimlichjia's side. This gene seed was recovered from the bodies of the fallen, and the cut surface's threading shows no abnormalities whatsoever. Wolf priests fulfill the dual roles of apothecary and priest for most legions, holding the highest position in a great company besides the Wolf Lord. Very good, Joran said with relief, that was a bloody battle. If they can maintain their sanity under these circumstances, then there's no need to. But the total numbers are wrong, Urbandal interrupted the Wolf Lord. I checked 5 times, and even sent serfs to rescan the wreckage of the space station twice. If the fates aren't playing tricks on us, or if I truly made a mistake, then. Wolf Lord, some warriors are missing. Joran's eyes widened, are you sure? Scans yielded nothing, and the battle casualty records don't match the number of damaged power armors. The key is, you need to see this. The holographic image Urbandal displayed flickered incessantly. This was extracted from the Great Company flagship's surveillance records. Joran saw the battle-scarred orbital station appear in the footage, with huge sections constantly breaking apart in explosions and tumbling towards the planet's surface. What am I looking for here? Joran asked, staring intently at the image. You'll see. As Urbandal spoke, the screen suddenly lit up with the flash of a thruster flame exploding, and a metallic object followed a trajectory unlike the chaotic and disordered paths of other debris. One that got away, Joran said coldly. Not just one, Urbandal shook his head, this is just footage from a fixed perspective. They could only have taken bodies, Joran stated firmly, no one can capture a wild wolf alive. Urbandal's mouth twitched, these Duran people are formidable adversaries, it's entirely possible they captured one, or more, prisoners even while failing to hold the orbital station. If these warriors were of sound mind, they would never allow the enemy to capture them alive and subject them to humiliation. Then only one possibility remains, if they had completely lost their minds at the time, falling into that. An uneasy atmosphere settled between the two men. After a long silence, Joran broke it. You can't be sure. Yes, Wolf Lord, Urbandal replied. You have to tell the Wolf Lord. What am I supposed to tell him? Joran roared. We don't even know what this disease is, nor are we certain if these individuals contracted it, or even if they were truly captured. Tell me, how am I supposed to tell the Wolf Lord? Annoy him with baseless speculation and conjecture. We're going into battle in a few hours, and every ounce of combat strength is precious right now. The Wolf Lord needs us to win for him, to tear open the Duran tyrant's defenses before those annoying Order shadows. And you want me to tell him this? Urbandal shook his head. If the Duran people captured them, there must be a reason behind it. You cannot allow a weapon that could be used against us to remain in enemy hands. I won't give them any weapons. Joran reached out and turned off the data pad, and the holographic image disappeared. But as long as you have no tangible evidence, it's meaningless suspicion. Send more people to continue searching for their bodies. If nothing is found, continue the search on Duran. I swear, no matter what we find, I will fight alongside you, cut through the enemy's hellish world, and bring our brothers back. The Wolf Priest and his Wolf Lord locked eyes, their gazes clashing. Finally, Urbandal said, perhaps in the end, you truly will need to do that. 6 days later, as Joran tracked on the surface of Duran, Russ wielded his heavy chainsword, Kraken's Maw, splitting a Skaban soldier's spine and kicking him off a hilltop. He looked towards the first door of the tyrant's crimson fortress to the north. A report came from the Hrothgar. The slow-moving Order shadows had only just reached Duran's orbit. The moment the Order shadows reached the surface, he could declare his victory to Ning Lu. Just then, with the activation of a Duran reactor, all Wolf Pack communication channels were jammed, and all warships in the void received a holographic image. Farsight's forces, a loud, jarring voice boomed, open your eyes and see the true face of the enemy. These heretics, mutants, and Xenos are trampling this land. Inside a black Stormbird, Ning Lu watched the beast's large face suddenly pop up on the display screen. He gazed at the distorted and ugly face, listening to the rapid breathing and hoarse roars. The tech sergeants cleared the communication interference 15 minutes later, but the image of the mutated warrior echoed in Russ's mind. He glanced at the Crimson Fortress, then turned and boarded a gray Stormbird. On the hill, Russ met Ning Lu, but it was completely beyond his expectations. He stared at the calm-faced Ning Lu. Can you keep a secret for me? Russ, I will of course keep your secret, but on 3 conditions. Russ breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, I will not make any statements about you and the Order shadows in any setting. What else? Ning Lu smiled, glanced at the clever Russ, and continued. I like all kinds of special creatures. Kraken, Fenris Wolf. Russ listed dozens of Fenris creatures. The Wolf Pack will keep your secret and repay you with prey. What's the last one? You will know, Russ. Ning Lu's eyes were deep, when I need it. Russ was silent for a moment, staring intently at Ning Lu. I will not betray the Allfather. I will not ask you to betray him, Ning Lu said. The Duran tyrant is my prey, Russ roared, declaring. Only if you're fast enough, Ning Lu finished, spreading his golden wings, and sand and dust kicked up onto Russ. Russ gazed at the golden-winged, black-armored figure flying further and further away, remaining silent for a long time before turning to walk down. His steps grew faster and faster, so fast that his wolf brothers Freki and Jerry had to run at a great pace to keep up. Chapter 585, Beating the Wolf Lord, Capturing Russ Kraken's Bite. Red Duran, Industrial Zone. Pat, who had just joined the royal court, accepted his father's bestowal, and became a spectator, stepped out of the drop pod. He activated the installed speech array and shouted loudly. Brothers, the people of Duran are stubborn, and the Primarch has declared them guilty. Our duty is to recover usable assets, technical data, industrial facilities. Everything will be spoils of war for the Legion before the wild wolves turn everything into ruins. By order of the king, act. The spectator entered the perspective of an observer, watching the honor guard members he had infected, and even those Comtech sergeants. Pat strode forward, leading them, and rushed into the industrial zone. Pat switched the language of the speech system to the Farsight people's language, which the librarian had deciphered. People of Duran, lay down your weapons, you will be forgiven. Pat's booming voice, amplified by the sound array device, echoed throughout the factory. Die! A red-robed administrator roared, raising a heavy double-barreled weapon. With a bang, Pat spoke coldly amidst the blood mist. Last warning, lay down your weapons. The workers gripped the weapons in their hands in fear, looking at the black armor warriors in front of them. Unlike the gray-armored butchers and the wolf-shaped beasts in the images, the black armor warriors in front of them, though terrifying, gave them a chance to live. Bang! The first worker dropped the steel pipe in his hand, followed by a series of falling sounds. Boom! With an explosion, Pat looked in the direction of the sound. A large hole suddenly cracked in the factory wall, and then it collapsed with a roar. A colossal creature emerged from the dust, larger than a Leviathan dreadnought. It had no paint, and there were no missiles in the rocket launchers on its shoulders. Several cables were haphazardly plugged into it, clearly having rushed off the production line. He raised the short-barreled interference cannon launcher, and amidst a hissing roar, shells pounded against the storm shield. Bang bang bang! The storm shield roared and shattered, and the interference shells slammed into the shield-bearing honor guard members, tearing their power armor into a pile of scraps. The exposed guard members miraculously survived the terrifying bombardment. Attack! Kill him before the interference cannon reloads. Pat shouted loudly, taking the lead and charging towards the behemoth. The honor guard members felt power surging through their bodies, following Pat in a charge. The thunder hammer struck the rotating siege drill, and Pat was knocked back. An honor guard member took a running start and leapt up fiercely. The warrior from the 8th battle group slashed at the shield with his psychic longsword. Pat leapt up with him, swinging his thunder hammer, and smashed it onto the observation window on the chest. The screaming force field tore the Scaban soldier to shreds. At the same moment Pat killed the Leviathan, the 13th Company scaled the walls of the Crimson Fortress. Wolf Lord, Urbander raised his hand and fired a bolter round, saying to Joran, "They are still in the hands of the people of Duran, they have been broadcasting images. They have always been seen," the wolf priest said humiliatingly, "including those order shadows." Joran swung his great axe, cutting a Scaban soldier in half at the waist. "Can you track their life signs?" "Only one, the signal is very stable, but very weak," the wolf priest replied. "I promised to bring them back." An hour later, Russ, returning to the War City, drew Kraken's bite and charged towards the gleaming Leviathan that had broken through the wall. His outer armor was not a single piece, but sections embedded on the surface. The rocket launchers on his shoulders creaked and rotated, and missiles trailing light slammed into the wolf pack. Amidst the booming explosions, a wolf pack position was engulfed by a crimson ocean. 6 warriors charged at it, their wild wolves' weapons brimming with destructive energy, fiercely hacking at the mech's arms. The Leviathan raised its hand, and its dark gray body crashed to the ground. The interference cannon's ammunition spewed forth, blasting them to pieces. Russ roared in fury, crashing directly into the Leviathan's body. The heavy siege drill grazed the gray armor, and Kraken's bite screamed as it tore open the Leviathan's chest observation window, grinding the Scaban soldier inside into a pulpy mess. Russ kicked the Leviathan away, searching for a new target. His communicator beeped, and he answered it somewhat irritably. "Wolf Lord, Joran, his company has broken from the line." Russ's hand trembled slightly, and in an instant, he linked the image of the mutated wild wolves with Joran's unusual behavior. His gaze pierced through the dust, looking towards the Crimson Fortress. A moment later, Russ turned decisively, abandoning his prey, and rushed towards Joran's locator rune position. A moment later, Ning Lu's communication bead buzzed, and Arsena Dun's voice sounded. "My lord, the wolf pack has broken the wall's shield, but they have abandoned their attack on the Crimson Fortress, they have turned towards the Cathedral District." "I know." Ning Lu ended the communication. "Russ, did you still make the same choice?" "My lord." Sanchez walked up to Ning Lu, frowning as he asked, if we stop attacking the Crimson Fortress, the people of Duran will have time to restart their shields. Attack, Ning Lu commanded, the Emperor sent us here not to stand idly by. The land speeder roared to life, and the Catachan Wolf and Thunderwolf roared in unison. The 7th battle group followed the Gene Seed Primarch and the Reaper Lord, swiftly scaling the Crimson Wall. Ning Lu leapt over the wall and charged towards hundreds of gleaming leviathans. Light and shadow flickered in his eyes, and the power of the vast ocean surged. Ning Lu awakened the erased terrifying memories, activating fear vision. His figure vanished from where he stood, and in an instant, blue-white light exploded in the observation window of a leviathan. The next moment, he appeared in front of another leviathan 160 meters away. In 1 second, the observation windows of hundreds of leviathans scattered throughout the Crimson Fortress were all pierced, and their massive metal bodies fell almost simultaneously. Ning Lu's figure reappeared, and he gazed at the captured spoils of war. The recent experience echoed in his mind, comparing it to the memories in Slotta's mind. The Aeldari Season, bearing a small warp jump device, warped into the warp. He was briefly, and unprotectedly, exposed to the domain of the great enemy, the Thirsting Lady. Dimension Spiders are the bravest branch warriors. When they attack, they bear the dual risk of life and soul. Fear Vision is a rare ability awakened by only a very few psychers like Zahariel, allowing for explosive, rapid attacks in a short time. Not many among the Aeldari complete the Dimension Spider branch, but their total number is infinitely greater than humans who have activated Fear Vision, yet they are unprotected and lack rapid attack capabilities. Perhaps the two could be combined, allowing some Order Shadows to master this attack method without being unprotectedly exposed in the warp. As Ning Lu pondered, Sanchez climbed to the throne room at the very top of the Crimson Fortress. The conspirer was surrounded by a flock of fiery ravens, which, controlled by psychic power, shot out, bypassing the bloated Scaban soldiers, and exploding behind their spines. Sanchez walked into the lavishly furnished throne room, reaching the 30-meter-high wall, beneath the curled mosaic pattern symbolizing farsight. You arrived before that lapdog. The body on the dark throne, ravaged by time and encased in a jelly-like life support device, was barely holding together. His sunken, dark eyes rotated. You are the king of Vostronia. Sanchez shook his head. I am my lord's Reaper Lord. A hint of disappointment appeared on his parchment-like translucent skin. Please, it should have been him who ended it. His voice was soft and indifferent, like reeds rustling in the wind. I assure you, there are no weapons here that can harm you. I believe. Sanchez ascended the steps, walking up the staircase to the throne. I am my lord's reaping blade. He raised the sword made of kraken's teeth and slashed at the red robe. The chainsword shrieked, and the Lord of Duran was torn to shreds. At the same moment, beneath the cathedral's dome, Russ rose from the corpses of his sons and walked to Joran. Old friend, why didn't you tell me? Joran lowered his head, moving his lips. I was just waiting. Waiting for what? The antidote, the truth. These are things we will never have. Russ looked haggard and dejected. Russ leaned close to Joran, only an arm's length between them. I know what is hidden within the Cadian Helix mutation curse because I personally visited the workshop where the potions were made. I know exactly what ancient biological products were mixed inside. Mikado warned me, but have I ever heeded the signatory's advice? I also know what happens to those who cannot return from the wilderness, many times. Russ said painfully, I left Wolf Fang Fortress alone to end their suffering. I once fantasized that perhaps the curse would not contaminate the Legion. Sadness echoed between them, the cathedral's dome oppressing the wolf pack. The screeching of the communicator broke the silence. Wolf Lord, the tyrant of Duran is dead. A furious roar, like a blaze, erupted from Russ, his throat hissing breaths hitting Joran's face. He gripped his chainsword tightly and strode out. The gray Stormbird roared towards the Crimson Fortress, and before it even landed, Russ pulled open the hatch. He immediately found the figure with golden wings among the many black armor warriors. Russ leapt down. Rumble. The Gene Seed Primarch fell like a meteor, smashing a crimson bunker. Leman Russ angrily gripped his chainsword, which was the height of a mortal and inscribed with runes of destruction. The various totems on his body, bones, strung teeth, and talismans, clattered. Ning Lu, Russ's throat squeezed out a low roar. I told you, that was the wolf pack's prey. Do you think you can brazenly make fun of the wolf pack of Fenris? For us, even if death is inevitable, promises made must be fulfilled. You were too slow, Ning Lu said calmly. Pat, who had just returned from the industrial zone to report, marched forward with the honor guard. Ning Lu watched Pat, who stood fearlessly guarding him, and nodded approvingly. You always saw me as a barbarian, Russ spat, when I called you brother. Ning Lu interrupted Russ coldly, before, I only saw you as a noisy wild wolf. From the moment you resorted to scheming, you should have considered the consequences. The wolf pack, gathered after landing on the fortress, looked at each other in confusion. Only Joran knew what Ning Lu was referring to. Russ's anger subsided slightly, then surged again as he gazed at the expressionless Ning Lu. Wild wolf. You will understand its true meaning. Ning Lu spread his wings behind him, soaring past Pat and the others. Val's sword leapt out, meeting Russ, who was venting his anger through his barbaric image. A thought flashed through Ning Lu's mind. At least one of Hannibal and I, or even both, were originally meant to be killed by him. Now, it is also a moment to prove that I control my own destiny. Russ, let me weigh your strength. Sparks roared and exploded, and the clang echoed throughout the Crimson Fortress. Blue-white light overwhelmed the ice-blue blade. Ning Lu stood motionless, while Russ flew backward. Russ's eyes widened in anger. Ning Lu's strength was surprisingly far superior to his own. He stepped forward cautiously, Frecky and Jerry by his side. They moved like a hunting wolf pack, simultaneously raising their left legs, carefully approaching their prey. John's fur bristled, and he raised his paw. Before he could act, he saw the eyes of the two wolves simultaneously become vacant, and their raised heads slammed heavily to the ground. John retracted his paw and looked at the black wolf with its head raised. Familiar with Freddy, he discerned the disdain in its eyes. Russ saw his wolf brothers fall, and a beast-like roar erupted from his throat. He suddenly lunged forward, swinging Kraken's bite at Ning Lu. Sword shadows danced, sometimes colliding, then separating. The space wolves wielded their weapons, letting out sky-shattering roars, cheering for their wolf lord. The sound waves surged like a tsunami, roaring past, almost deafeningly loud. The two figures, blurred by speeds exceeding Astarte's visibility, precisely locked onto the most perfect position in each confrontation, their destructive power enough to unleash an apocalyptic disaster. The Order shadows watched the battlefield calmly, but when their father knocked the Wolf Lord flying once, and his figure became clear, their hearts were touched. Pat was the first to speak, and the Order shadows sang in rhythmic, resounding voices. With the addition of several bards, all Order shadows fell into collective resonance. Even Sanchez, walking down, unconsciously blended into it. The wild wolves looked at Russ's Russ wolf helmet with anger and fear, their voices unconsciously lowering. Only Joran, gripping his axe handle, looked at the cloak of the death wolf Merkai, and the sword of Kraken. The singing overwhelmed the roaring. Ning Lu also overwhelmed Russ. Every attack he delivered was heavy enough to split mountains and rocks. The fast and precise sword edge forced Russ to retreat step by step. Russ's feigned attacks and fierce, decisive slashes were suppressed by the swift and furious blue-white sword light amidst the impacts of their exchanges. Every blow he faced was faster and more dangerous than the last. Russ was astonished to discover that Ning Lu was not using sorcery, yet his strength, speed, and skill completely suppressed him. With a bang, Russ's powerful body crashed against the fortress wall. With nowhere to retreat, Russ lunged forward, gripping Kraken's bite with both hands, and swept it fiercely. Ning Lu raised his right hand, blue-white sword light flashing, and the sword edge abruptly flicked upwards at the last moment of impact. He precisely struck a weak point, according to Osber via Article 33, at the moment Russ swung his blade too high. Accompanied by crackling explosions, Kraken's bite flew from his grasp. Ning Lu flapped his wings, seizing the spinning, hissing chainsword. You lost, it's my trophy. The wolf pack's roars abruptly ceased, as if their throats had been choked. The Order Shadow's singing turned into deafening cheers, echoing throughout the Crimson Fortress. Russ looked at Ning Lu, who was slowly descending, and roared as he charged. He turned his body into a weapon, crashing into Ning Lu. Russ pounced like a roaring giant wolf on its prey. He had captured countless beasts in the snow, never failing once. Ning Lu's superhuman perception allowed him to discern the sudden attack the instant Russ pounced. He flapped his wings, slid backward, and hung Val's sword and Kraken's bite at his waist. The Corruption Baron's muscles bulged, and his waist and back twisted. He swung his fists, unleashing missile-like punches. With a booming explosion, Ning Lu's right fist slammed into Russ's left arm, instantly numbing both of his arms. The Power Fist, with its energy field unactivated, slammed into Russ's right arm, smashing him and his gray armor into the fortress's crimson wall. Rain-like punches, one after another, slammed into Russ's body. Rumble. The ground shook violently, and the wall collapsed. The gray armor shattered, and Russ flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Russ! Joran yelled in panic, even forgetting to address his brother respectfully, and rushed over in a hurry. The spectator gazed at the frantically rushing wolf pack, keenly noticing that they instinctively circled around the black-armored, golden-winged figure standing tall. Ning Lu retracted his fist, thinking silently. The one Russ could kill is not me. Chapter 586, Order Shadows, Heroes of Prospero. The dark gray warship sadly departed from the Crimson Duran. The Space Wolves failed to turn Duran into ruins as they had in the past. The industrial zone remained firmly in the hands of the Order Shadows. The Wolf Lord also failed to cut off the tyrant's head, breaking his hunting vow for the first time. By the hearth of the Nig Hog, there was none of the usual laughter. Ogvi Heimschrut, Wolf Lord of the Third Great Company, whose face was usually clean-shaven, now sported a few unruly steel whiskers. Ever since witnessing the malignant mutation, he had been plagued by nightmares, often waking from dreams of turning into a beast. His sunken eyes gazed at Nyat Threader, the silver ring piercing his lower lip trembling as he asked, with a mix of impatience and hope. If it came from the Cadian Helix mutation curse, then every wolf could be susceptible. The wolf priest's words hit everyone like ice and snow, a bone-chilling cold that even the hearth fire couldn't dispel. Wolf Lord, we should be more worried about whether Ning Lu will make the footage public. His relationship with the Wolf Lord has always been strained. Those rats on Terra will surely seize the opportunity to jump out. The good news is, that's the only thing we don't need to worry about, Ogvi said wearily. Joran told me that the Wolf Lord and he reached an agreement. He will keep it a secret for us, and we will offer creatures from Fenris in return. Did Joran say anything about the Wolf Lord? Nyat Threader's question made the silent honor guard all look at their Wolf Lord. The Wolf Lord is fine, he just slept. Ning Lu wouldn't dare kill him. The wolf pack outnumbered his forces several times over. Ogvi thought of Sanchez, of him wearing the Russ wolf helmet, draped in the cloak of the great wolf Merkai, with the Kraken sword at his waist, and his hand trembled slightly. If anything happened to the Wolf Lord, he wouldn't have left Duran alive. Ogvi clenched the silver bowl, the image Joran had given him flashing through his mind. The scene of the Wolf Lord being struck down was a nightmare that haunted him even when awake. He fiercely gulped down the ink-black liquid, the burning of Fenrisian mead dispelling the gloom of the Lord of Winter and War's defeat. At the same moment the wolf pack left Duran cloaked in gloom, Ning Lu issued an order from the Primarch office. Tech Sergeant, research Duran's technology. Sanchez, your chapter will remain in Duran to recuperate. Arsena, set course for Shigoris. It's time to meet Chagatai. Although the trouble with Russ had been resolved, Ning Lu had already promised Sanguinius and Magnus that he would speak with Chagatai. The divination dice had been used, and Randan's homeworld couldn't be divined until the year 873. This period was perfect for meeting Chagatai. Sanchez and Arsena Dunn glanced at the trophies on the weapon rack, a chainsword as tall as a man, and respectfully replied. Your will be done. At the same moment the Wangquan shadow jumped into the warp, the librarian Ethan, who was visiting Prospero, stood in the center of the plaza of the Secret Eye, surveying the 81 roads extending from it. 1,000 son of the Bright Feather School, clad in red armor, smiled and introduced. The plaza of the Secret Eye is the center of Tizca. When the Emperor and Lord Ning Lu visited Prospero, Father greeted them here. Ethan looked at the tall, Doric-style stone columns, the burning braziers atop them illuminating his memories of reading his father's notes. Lost in thought, he walked down a street, flanked by lifelike silver lion statues. Each statue differed in posture and size, as if a real pride of lions had been silver-plated and placed on marble pedestals. Ethan paused, looking at the entrance to a garden guarded by 2 statues, where a red-armored thousand-sun warrior supervised citizens exercising. This is Silver Lion Street. The handsome thousand-sun walked up beside him. They are practicing Tai Chi. Father and Perturabo discovered the remnants of the Dragon Kingdom during the rescue operation on Dawn Star. Father's research found that they could find peace in gentle and precise movements. The repetitive cycles and elegant harmony would soothe their troubled minds. I imagine you're not unfamiliar with this. Lord Ning Lu's territory also has gardens for the citizens to practice. Ethan nodded. He knew that the Thousand Sun was referring to psychers and mutants when he said, they. They made up a significant proportion of Tizca's residents. Gardens had been built in every territory of the Father, and citizens were compelled to practice Tai Chi. It was both a welfare benefit for residents and a measure to prevent psychers from losing control. The exercising citizens, seeing the black armor warriors appear, immediately let out enthusiastic cheers. They bowed in unison, gently and elegantly, and shouted loudly. Greetings to the Order Shadows, thank you for hunting the Soul-Eater bees. The handsome Bright Feather Thousand Sun quipped. Your popularity here almost rivals ours. This is well deserved. Since you began hunting the Soul-Eater bees in the wilderness, Tizca has not suffered another attack. This is precisely my mission here. Ethan waved to the surrounding citizens, drawing even more enthusiastic cheers. As the two spoke, they reached the foot of the mountain. The Thousand Sun, his skin glowing, proudly pointed to the colossal pyramid, framed by the White Mountain and the Acropolis in the background. The most magnificent one is our school's. Besides the Primarch's Fotef pyramid, it is the largest. The proud librarian Hather Mayat had used his influence to make the Bright Feather pyramid exquisitely beautiful. Ethan gazed into the distance. In other places, such imposing architecture would surely seem out of place, but these pyramids harmoniously blended with the surrounding topography, as if they were originally part of the mountain range. Only one was an exception. He curiously pointed to the burning spires and asked, that one is? The Firebird Schools. The handsome Thousand Sun pouted. He pulled out a glowing psionic crystal from his person and handed it to Ethan. Your gift. Every visiting Order Shadow receives this gift. You can consider the Bright Feather Pyramid your home. Everyone in our school is eager to communicate with you. You can also read every book in the collection. Besides the Great Library and Fotef, the Bright Feather Pyramid has the most books. The Thousand Sun of the Bright Feather School said enthusiastically. The Gene Father had a good relationship with Lord Ning Lu, and the Temple Elder had once seconded the Order Shadows. He often recounted his experiences when lecturing, and the school generally held a friendly disposition towards Lord Ning Lu and his descendants. Ethan did not indulge in the ocean of knowledge in the Bright Feather Pyramid. The very next day, he piloted a red disc-shaped attack craft provided by the Thousand Suns to the wasteland. The Thousand Suns prioritized supplying the attack craft, which their legion had only recently started equipping in small numbers, to the Order Shadows heading to the wasteland. After the attack craft flew out of Tizca, Ethan looked around. He saw dozens of iron and stone towers surrounding Tizca, where red-armored Thousand Suns were setting up defensive arrays. They looked up, raising their staffs in greeting. After returning the salute, Ethan flew past the strongholds established by the Order Shadows for the Thousand Suns, heading towards the locator rune of his battle brothers deep in the wasteland. Blackened iron and stone towers, heavily overgrown with green plants, came into view. He piloted the attack craft down into the valley. A squad of black armor warriors of the Order Shadows emerged from a decaying steel-framed building, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Don't use psychers. Ethan immediately heard the warning. Every time a psyker is released, they become more frantic. Knock one down, and 1,000 will come. Although Ethan really wanted to try the effect of Griffin's Roar psychic technique on Soul Eater bees, he wouldn't risk his own life or the lives of the other Order Shadows. He had already guessed that the librarian had sent him to Prospero to temper his self-control and will. The indomitable librarian nodded, taking the arc projector gun from his back. Here they come. The monster of the hunting party warned. He heard the screeching friction. Ethan looked in the direction the monster was facing, and countless buzzing wings flickered into view. The warrior joined the circular formation, raised his arc projector gun, and fired at the swirling swarm of bees. Screeching electrical currents crackled against slender limbs, and ugly, multi-winged, insect-like creatures rained down. Shields up. As the Order Shadow who had just issued the warning gave the command, 3 Order Shadows took shields from their backs and gripped them with both hands. The warrior paused for a moment, then reacted, raising his left arm and activating the wall-mounted energy shield. He noticed the others suddenly retracting, and immediately understood his responsibility. The warrior met the Soul Eater bees, and there was a booming explosion upon impact, making his arm tingle. The warrior looked in astonishment at the 6 chitinous pincers, then at the blade marks on the armor of the other shield-bearing Order Shadows. He suddenly understood why the people of Tizca held the Order Shadows in such high regard. The warrior used the interval of his backward leap to sling the arc projector gun onto his back. He drew the librarian's force sword from his waist, not activating the psychic force field to avoid attracting the Soul Eater bees. The warrior charged forward, his shield screeching as it deflected razor-sharp pincers, and with a sweep of his blade, he struck another multifaceted, compound-eyed Soul Eater bee that had locked onto him, sending it flying like a club. The warrior fended off the Soul Eater bees that swept through the air, wings beating, and attacked. He endured the impacts of the Soul Eater bees again and again, until the energy field of his arm was depleted. Ethan's arms trembled, gripping the force sword tightly. The warrior felt his stamina being drained by the repeated impacts of the Soul Eater bees, and his breathing became heavy. Bang! The force sword twisted, almost slipping from his grasp. Ethan strained to twist the blade, and suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind, Mortarion dragging him like livestock, pulling himself along. He thought of the Death Guard, renowned for their resilience. I will not lose to you. The indomitable belief burned fiercely in Ethan's soul, filling his weary body with strength. He pulled the arc projector gun from his back, swiftly spinning the force sword with one hand. Streaks of electricity tore through the swarm's shadow, and the force sword swept horizontally, knocking away groups of Soul Eater bees. The Order Shadows watched Ethan's outburst in astonishment. The power within him seemed inexhaustible. Follow him, the captain was the first to react, immediately giving the command. Ethan ran with long strides. He would not fall until he had defeated all his enemies. Bang, bang, bang. One Soul Eater bee after another crashed to the ground. The shrill screeching grew sparse until it completely vanished. Ethan surveyed the ground, littered with gifts for his father, and thought silently amidst the awestruck gazes of the hunting party members. I understand now what true indomitability is. Chapter 587. I played chess with Chagatai. How did Balsa get corrupted? 871. M30. Typing Star Territory, Shigoris. Chagatai's fortress monastery, Chenzhou, had taken shape after more than 5 years of construction. It welcomed its first visitor before its completion. The Jade Hall, a magnificent hall at the heart of the Chenzhou labyrinth. Deep pit flames danced between stone steps, and clouds of incense smoke wafted between the wooden ceilings. Moon-shaped lutes played, and servants wearing fur-lined chitin robes, or kaftans, and Masari robes brought out large platters of food. On the high platform, flagstones taken from the ancient courtyard of the Kadugo Sugo Palace on the east coast were laid out before Chagatai. Gold rings bound his braids, and a scar running across his left face to his eye watched the chessboard before him. Beside the Khan stood the storm soothsayer Tagutai Yasuge, also revered as the shaman of heavenly Tao. Opposite Yasuge also stood two psychers, Arsena Dun and the 19th Legion's librarian, Balsa Kuchuri. Balsa gazed at the chessboard. During his time under Ning Lu's instruction, he noticed that Order Shadows had a habit of training officers with Go, and he hadn't expected the outwardly rugged Shigori's people to share the same custom. He watched the battlefield of the two masters. Ning Lu seemed to have met his match for the first time. My warriors trained themselves with Go. Chagatai's elegant voice carried a noble air. They learned from it how to detect threats from all directions and deal with various enemies. Coincidentally, Ning Lu's voice was calm, so does Order Shadows. Their gazes met, finding common ground in their shared understanding of culture. Balsa saw Chagatai Khan's gold-adorned fingers pick up wine, exchanging greetings with the steady Ning Lu. At the same time, they reached out, picking up pieces like swordsmen, dropping them precisely and swiftly. Liver-shaped territories formed in the frontier regions, opening up new lands. I went with my father to Moros, to quell the rebellion of the Night World, accompanied by Horus, Fulgrim, and Vulcan. After the rebellion was quelled, Cyprian of the House Divine was appointed governor. My father stationed 100 legions and 3 Titan legions on Moros. That world held a secret, and my father didn't want anyone to know. A flicker of admiration and relief crossed Ning Lu's eyes. Moros was the battle he least wanted to participate in. Fortunately, he had launched the Battle of Talern at that time, which luckily prevented him from being chosen by Huang Laohan in 869. He knew that Huang Laohan had entered the realm of chaos from Moros, gaining power and the secret of creating Primarchs. He erased the memories of all Primarchs, concealing the dark secret. Ning Lu couldn't be certain if the disordered country could resist Huang Laohan's brainwashing while concealing its own existence. Chagatai was actually able to detect an anomaly despite the memory erasure. Just for that, you are sharp enough. Fulgrim reveled in accompanying his father. Horus, too, only recalled his erased memories after his fall, when the 4 gods revealed them, and then went to Moros to gain power. Ning Lu's eyes deepened, and he thought, it might not just be simple sharpness. Chagatai has always been suspicious of Huang Laohan. He reveres truth but doubts the imperial truth, and he detests civilizations built on lies. His relationship with Huang Laohan is not harmonious, and they rarely even communicate. As Ning Lu pondered, he saw a new white territory form, then placed a black piece. Balsa watched the entire black territory forming in the center of the square board, while also noticing Ning Lu's gaze linger on Yasuge. Your legion possesses a group of powerful psychers. As Yasuge bowed in return, Chagatai said, naturally. The War Council and Terra still have people who believe psychers should be imprisoned. These voices have never disappeared and are growing stronger. Hearing this, Balsa felt a shadow fall upon him, and he looked at Ning Lu. He knew that Ning Lu was the one advocating and always at the forefront, resisting the attacks. As Balsa looked at Ning Lu with reverence, a calm voice, imbued with power, struck his heart. We should not sit idly by. If we do nothing, we will surely pay the price. In Balsa's eyes, the black-armored, gold-winged figure, confined within the palace, suddenly broke free of its restraints. Ning Lu stood like a mountain on Shigoris, overlooking everything. Balsa unconsciously lowered his head, avoiding the dazzling light. Since you've found me, Chagatai's voice suddenly sharpened, let's be frank. Speak your mind. Balsa's body swayed slightly. He felt as if his body had been pierced by a sharp sword, which made him realize the immense pressure Ning Lu must be under. Mortarion and Russ firmly oppose it. Although Russ promised not to comment on him and Order Shadows, he would not change his anti-psyker stance. He and Mortarion, who he had helped, would mostly target Magnus and Sanguinius. His journey to Shigoris was for an alliance, not just for himself. Manus and Dorn also oppose it. You cannot stand by idly, you must join us in defending them. Ning Lu's voice remained calm, as if he felt no pressure at all. Balsa felt a golden light shine into his soul. He looked up and saw the two Primarchs gazing at each other. They seemed to be conducting a silent test of wills in the psychic realm. They simultaneously placed pieces rapidly on the board, without needing to look down or think, as if they already knew how the other would play. The Khan's gaze was the first to shift, and then both of them smiled at the same time. "Of course," he said candidly, taking his hand off a white piece, "you won." Ning Lu smiled. Their chess skills were comparable, but his will had overwhelmed Chagatai, making him reveal his true, hidden thoughts and disrupting his game. His eyes suddenly twitched. Ning Lu keenly noticed Balsa's gaze towards him. His eyes, his posture. "I played a game of chess with Chagatai. How did Balsa get corrupted?" Ning Lu did not leave immediately. He waited for the moment when Chagatai would lose patience. Day after day, the Khan coordinated tribal conflicts and engaged in lengthy discussions with the Mechanicus regarding the construction of the Chenzhou fortress. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper, and his face twitched occasionally. Until the morning 5 days later, locked in the palace, he rose from his throne. "Enough. I've been confined here too long. I've forgotten what this world truly looks like." Ning Lu removed his armor and, following local custom, changed into a deal robe and leather boots. Shigori's steeds were powerful beasts, but after carrying an Astartes, they were unable to bear armor as well. In reality, this had no effect on him. His golden wings, even without flapping, were enough to shed the weight. Changing into robes was merely to respect customs and culture. Ning Lu, Chagatai, Yasuge, Arsena, and Balsa mounted their magnificent steeds and rode out of the fortress, heading west along the ancient pilgrimage route to Yulov. Above the blue-green grass sea, a raptor was circling high above them, riding the air currents. Its eyes scanned the ground for prey, locking onto it in perfect stillness. "Many people call you that now, Khan," Yasuge said, "Warhawk. Indeed, I should not be confined to the court. I have an invitation." Ning Lu keenly seized the opportunity, a hunt. A massive invasion of the alien homeworld, Randan, in the Imperium. After all, he didn't know much about the alien homeworld, and Randan's homeworld was outside the range of the Astronomicon. More importantly, to deal with the trouble of Rus, he was forced to use the divination dice, which also meant there would be nearly 5 years from the Battle of Tollern to the planned extermination war. Although it was half of Randan's original recovery time, it would still be a major battle. Ning Lu decided to bring Chagatai along, as well as Perturabo, who had not been able to participate in the Battle of Tollern. Even though the Battle of Tollern was more arduous, it still couldn't compare to the glory of conquering an alien homeworld. Ning Lu saw that Chagatai did not answer immediately, and knew he was considering it. The Fifth Legion, scattered across the galaxy, was still gathering. Chagatai was waiting for all his sons to gather on Shigoris for the founding ceremony of the White Scars. Ning Lu calmly watched Chagatai, knowing he would agree. Because it had taken him 10 years from his return to the Imperium in 865 to gather his scattered sons on Shigoris. Chagatai would obviously realize that day was still far off. Bogle, the captain of the 33rd Company of the Star Hunters, whom Ning Lu had corrupted, and Apothecary Stoch, had been promoted to telepathist 2 years ago, and still had the potential to become a sequence 7 inches psychiatrist, before meeting Chagatai. This was to avoid being detected as abnormal by the keen Warhawk during a brief encounter. As Ning Lu pondered, Chagatai spoke. "I will join the alien hunt, but my legion will act independently." Ning Lu nodded in agreement, respecting Chagatai and his legion's customs. Of course, November 873, muster at Carium Gate. 3 days later, the worthy shadow left the orbit of Shigoris. Ning Lu pushed a bottle of black potion in front of Balsa, "Drink it." For Balsa, who was the most difficult to be corrupted, he had chosen the lawyer, and in the future, he would become the founding Grand Master of the Grey Knights, staying away from him for a long time. Ning Lu did not choose pathways suitable for psychers, such as the hermit, but cautiously chose his own pathway. Chapter 588 Perturabo, Ning Lu, what you asked for, I have already built. 873. M30. The main forces of the Order Shadows, Iron Warriors, and Star Hunters, as well as detachments from the Thousand Sons, Ultramarines, Emperor's Children, Midnight Lords, Word Bearers, and Warhound, gathered in the Carium Gate Stellar region. Wangquan Shadow, Primarch Office. After Ning Lu heard Arsena Dun's report on the assembly of other legions, he sighed inwardly. My corrosion, the detachments I commanded, will all participate in this glorious war. Only Luther and Zahariel are absent. Lion, why can't you be like Gilliman, who left Glenn behind? As Ning Lu sighed, the original body servant continued his report. All chapters have completed their missions, clearing the Randan aliens from within the Imperium. The 6th, 8th, 9th, and 10th chapters have assembled in accordance with your command. Ning Lu anticipated facing 3 campaigns in the next 8 years: the Randan Extermination Campaign, an early war against the Harud, and participation in Delayan's liberation in 881, to acquire the enslaved. He would obtain all the potion ingredients for the Mentor of Disorder. Ning Lu considered various factors, and the 3 campaigns were of similar difficulty. To avoid over-depleting the forces of any single chapter, he decided to rotate the chapters participating in battle. Ning Lu also considered factors such as the 7th Battle Group temporarily stationed in Duran, and the suitability of the Darkness pathway for dealing with the Harud, ultimately selecting the chapters for each war. My lord, during the negotiation team's discussions with Mars regarding the captured artificial war satellite, the chief forgemaster proposed an interesting idea. What? Ning Lu leaned back in his throne, listening with interest to the Jiao Lao's proposal. Mars proposed that they send a team to the orbit of the Defense Fortress world to disassemble the Abomination Paradigm and the Artificial War Satellite, which are fused together. They will repair and modify the Gloriana-class battleship and deliver it to you. It is expected to be at least an Emperor-class battleship. In return, they will receive the wreckage of the Artificial War Satellite. Ning Lu had originally intended to move the wreckage to Vostronia, where Ryan Ramirez was conducting related research, which was still ongoing. Considering that 5 artificial war satellites were captured during the Second Randan War, trading with the Jiao Lao was the most valuable option, so he spoke. I agree. I will inform Mars of your decision, Arsena said. Lord Perturabo and Lord Chagatai will arrive in 15 standard hours. Anacharis Scoria is already waiting outside for your summons. Ning Lu leaned back in his throne, let him in. Not long after the original body servant left the office, a metallic construct composed of countless machines, forced to contract his metallic body, barely managed to walk in through the wide entrance. His 12 servo arms behind him contracted like a spider, and his waist and legs had disappeared, having completed the sacred mechanization. Tens of thousands of complex parts replaced his body. The only remaining flesh on him was the arm holding the scepter. Ning Lu scrutinized Anacharis, and the person before him gradually converged with the image of the Shayna tyrant, the father of the Hell Forge, who was at the peak of the Jiao Lao's combat power in his memory. My lord, the metallic body emitted a respectful mechanical sound. The chief forgemaster has answered your call, dispatching all Tech Guard and the Night House Malinax to avenge the Randan aliens who desecrated the holy land of Shayna. Because of you, I have been appointed as the commander. Ning Lu nodded. Without his support, during the Randan extermination campaign, Anacharis was merely a young tech priest leading a macro branch of the Tech Guard, charging on the front lines. Now, he had become a sage 140 years early, and also led the entire Shayna expeditionary force. Shayna is your stage, Ning Lu said with a smile. Anacharis's Tech Guard was the main force in his heart, which was also why he only mobilized 4 chapters to participate in the war. He left the stage to Anacharis, helping him gain immense prestige in Shayna. Light flickered on Anacharis's face. This will make me the great sage and the master of a forged temple. His metallic body, even larger than Ning Lu's, bent, without any grating mechanical sounds, as sacred oil lubricated all structures. I am one step closer to becoming the chief forgemaster and controlling Shayna. I will dedicate it to you. Ning Lu nodded slightly, I have no doubt about that. The Baron of Corruption activated psychic vision, scrutinizing the scepter and the weapons and machinery on the archaeologist's body. You have mastered the power I bestowed upon you. My lord sees clearly, the archaeologist said. I have excavated 51 ruins. I have restored the lost ancient weapon, the Wodia scepter. I have also used other restored weapons to realize the idea of the trident. Ning Lu looked at the 12 servo arms behind Anacharis. Ordinary Jiu Lao only had one servo arm, and a small number had several arms. Anacharis, however, through his invented trident, simultaneously commanded 12 arms to fight in coordination. In this process, I gained inspiration from the sacred reliquary armor you allowed me to study. Ning Lu gazed at the scepter and then gave Anacharis an approving look. Good, Anacharis has his signature weapon, the Wodia scepter, ahead of schedule. Now, he can blast ordinary Astartes, even a small squad, into dust with dense firepower. Top combatants like Akarduna, besides relying on luck, would have no chance of winning. He thought of Akarduna, who had just been promoted to Sequence 7, the Weapon Master. That was the old Akarduna. Now, the outcome between the two is unpredictable. Anacharis has fierce firepower, while Akarduna has unparalleled skill. You wait outside for a moment, and come back in 10 minutes. As you wish. Anacharis carefully exited the Primarch office, avoiding his machinery from bumping into the decorations. Ning Lu then went to the Nation of Disorder and ordered the Space Monkey to prepare the potion for Sequence 7 Appraiser. He did not wait in place. With a thought, he arrived at the 3rd level space and picked up the divination dice. Information about Randan flashed through Ning Lu's mind. Northern Galaxy, beyond the Astronomican's light. One of the Halo stars. The homeworld of the Randan aliens. After the information about Randan quickly flashed through his mind, he silently recited in his heart. The star map from Carium Gate to Randan. After reciting it 11 times, he threw the divination dice in his hand. Ning Lu recorded the star map displayed by the triangular pyramid into a data crystal. A moment later, he pushed the golden potion in front of Anacharis. Anacharis extended his flesh arm, picked up the potion, and poured it into his mouth. The liquid flowed through the biological conduit, and a large amount of information instantly flooded into the Trident's data module. 10 seconds later, the newly promoted appraiser, having received all the information, bowed, his head hovering above the desk. My lord, thank you for your bestowal. 14 ship standard hours later, Ning Lu received the greetings of Glenn Vorsoto and other Legion detachment commanders in the War Council Palace, seating them one by one. Subsequently, Perturabo walked towards Ning Lu with his trident. The asymmetrical architectural decorations reflected in his ice-blue eyes did not affect his steps. Ning Lu. Perturabo's expression was calm, but Phrixus and the other two knew that their father had been looking forward to this reunion for a long time. During the journey, an officer made a mistake and was not even reprimanded. Perturabo. Ning Lu smiled. As the two spoke, a tall figure draped in a white fur-trimmed cloak walked into the palace. Chagatai's slender body was as sharp as a raptor, and he subtly observed the tilted, disordered architecture that defied mechanics. He gazed at the 12 metal rods hanging from the dome and the flags arranged asymmetrically, 3 on the left, 4 on the right, and 5 in the middle. A hint of approval appeared in Chagatai's eyes, and he stepped forward, with the soothsayer Tagudai Yeshugai by his side. Ning Lu, I am ready to hunt. After greeting his ally, he looked at Perturabo, who had a head full of dreadlocks. Perturabo. Chagatai. Perturabo's tone was indifferent. Chagatai, welcome. After exchanging greetings, the three sat down. The original body servant raised his control staff, projecting a green holographic image above the palace. A planet was magnified and highlighted. Our target is it, the homeworld of the Randan aliens, Randan. I will formulate the battle plan. No sooner had Perturabo finished speaking than Chagatai's soft and indifferent voice sounded. I have my own ways. You don't understand them. Perturabo's rock-like voice echoed in the palace. Chagatai shook his head, gazing at Perturabo. My company resisted the Randan aliens in Shana, and my sons hunt in the frontier. I understand the prey. Perturabo, we should respect Chagotay's customs. We will tell him the battle plan, and he will know how to cooperate with us. Perturabo was silent for a moment, then said, only a part of it. That's enough. Under Ning Lu's coordination, Perturabo and Chagotay, whose habits differed and whose relationship was neither particularly harmonious nor openly hostile, reached a limited consensus on cooperation. 3 days later, Chagotay left first, and Perturabo came before Ning Lu. Ning Lu, the weapon you asked me to build, I have completed it with Zulin-4. It is loaded on a transport ship and has already been delivered to your vessel. Only you could have completed its manufacture in such a short time, based solely on my description. Ning Lu praised. Once Perturabo completed the manufacture of the weapon targeting the Harut as expected, he could launch the war according to the plan. Ning Lu knew that Perturabo did not dislike manufacturing weapons. In his free time, he would make weapons to pass the time, but he hated constantly manufacturing weapons. Is your grand theater finished? I look forward to seeing your work and making it a reality. Perturabo's ice blue eyes gleamed. It's almost finished. I want to make it even more perfect. Chapter 589, The Sealing of the Mechanicus, Individual Combat Power. Northern Galaxy, the halo star clusters beyond the Astronomican's light, the Randan star system. Perturabo was not aboard his Iron Blood. He was in the central quadrant command room of the Ramirez-class star fort that Ning Lu had placed under his command, and which would belong to him after the war. The interface behind his head was connected to an array of cogitators he had personally modified, and a torrent of data surged through his mind. The torpedo launchers seemed like an extension of his body, spewing out a swarm of torpedoes. Perturabo, alone, accomplished the command and coordination work that an entire officer corps led by a fleet admiral would typically handle. He even controlled every single torpedo, driving them to destroy countless drones that even a Glory Queen-class battleship would find difficult to contend with. Runes danced, collided, and vanished in Perturabo's mind, presenting an ever-changing artistic tableau. Everything was under control. As the thought arose, a discordant white sword-shaped rune abruptly intruded. Chagotay's warship, so fast. Perturabo's admiration was fleeting, and his brow furrowed. White runes, chaotic, burst in. They were like a sudden whirlwind, surging yet disordered. Black and iron-gray runes poured in, easing Perturabo's frown. His trident commanded Iron Blood, and his brother Ning Lu's worthy shadow, had perfectly executed his battle plan. Perturabo stared at the black runes, the corner of his mouth curving slightly before being forcibly suppressed before it could fully rise. Perturabo ignored the drifting white runes, at least they could draw some fire. He repeatedly adjusted the deployment disrupted by the white whirlwind, rapidly transmitting orders to other warships. Black, purple, gray rock, a large number of runes moved according to the pre-planned trajectory, striding towards the red target. The red Mechanicus arc, Shayna's retribution. Anacharis Scoria gazed at the increasingly close evil planet on the holographic star map. He saw the omniscious sacred creation, the Ramirez-class star fort, entering the orbit of the evil Xenos, creation, the artificial war satellite. 3 Gloriana-class warships, black, iron-gray, and white, flew into orbit and joined the bombardment. Anacharis launched a series of binary codes to the entire Shayna fleet within his datasphere. Our target is the Xenos, evil homeworld, and Lord Ning Lu has granted my request to bring down retribution. The Omniscia has granted me revelation, and has granted me the algorithms of victory and retribution. The Omniscious wrath descends. Any Xenos who blaspheme the god of all machines must be purged. Anacharis highlighted his own role, transforming Lord Ning Lu's orders into his own achievement. This was not betrayal, but a necessity for serving Lord Ning Lu. He needed higher prestige to climb the spiderweb-like power hierarchy of Shayna. The datasphere surged with the clamor of binary. In the name of the Omniscia, punish the blasphemous heretics. Sage Scoria will lead us to victory. Sage Scoria, the omniscious avenger. Anacharis was delighted to see more and more people praising him. Not only the sages under his command, but also 36 sages from different schools, who had no previous interaction. The red arcs formed an attack formation in high orbit, and the omniscious servants aimed thousands of weapons at the planet below. The Shayna's retribution fired the first shot, and a dazzling light descended like the finger of the god of all machines. Lava bombs mercilessly bombarded, striking and pounding like the omniscious piston-driven pile drivers. Every Randan alien on the surface saw shells collide with energy shields, dazzling energy explode, tearing the gloomy sky, and igniting a sky full of scorching traces. As Anacharis stepped onto the Randan alien's evil land, his bionic eye rotated. The earth melted and was cast into glass plains, and the black smoke of purifying holy fire rose into his view. He waved his Wodia scepter, pointing to where the auspex showed dense life signals, a mist-shrouded mountain range. Orbital bombardment had little effect, and the etheric readings there were significantly higher than normal. Anacharis's mechanical body strode through flames, crushing vitrified rocks, and he raised a servo arm behind him. "We are the tech guard of the god of all machines, we are his hand of wrath." A Melta cannon spewed a torrent of flames, vaporizing a dozen Xenos. A tiger-shaped overlord crackled and charged out of the sea of fire. A second arm, like a python, rose. The photon impaler cannon lit up with a dazzling light, illuminating the glass-like surface and turning his red robes scarlet. A shining beam shot out, piercing through plumes of flame, and slammed into a personal energy shield. With a sound like a bursting balloon, the beam penetrated the energy shield and pierced through the chest of the tiger-shaped body. Winged soldiers shrieked as they flew through the air. Phosphor blasters spat out streams of fire, sweeping away the deep mist. The pig-shaped Xenos lying on the ground immediately had arcs of electricity crackle above their heads. Flames and electrical flashes collided, creating bursts of explosions. Anacharis raised his third arm, and the gravity cannon's targeting reticle approached the ground. With a loud bang, an invisible shockwave vibrated his metal body. The projected gravity shockwave slammed into the ground, then rose like an expanding bubble. The armor encasing the pig-shaped Xenos was pulverized into dust by the gravity wave, and its corpulent body was torn apart and scattered. As one bubble after another rose, the winged soldiers continuously swooped down, unleashing the wrath of the god of all machines. The electronic servitor surrounding Anacharis, a servo skull personally modified by the sage himself, suddenly hummed. The display module in Anacharis's tactician array lit up with a series of danger runes, and the analysis module completed its parsing in an instant. Marinix knights leapt out from both sides of the tech guard. Avenger Gatling cannons shrieked, and a torrent of bullets swept towards the towering, tree-like bodies that had appeared. Thermal cannons roared in unison, and whistling air currents slammed into the Bone Eaters. Anacharis was not as helpless as he had been facing the Bone Eaters on Shayna. His electronic servitor scanned the Bone Eaters repeatedly. The analysis module of the tactician array continuously performed iterative analysis, then transmitted it to the Marinix family's knights in the communication array. Anacharis was like a large cogitator, orchestrating the entire battlefield while simultaneously attacking the enemy. His fourth and fifth arms rose, and phase plasma beams and conversion beams shot out, slamming into the silvery white bodies along with the photon beams. As the energy shields exploded, a series of bullets from the sixth arm's rad cleanser struck the Brain Eater's body. The Brain Eater's flesh quickly blackened and fell off, and the spreading radiation storm turned hundreds of surrounding Xenos into charred corpses. Boom! The burning Bone Eater fell like a mountain, scattering branches that turned hundreds of meters radius into a sea of fire, burning thousands of Xenos to ashes. Anacharis received feedback from the analysis module of the tactician array. He had lost 15 knight mechs. 2 more than he had budgeted for. As the tactician array updated the combat data, the electronic servitor's piercing shriek penetrated the rumbling ground vibrations. Anacharis saw more than a dozen constructs charge out, and he immediately marked runes, assigning them to the Marinix knights. His seventh and eighth arms rose, and Maxim bolters and rotary Gatling cannons shrieked, firing barrages. 8 arms equipped with ranged weapons simultaneously attacked the worm-like body wrapped in a gray cloak. Beams, phase light, plasma torrents, covered the Thalos destroyer's body overwhelmingly, scattering clumps of charred maggots. The Thalos destroyer's body bent, dodging left and right, but still couldn't completely avoid the surging storm of fire. He raised his despoiler stave, and emerald green light shot out. Anacharis's flesh arm also raised the Wodia scepter in his hand at the same time. Ancient technological weapons, rediscovered, shone on the battlefield once again after 10 millennia. Boom, boom, boom. In a series of explosions, dazzling blast light swallowed all other light on the battlefield. Energy turbulence tore a night mech, 2 brain eaters, and hundreds of Xenos into shreds. Anacharis strode towards the Thalos destroyer, his 8 ranged weapons wildly surging. The despoiler cloak melted into ash, leaving a charred trail behind Thalos. On both sides behind Anacharis, his 9th and 10th arms swung. Power fists gleamed with blue light, and chain fist motors shrieked. Thalos's chest exploded, and his head was torn apart. Anacharis's last 2 arms moved, and melta bombs and rad bombs were simultaneously stuffed into the exposed slimy body cavity. With a bang, the maggots exploded. The Thalos destroyer was blown to smithereens. Chapter 590, The King of Sloth. Randan main star surface. Ning Lu flicked his wrist, and the spinning blade of Vol's sword stirred, causing the Brain Eater's psionic crystal longsword to fly from its grasp and fall to the ground. He raised his arm, and a golden light surged, imprisoning it in amber. Just as Ning Lu was about to step forward, his comm bead hummed. He raised his hand and pressed it, hearing Anacharis Scoria's mechanical synthesized voice. My lord, a large underground facility has been discovered in the mountains to the southeast of the planet. The 2 Primarchs have also arrived there and have already entered the underground area. Signal marker. Ning Lu commanded. Transmitted. Ning Lu sent the received signal marker to his private pilot, Nelson. Prepare for flight. Ning Lu, accompanied by a Karduna and 6 others, boarded a Stormbird and flew towards the runic marker's location. His gaze passed through the observation window, overlooking the battlefield below. Shayna's red was spread across every battlefield, as the Tech Guard unleashed the shame of their Forge World's invasion upon Randan's soil. They shouted the name of the god of all machines, using the flames of phosphorescent weapons to vent the anger in their hearts. They recklessly used radiation weapons, turning swaths of enemies into charred corpses. The Black Order shadows remained a conspicuous force on the battlefield, with 105,000 men from 4 chapters, outnumbering the 83,000 Grey Iron warriors. Worm runes surged, and the Brain Eater fell helplessly. At the forefront of the 3-legged walkers, some new experimental models equipped with Space Dwarves shield-weaving technology deflected the Bone Eater's beam attacks. From the Iron Warriors' positions, energy beams of different colors constantly surged, as weapons crafted under Perturbo's leadership specifically targeted the Xenos' energy shields. Large numbers of white motorcycles and a certain proportion of speeders roamed the edges of the battlefield, launching a series of hunts. Father, 1 kilometer from the target. Accompanying Nelson's reminder, the Stormbird's small observation window revealed a deep entrance. Thousands of constructs of various forms, with their curved arms swinging, swept beams of despoiler stave at the red-robed Tech Guard. Dozens of winged soldiers hovered around one construct, as the molten stream sprayed by phosphorescent destroyers burned its grotesque body to ashes. Ning Lu's eyes flashed. There are so many constructs. Each construct required considerable resources to build, something only Thalos destroyers could afford, and usually only a few. The constructs encountered previously at Balsaver and Tax were not on this scale. Moreover, he hadn't seen Perturbo or Chagatai, suggesting there might be other underground entrances. 2 possibilities: a large gathering place for sloth, or the existence of a king. The Gene Seed Primarch pulled open the hatch, his eyes flickering with light and shadow, and surging warp energy flowed like a tide. He drew Jushin's spear from his back, and immense psionic power infused the spear's shaft. The shining light spear pierced the sky, tearing through the fiery red heavens, clearly visible across all of Randan. The Baron of Corruption suddenly flung the long spear in his hand, and a thunderous bolt descended. Jushin's spear struck one of the constructs in the center of the dense formation. It raised its four-bladed arms to block. Bang! At the moment of impact, the construct was pulverized. Jushin's spear did not pause for even a moment, smashing into the ground. The psionic shockwave continued unabated. Rumble! The psionic shockwave spread like a bubble, tearing dozens of constructs to shreds and overturning scores of them. Anacharis raised his Wodia scepter, and just as light surged from its head, it was immediately overshadowed by an even more dazzling light. The electronic imp circling beside him recorded this scene. He felt fortunate. If he had still been using his old scanning array, it would not only have failed to record but would have burned out due to the energy exceeding its capacity. A large amount of data flooded into the tactician array's analysis module, and it only returned to normal after 12 iterations. My lord, so powerful. When will my tactician array possess the same level of destructive power? Balsa Kuturi, the librarian of the 19th Legion, had just reached the hatch when he saw the surging light. He stared down, suddenly feeling dizzy. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, gagging inside his helmet. At the same moment, in another passage deep underground, Tagutai Yesuge, the sky shaman behind Chagatai, paused, then fell to his knees with a thud. Chagatai's sword paused, then quickly spun, cutting through the construct's flesh. He delivered a flying kick, sending the construct flying, then supported his sky shaman, asking with concern. Tagutai, what's wrong? Yesuge vomited 2 mouthfuls of viscous liquid, feeling as if his stomach had been emptied, his face pale. Great Khan, Yesuge said with difficulty. The Chagorians called Chagatai the Great Khan, meaning Khan of Khans, to distinguish him from tribal Khans. A powerful psyker. Yesuge discerned the previous impact. Even tens of kilometers away, it was still clearly perceptible and did not belong to the Astartes librarian level. Among the Gene Seed Primarchs, only Magnus and Ning Lu could use such power. Sanguinius was said to passively foresee the future. He believed the Great Khan also had latent psionic abilities, but they had not yet been activated. Magnus was not on Randan, so only one could unleash such powerful psionic energy. Lord Ning Lu unleashed an attack. He looked towards the depths of the winding passage and continued. Deep underground, a powerful and evil entity, whose will disturb the way of heaven. On the surface, Ning Lu, while throwing Jushin's spear, ascended to the 3rd level of the Thelema mindset. As expected, Sloth's evil will swept in, crashing against the mental gate. The mental island shook in the tsunami, his face paled slightly, his temples throbbed, and his body turned cold. Not as good as the tears of silence, but stronger than all previous sloth encounters. Indeed, it's a king-like existence. Ning Lu glanced at the 33 tears of silence runes wrapped around his waist, then stooped to the ground. Zadkiel, the barbarian, helped Balsa and leapt out of the cabin. Zadkiel, I'm fine. Balsa felt the evil will recede like a tide. He tore off his helmet, feeling much clearer-headed. He did not draw his force staff. His experience with sloth made him wary of using psionic weapons. He held a bolt pistol in one hand and a force sword with its psionic field deactivated in the other. The lawyer suddenly stepped forward, following Lord Ning Lu's teachings, and leapt up, performing the simplest, Osber Via, first strike stab. The blade forged from psionic crystal pierced the gaping, pale, stalk-like fleshy body, tearing open its bestial, fanged maw. As the lawyer descended, he fired a volley of bolter rounds into the construct's gaping, bladed mouth. The bolter rounds detonated in the construct's fragile internal cavity, splattering pale flesh. Glenn Vorsoto gazed at the majestic figure of Lord Ning Lu, watching the shining golden force field, and activated his power fist. Glenn strode forward, his father's figure wielding the hand of dominion occasionally overlapping with Lord Ning Lu's, then flashing past in alternation. Golden light overwhelmed blue, as the arbiter followed Lord Ning Lu's movements, swinging his arms. Lord Ning Lu delivered a single punch with his left arm. The Arbiter used both arms. The Arbiter suddenly smashed out his right fist, the force field screaming, deflecting the tendril blade swung by the warrior construct, allowing Glenn to continue imitating and following Lord Ning Lu's movements. The Arbiter raised his left arm, smashing it into the construct's pale body. Pale flesh exploded and splattered, landing near Zadkiel, the Barbarian, chapter master of the Descendants of the Quill, of the Word Bearers. The Barbarian was a head taller than before. He wore a Saturn-patterned Terminator prototype custom-made for him by the Order Shadows, tech sergeants, striding forward. Feeling the surging power in his body, his pace was only slightly slower than Balsa's, who wore lighter armor. Zadkiel silently praised Lord Ning Lu. He had recently reported his growth and changes to his father. In his father's reply, he emphasized that it was his devout faith in the Emperor that earned him the reward of faith power. Lorgar also affirmed his own son's merit in successfully promoting priests within the Order Shadows. The Barbarian let out a deafening howl. He abandoned his former ornate blades, wielding a screaming chainsword, striking the swaying construct's body. Pale flesh churned, and disgusting pus mixed with blood cascaded down the chainsword like a waterfall, splattering onto the glass-like ground, emitting a harsh shriek. 4 biocanids let out low growls, stepping over the blood on the ground. 2 biocanids leapt up, biting the warrior construct's arms. One crashed into its body, then jumped away as tendril blades lashed out. The last biocanid leapt up, and as it passed over the construct, it dropped the armor-piercing grenade clutched in its claws into its blade-ringed mouth. Gulan Sulak, the apothecary of the Warhound Legion, closed and opened his lips. At the sound of a whistle, the 4 biocanids, driven by the beast tamer, pounced on their next prey. Zo Sahar followed closely behind Lord Ning Lu. He saw blue and white light spinning like a ribbon, and golden light surging, his eyes shining. The light of inspiration danced in the midnight poet's mind, and he blurted out. The incarnate king of Vostronia, illuminating the dim skies of Hive City worlds. Father of the Order Shadows, the one who reshaped the Reaper. The eternal victor over the enemies of humanity, the glorious one of triumph. Conqueror of Xenos, destroyer of Randan. The midnight poet's chant echoed faintly like a lullaby. The spirits of those around him instantly became disoriented, as if they saw serene moonlight, and a calm, gently rippling lake. The constructs' senses blurred, and their bodies slowed. Zo Sahar saw the warrior construct's tendril blade movements slow slightly, and the Reaper construct's firing speed became a fraction slower, causing him to pout. Xeno constructs who don't appreciate poetry. He attributed the less-than-expected effect entirely to the semi-organic, semi-inorganic life forms, ignoring that he was merely a clumsy poet who had temporarily picked up poetry to master power. The peaceful poem entered Lucius's ears, pulling him out of the excitement of wildly swinging his blade. The pugilist suddenly remembered the goal he had set for himself before the battle. He changed from a two-handed grip to a one-handed grip. The blade spun, as if 5 sharp swords were dancing simultaneously. Clang, clang, clang. In a series of collisions, the warrior construct's tendril blades were deflected. The pugilist leapt up like a raptor, swinging his left fist continuously. A series of purple gauntlet strikes hammered the pale body, and amidst the firecracker-like explosions, flesh splattered. Lucius felt an internal explosion like bolter fire, clenched his fist, and looked at Akarduna. I've finally caught up to your pace. Akarduna's repaired Athena blade, the abstract ancient Gothic runes, had been replaced with Kaiser runes. Thierry Vieira had his swordsmith forge a psionic longsword for his respectable opponent, hoping to fight Akarduna again. Akarduna also looked forward to the day they would fight again, but now he had a new goal. Lord, please leave him to me. Good. Granted permission, the weapon master charged towards Sloth. The weapon master's figure spun rapidly, dodging the beams of despoiler stave with swift movements. The first court swordsman danced gracefully like a performer from the Purple Phoenix court. The weapon masters, Timur swung from the middle, knocking the scepter aside, leaving the Thalos destroyer's defenses wide open. The weapon master leapt, dodging the whipping worm arms, and with a flick of Athena, sliced through the despoiler stave cloak on its back. The weapon master continuously swung, leapt, blocked, and struck. Meat. Sloth's vocalizer uttered in a difficult-to-understand low Gothic, barely conveying its meaning, slippery. The moment the inappropriate adjective sounded, the weapon master twisted Athena's blade, hooking the despoiler stave with its cross guard, and flicking it out of Sloth's hand. The jewel-encrusted blade spun rapidly, and large masses of worm bodies scattered quickly. Beyond the veil, in the Empyrean, the gazes of two entities focused on Akarduna. The Stormblade danced, eliciting their admiration and pleasure. The storm abruptly ceased, and the explosion of an armor-piercing grenade interrupted their enjoyment. They were not angered, their gazes were drawn to two extraordinary warriors deep underground. Chapter 591. If your guards can rival a Primarch, I'd like to know how strong you are. Perturabo's ice-blue eyes were fixed on the circular platform, as iron warriors accompanying him fell under the despoiler stave's beam. But this wasn't important to him, his gaze was firmly drawn to his target. 30 constructs were moving gray cabinets one by one towards the obsidian-like circular spaceship. A myriad of data danced in Perturabo's mind, a number of constructs beyond the normal range, the items being transferred, two sloths similar in height to him, a giant sloth even taller than Ning Lu, all of it disassembled and reduced to its most basic form. Everything became numbers, with no room for ambiguous variables. Integers of existence flew through his mind. Victory was 1, defeat was 0. War was an equation, as long as the sum was greater than 0, the cost was worthwhile. Any number higher than it meant victory, and he would win at all costs. Perturabo concluded. The giant sloth was trying to escape, and he was 1. If he escaped, the result was greater than 0, if he was killed, the result was 1. As soon as Perturabo reached his conclusion, he immediately broke into a sprint. The massive broadsword swung in his hand, mercilessly sweeping aside the constructs with its blunt and brutal blade. Nasty beams shot from the metallic tendrils protruding from both sides of the Reaper constructs, striking his baroque breastplate. The plates were forged in Kolrath Siakar's furnace, then handcrafted by Terava artisans, incorporating Naroda techniques to form their prototype. It was finally shaped by Perturabo himself, who unearthed Unification Wars-era warlord technology on Terra, acquired Dragon Kingdom technology on Dawn Star, and finally inscribed the Phoenician language of Olympia. The armored giant rolled over like a falling rock from a mountain, leaving behind the shattered limbs of constructs. In the Empyrean beyond the veil, Khorne of the Brass Throne watched Perturabo's valiant charge with interest. Amidst the decadent sounds of the Palace of Pleasure, Slaanesh idly shifted his gaze from the unesthetic straight line to the slower starting but swifter white figure. Chagatai moved like a diving raptor, weaving among the constructs, gracefully sweeping past their pale bodies. His scimitar danced lightly, with the force of a surging lightning bolt. Each of his strikes was equally powerful, severing bone-bladed arms, splitting legs, and greatly reducing the constructs' combat effectiveness or throwing them off balance. Chagatai was constantly moving, reaching the circular platform faster than Perturabo. The giant sloth raised his arm, and one of his two guards moved to meet the white figure. Chagatai's cloak fluttered as he launched a preemptive attack, his movements as swift as thunder. The sloth raised his despoiler stave, and a verdant energy swept across, turning the dust into a swirling cloud. A dull roar echoed across the wide circular platform, and the scimitar in Chagatai's hand flew out. He swiftly tapped the ornate hilt with his index finger, and the blade spun, returning to his control. Chagatai laughed heartily. The feeling of going all out was as exhilarating as riding a horse at full gallop. He lunged forward, twisting his body, his blade aiming directly for the sloth's abdomen. The sloth twisted his body, leaning back. The lightly dancing blade followed its prey closely, the worm-like arm twisted, and the despoiler stave blocked the swift blade just before the shroud-like cloak was touched. As the war hawk struck, the Lord of Iron also stepped onto the platform. The other sloth guard raised his despoiler stave, and a verdant light flashed. With a hiss, a scorch mark appeared on Perturbo's armor. Perturbo raised his self-made plasma gun and pulled the trigger. The sloth slid, but the plasma gun still left a Primarch thigh-sized hole in his flickering body, and large clumps of charred maggots crackled to the ground. The sloth's body flattened, then instantly straightened, its damaged form reforming, and he also spread to the Primarch's front, swinging his stave at the Primarch's leg. Perturbo swung his broadsword to meet it, and at the moment of impact, the shock vibrated his arm. Perturbo gripped his broadsword tightly, his gauntlet smoking from the friction. Khorne and Slaanesh in the Imperium simultaneously shifted their gaze from the great battle they were watching, both turning to the black-armored, gold-winged figure. Ning Lu spread his golden wings and swooped down towards the giant sloth. He was the largest of all the sloths he had seen. Ning Lu overlooked the battlefield, seeing two sloths battling Perturbo and Chagatai, and thought to himself, "If your guards can rival a Primarch, I'd like to know how strong you are." A thought simultaneously flashed through his mind. Lionel Johnson and Lehman Russ's cooperation during the Third Randan War might not have been limited to the battlefield, but also to the final duel. The original, Duran campaign, after the duel between the lion and the wolf, the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves would engage in a cat-and-dog fight whenever they met. Only such a powerful enemy could make two discordant legions fight side by side, and two Primarchs cooperate fully. As the Corruption Baron pondered, he had already swept before the sloth, and the blue-white blade clashed with the despoiler stave. A deafening explosion drowned out everything. It overwhelmed the strikes of the tendril blades, the roar of bolt rounds, and even swallowed the battlefield of the two Primarchs. The Sloth King felt a power equal to his own. Maggots extended from his head, and his parasitic eyes stared in astonishment at the creature several sizes smaller than himself. Since Ning Lu's promotion to Corruption Baron, and the activation of the hidden power within his body, this was the first time he had encountered an enemy whose pure strength rivaled his own. He flapped his golden wings, and his body flew into the air. Ning Lu was head over heels, his golden wings spinning like a windmill. In every breath, he had rotated hundreds of times. The Corruption Baron twisted his waist and back, his muscles bulging, and as his arm swung, living metal rapidly spread, encasing his left arm. The golden flames of the Burning One and the golden light of the Hand of Order illuminated the underground as if directly struck by the blazing sun. The sloth gripped his stave with both arms, his body swelling, and met the golden storm. Boom! The mountain wall shook, and the platform trembled violently. The last batch of constructs transporting gray boxes stumbled and fell into the obsidian ship's hull. The despoiler stave flew out of his hand, and the screaming flames blasted the sloth's maggot-ridden head. The sloth's parasitic eyes swept around, realizing that his construct servants had completed their task. He decided not to entangle with this powerful black armor warrior. He suddenly contracted sharply, spreading rapidly towards the spaceship like a piece of paper. Trying to run, Ning Lu's golden wings vibrated, chasing the rapidly spreading shadow, and swept into the spaceship. He raised his hand, Val's sword held horizontally across his chest. Throw! The blade shot out, pinning into the despoiler cloak, and the screaming force field crushed large clumps of maggots. Clumps of maggots spread away like liquid, and Ning Lu's right hand in the air took a green tear-shaped charm from his waist and chanted in Dun language. Silence. In the Empyrean, Khorne's body slammed heavily onto the brass throne, then immediately looked towards Perturbo. Slaanesh twisted his body, his gaze jumping to another distorted magic mirror. Inside the obsidian spaceship, Ning Lu was astonished to see that the charm made with the power of the Tears of Silence only stiffened the sloth for an instant. He pinched a charm with each of his 5 fingers, flicking them out rapidly. Amidst a series of silence shouts, the Corruption Baron's spirituality gushed forth, fragments of the shroud-like cloak and charred maggots flew up, intertwining and churning together, transforming into a large net of gray-black threads. The gray-black net, in a moment of silence, enveloped and covered the worm-like body clinging to the ground. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Necrotic slime spread, and the net ruptured. The corruption baron raised his arm and shouted, "Command, deprive, regeneration. Command, deprive, telescopic extension." The spreading maggots suddenly paused, then abruptly rose into a humanoid form. The corruption baron infused all his spirituality into the hand of order, pushing his arm forward. Imprison. Extremely viscous transparent liquid flowed, layer upon layer, wrapping around the sloth's body. The blood-colored chain on Ning Lu's right little finger flowed, the throbbing pain in his temples rapidly disappeared, and he gazed at the giant sloth in the amber. He is indeed very strong. I not only used the Tears of Silence charm, but also the power of the Burning One. Without a doubt, I will use you as material when I am promoted to Mentor of Disorder. Ning Lu surveyed the spaceship, thinking to himself. He must have realized that defeat was inevitable and was preparing to retreat, otherwise I wouldn't have won so easily. Perhaps, with those two guards obstructing, he might have escaped from Lion and Russ. Ning Lu remembered that the Randan extermination campaign did not completely exterminate the Randan. Although brain eaters and bone eaters have never been recorded appearing again. But other races, including the sloths, still had remnants outside the imperial gaze, though small in scale and unable to stir up any trouble. In the Calixus sector, a land of outstanding individuals and rampant monsters, the sloths had been accumulating strength and creating constructs for 10,000 years. But even until the Great Rift unfolded, they still lacked sufficient power, and the sloths still couldn't launch an offensive, let alone compare to now. Compared to extinction-level threats like Tyrant Star, sloths could only be considered a problem that couldn't be ignored. I wonder if he escaped and rebred the sloth race, or if a part of them ran to Calixus now. As Ning Lu pondered, he picked up Val's sword and walked to a gray box. The Corruption Baron used change the concept, turning it into a power sword. The blade struck down, and blue light exploded. Ning Lu was slightly surprised, dispelled, changed the concept, and gently swung. As blue-white light scattered, a short burst of crackling sounded. Ning Lu gazed at the green stone within. It was like jade, imprinted with strange eyes like brilliant starlight, full of unreality. He immediately recognized it as the main ingredient for the astrologer's subsequent sequence 6 inches scribe potion, the Starlight Record Stone. Record Stone. The sloth wanted to take it. Could it be that it records their knowledge? Then, the original Lion and Russ must have let him escape, and he fled for the sake of his race's knowledge inheritance. The sloths in Calixus are only few in number, but their technology has not declined. As Ning Lu pondered, he turned and walked out. Just as he exited the obsidian spaceship, he saw Perturabo, whose armor was dim and broadsword largely melted, and Chagatai, whose white armor was tattered but his scimitar intact. They almost simultaneously threw an armor-piercing grenade into the severely wounded sloth's body. Amidst the roar of the explosion, worms scattered. Perturabo's ice-blue eyes glanced at Chagatai, then looked at Ning Lu. "Where's the sloth? I've already dealt with him." Perturabo was silent. "At least it's not Chagatai." "Ning Lu, it should be so." Yasuge walked to Chagatai's side, looking at Ning Lu in astonishment. That evil alien must have been the one emanating the evil will earlier. He was stronger than the one the Great Khan killed, which meant, the War Hawk of Shigoris was not as powerful as the Monarch of Vostronia. Chagatai gazed at Ning Lu for a moment, then said decisively, "I'm going back to Shigoris." He never liked participating in Terra's extravagant and hypocritical celebrations, and after summoning his scattered offspring to Shigoris to declare the birth of his new legion, he had no intention of returning with Ning Lu and the others. Anacharis Spezia's massive body slightly turned, making way for Chagatai Khan and the others. He looked down with regret. His tactician array's scanning module only managed to record partial data. Ning Lu walked up to Perturabo and said, "This planet and the Ramirez-class star fort are both yours." Ning Lu had planned this before the battle. It was both a spoil of war and a gift for Perturabo, and also a retreat for him. Ning Lu didn't know when he would be able to make a Primarch absolutely loyal to him, and Perturabo might still rebel. Relationships don't completely determine allegiance, as shown by Horus and Sanguinius, Fulgrim and Manus. Perturabo's relationship with Huang Laohan, his views on Horus and Huang Laohan, and even the rebellion of Olympia, would all influence his decision. By the time Ning Lu subdued him, he might have no place left in the Imperium. Ning Lu would not let him go to the Eye of Terror, where legions suffer chaos corruption. Then he would have to find a safe haven for him, and the Randan homeworld outside the Astronomicon was a suitable place. He had a few other such locations in mind. The Ramirez-class Star Fort was a necessary investment. Ning Lu was not worried that if he didn't subdue Perturabo, he would use the Ramirez-class Star Fort against him. Once deployed, a Ramirez-class Star Fort cannot be easily moved. Traversing the warp is too difficult for such a behemoth. Even if Perturabo fell, he would not trust the power of chaos, he would only rely on himself. He certainly had this ability, but it was impossible to complete in a short time. During the Great Crusade, Huang Laohan would not give him time to build. The inability to build was part of the reason for his fall. There wasn't enough time for the grand apotheosis. Afterward, it would be even more impossible for him to emerge in the Imperium. The Ramirez-class Star Fort also only had an approximate 3,000-year operational cycle. After the grand apotheosis, it would no longer be a threat to consider. As for Randan, it indeed had certain strategic value. In his memory, the Dark Angels established a base here. But it was outside the Astronomicon, with excessively high maintenance costs. He already had the Broken Steel Fortress, a Deathwatch fortress, which had greater strategic value. Perturabo's ice-blue eyes sparkled, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. An alien homeworld was a shining medal of military achievement. The Star Hunter's white warships departed first, and Perturabo left a large encampment to garrison Randan. The combined fleet returned, heading to Terra to participate in the triumphal celebration. Chapter 592, Old Huang's Treasury, a sight Ning Luo dared not gaze upon. Wangquan Shadow, Primarch Office. Arsena Dun, holding a data slate, reported, "My lord, I have compiled the Legion's casualty status. After the Battle of Tollern, during the campaigns to clear Xenos within the Imperium, the Dulan campaign, and the war on the Randan homeworld, a total of 14,850 Order Shadows were killed in action. Excluding the 1,960 librarians trained by Mancora, the number of reinforcements over the past 5 years was 7,320, bringing the Legion's current strength to approximately 237,000. Ning Luo nodded silently. After the war with the Randan, the Order Shadows had decreased by about 48,000 compared to before the war. Compared to the 140,000 casualties suffered by the Dark Angels in 2 wars, his Legion's casualties were over 90,000 fewer. Ning Luo analyzed the reasons and came to a conclusion. The decisive factor was that he initiated the Third Randan War earlier, significantly reducing the time the Randan had to recover. Secondly, he mobilized more forces, with other legions sharing some of the casualties. Finally, the accumulated strength of the Beyonders and other technologies in his legion reduced casualties. Ning Luo leaned back in his chair, and the original body servant remained silent. A single general's success is built upon 10,000 withered bones. After a moment of lament, he thought to himself, "Fortunately, my legion survived the most brutal battles of the Great Crusade era without suffering crippling losses. The Order Shadows is still the largest legion, at least 40,000 more than the Dark Angels. That doesn't even count those controlled by Luther and Urian Bendrag." Ning Luo also recalled that after the Battle of Tollern, Ryan proactively went to the Eurydice sector to wage war against the Glotian Orc Empire. In his memory, the Warhound Legion was originally tasked with this responsibility, supported by the Ultramarines. This is the butterfly effect. The position of the largest legion is very stable, even if I still have to fight the Harud and the enslaved. Ning Luo collected his thoughts and picked up a gray box from beside his feet. The silver-haired Arsena quickly walked over and took the box. This contains the knowledge of the sloth race, including the civilizations they enslaved and destroyed. The detective joyfully accepted it, saying, "This is precisely what interests me. Record them in data crystals." During his leisure time, Ning Lu also read the Starlight Record Stones. To obtain the complete knowledge of the sloth race, he had not yet allowed Saint Diago Borgkamp to advance to sequence 6 inches scribe. Before initiating the war against the Herud, at least one can be deciphered completely. Although Saint Diago would not be promoted for now, the promotions of others were underway. After Arsena left the office, he went to the Nation of Disorder, and instructed the Space Monkey to prepare the Sequence 8 inches Sheriff, and Sequence 7 inches Weapon Master, potions. Upon returning to the real world, Glenn Vorsoto, Chapter Master of the Ultramarines, 1st Battle Group, and Lucius, clad in a long robe, presented themselves as ordered. Ning Lu pushed the iron black and dark red entwined silver white, and the dark gold potions, respectively, towards the two of them. "Drink it." Knowing they were about to receive another boon, both drank the potions with joyful expressions. Moments later, Lucius's physique grew a size. He lightly shook his body, feeling that his agility had not only not decreased but had become even stronger. He knelt with Glenn in delight, saying, "Thank you for your lord's bestowal." Ning Lu nodded slightly and sent the method of praying to the Black Emperor to the two through-thought pulses. After the Terra celebration, they would both return to their respective legions. Ning Lu not only informed the two but also Akarduna, Gulan Sulak the apothecary of the Warhound, Zosahar of the 8th Legion, Zadkiel the chapter master of the Descendants of the Quill, of the Word Bearers, and Balsa Kuturi the librarian of the 19th Legion of the Prayer Method. "My lord." After processing the information, the two immediately changed their address. In the last month of 874, at the same moment the combined fleet arrived in the solar system, Ning Lu scrutinized Pat, who had just advanced to sequence 8 inches telepathus. "You will leave the Legion for a period, joining our allies, the Vischer family, as a shadow guard. I hope you can read more people and learn and grow in the political maelstrom of Terra, by the side of the navigators." Ning Lu thought highly of Pat. During his time as a member of the Honor Guard, he bravely confronted Russ Indulan and displayed a natural talent for public speaking and motivation, making him a key candidate for cultivation. Pat pondered the deeper meaning of his Gene Father's words. Although temporarily leaving the Legion made him feel disappointed, he knew that becoming a shadow guard meant developing comprehensive skills as a commander. Only outstanding individuals from each chapter could qualify. He was even personally chosen by his Gene Father, and he proudly raised his head. "Father, I will not let you down." The people of Terra were ecstatic, celebrating the great victory against the evil Xenos and the arrival of the two Primarchs. They gathered before the holographic screens in various hive cities, eagerly and expectantly watching the starting point of the celebration. When Ning Lu and Perturabo emerged successively from the black and gray Skyhawk shuttles, the entire Terra erupted in fervent cheers. "Lord Ning Lu! Lord Perturabo!" Perturabo and Ning Lu walked side by side towards the signatory holding a scepter, listening to the thunderous cheers praising them. "Lord of Iron! Hammer of Olympia! Gene Seed Primarch of the Iron Warriors." Since his return to the Imperium, this was the first time he had returned victorious after winning a battle. Fighting alongside Ning Lu, his value was seen by all, no longer overlooked. Perturabo didn't care, the cheers for Ning Lu were even louder. Gene Seed Primarch of the Order Shadows. King of Vostronia. Conqueror of Xenos, Destroyer of Randan. Eternal victor over the enemies of mankind. Ning Lu smiled, participating in this celebration not for himself, but for the various Legion task forces who followed him in battle. This was their deserved glory. He wondered if Huang Laohan would give him a reward. As Primarchs returned one by one, Huang Laohan dedicated more time to the management of the Imperium. He spent increasing amounts of time on Terra. Ning Lu twirled the Pegasus ring on his right index finger. Fearing being spied upon by Huang Laohan, he rarely wore this ring, keeping it in a stasis field in his private armory. He had never even placed this high-sequence item ring into the Nation of Disorder for association. Until now, it was just a ring. But today, to meet Huang Laohan, he had no choice but to take it out and wear it. While Ning Lu pondered, he arrived before the signatory. Your father is already waiting for you. Board the chariot, heroes of the Imperium. Ning Lu and Perturabo then boarded the magnificent golden chariot prepared for them, adorned with oak leaves, garlands, and other decorations. Representatives from 9 legions gathered, their banners and insignia waving, forming a dazzling sea. The Black Order shadows were in the center, but the gray, iron warriors were also centrally located. The purple, Emperor's Children, the blue and white, Warhound, the blue, Ultramarines, the red, Thousand Suns, the gray rock-colored, Word-bearers, and the 8th Legion. The 19th Legion, which participated in the Shayna defense battle, had only Balsa as a representative. The Dark Angels, who had made immense sacrifices in the Battle of Tollern, had no one present. Tens of thousands of Astartes slowly advanced amidst the cheers of the populace. Servo skulls flew around, and ribbons fluttered. Sound array systems played majestic music, blending with the synchronized steps of the Astartes. Scanning arrays sent images to the Mechanicus Control Center, and multi-angle images were compiled and broadcast throughout Terra. Ning Lu smiled and waved to the people of Terra, causing waves of excitement. In his line of sight, a figure in golden True One armor stood on a high platform. Ning Lu ascended the steps and came before Huang Laohan. The Emperor smiled, "My Pegasus, you have not disappointed me. All enemies of mankind shall be crushed by you." He then looked at Perturabo, "My Lord of Iron, you have passed yet another trial. I have arranged many trials for you. Tireless, indomitable, and ever forward." "As you wish," Ning Lu and Perturabo bowed and replied. The Emperor placed the laurel wreaths of triumph on the heads of the 2 Gene Seed Primarchs and said to them, "Enjoy the cheers of your victory." Ning Lu and Perturabo stood on either side of the Emperor, and the Astartes proudly stood beside hundreds of armored vehicles. The triumphal celebration concluded amidst the fervent, thunderous shouts of the populace. In the evening, Ning Lu saw off Violet, the matriarch of the Vischer family. His gaze shifted from Pat to the golden armored figure approaching. "Lord Ning Lu, the Emperor wishes to see you. Lead the way, custodian." Ning Lu walked out of the courtyard, following the custodian. He soon realized that Huang Laohan was not seeing him in the throne room. When Ning Lu saw the castle-sized golden gate, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Old Huang's treasury, finally. As the gate slammed shut, the Emperor turned to Ning Lu. "You have crushed the Xenos, liberated thousands of worlds enslaved by the Randan aliens, and countless enslaved people have been freed. My Pegasus, you have not failed my expectations. I have decided to entrust Argia to your management." Upon hearing this, Ning Lu's mind flashed with the situation of Argia. Argia was an important logistics supply station for the Great Crusade, and also provided a large number of highly educated, high-quality soldiers for the auxiliary army. Because it was a civilized world, it was not used as a recruitment world by many legions during the Great Crusade, who believed that a cruel nature was a necessary culture for Astartes. Only the Imperial Fists recruited some soldiers. After the Grand Apotheosis erupted, Argia, which was initially far from the front lines, became an important recruitment ground for various legions. Khan of the White Scars was the most famous figure. "Chagatai, I don't intend to herd your cubs. My lord, I will certainly live up to your expectations. Under my construction, Argia will inject new vitality into the Imperium." The Emperor smiled and nodded. "Besides Argia, you can also choose one item from my treasury. All Terrans know what you love most." "Thank you, my lord," Ning Lu sincerely offered his praise. He followed Huang Laohan, examining the collections one by one. The underground treasury of the Imperial Palace, compared to the Emperor's treasury on the Emperor's flagship Bucephalus, was much larger in scale and richer in collections. Ning Lu saw the familiar black sword, which would later be bestowed upon Sigismund by Mikado's hand. The Corruption Baron, activated his psychic vision, inspecting each item one by one. A lavishly decorated black Baroque-style armor, a silver Mercury longsword. Among them were many spiritual items, with the Mercury longsword being the most dazzling in its spiritual glow. It was brighter than the blood-red chain wrapped around his little finger, but not as bright as the Hand of Order gauntlet. Ning Lu noticed that Huang Laohan did not mention the anomalies these items had caused this time. The Hand of Order Power Fist would occasionally reshape order when placed before a runic field. Is it because it's placed directly in a runic field? While the Corruption Baron pondered, he walked past the center of the treasury, and his psychic vision suddenly closed involuntarily. Ning Luo's heart skipped a beat. He had carefully avoided looking at Huang Laohan. What is it? It made me instinctively shut down my psychic vision. He carefully continued to examine. Although he had no psychic vision, the superhuman perception woven by Huang Laohan was still present. Ning Luo's gaze swept over a scepter with a golden shaft and a silver head, a mask covered with unknown runes. His gaze finally landed on an unassuming banner. The flagpole was iron black, stained with bloodstains. A dazzling crimson flame was embroidered on the purple banner. Ning Lu gazed at an inconspicuous flag, about 1.4 meters long, among the many hidden treasures. He asked Huang Laohan in the same tone as when he had inquired earlier. Ning Lu keenly noticed that Huang Laohan seemed to be lost in thought, gazing at the flag for over 10 seconds before speaking. It's a flag, commemorating a brutal war. Seeing that Huang Laohan had no intention of elaborating, a cautious thought arose in Ning Lu's mind to activate his psychic vision and examine the flag within the runic force field. As soon as the thought emerged, he immediately felt as if his whole body was bathed in flames. It's this that makes me afraid to use psychic vision. Ning Lu's expression remained normal as he continued forward, browsing through the various artifacts. Finally, he stopped before a golden shield carved with a fierce tiger. Have you decided? The emperor came to his side. Ning Lu glanced at Huang Laohan, then nodded. I've chosen. He walked up to the flag. You want it? The emperor's voice held a hint of surprise. It's the artifact that attracts me the most. I feel blood and glory from it. He glanced at Huang Laohan again. I'm eager to pick it up now. Ning Lu believed it should be a mystical item. Without injecting spirituality or even forming a connection with it, nothing would happen. Even if it was somewhat dangerous and an accident occurred, Huang Laohan wouldn't just watch his Pegasus get into trouble. If there were any hidden tricks or if Huang Laohan was causing trouble, the disordered country would be able to resist. As long as Huang Laohan didn't resort to crude methods, directly assaulting his mind, the disordered country wouldn't be exposed. Ning Lu actually didn't think Huang Laohan would use methods like Molech against him, as both he and Magnus possessed psychic abilities. Even if they couldn't resist, they would perceive it. Perhaps Huang Laohan had deliberately overlooked him and Magnus when choosing which Primarchs to send to Molech. While Ning Lu pondered, Huang Laohan deactivated the runic force field. He ascended to the Tellerma third layer, extended his right hand, and paused slightly the moment he touched the flagpole. Ning Lu felt a warmth in his palm. There was a reaction. Ning Lu closed his hand, grasping the flag. The warmth spread rapidly, making him feel as if he were standing by a furnace. There were no terrifying anomalies. No mental impact. Ning Lu subtly relaxed, but remained vigilant, maintaining his Thelema mindset to discern the feelings the flag imparted to him. Warmth, and seemingly some respect. Respect. Ning Lu almost curled his lips, somewhat doubting the inexplicable feeling. Did the flag in his hand possess emotions? Ning Lu, holding the flag, followed Huang Laohan out of the treasury. His gaze swept over the ring on the shield captain's finger. A ring weapon. Ning Lu knew that some elite custodians wore ring weapons tailored to their hand shape and strength. Undoubtedly, Huang Laohan could also command space monkeys to craft ring weapons for the custodians. The probability of numerous coincidentally created artifacts was close to zero. A thought flashed through Ning Lu's mind. Equipping Astartes with ring weapons, especially the Order Shadows who lacked psychic abilities or spell-based Beander powers. I currently have 173 connected space monkeys. They are setting up ape fields for the ever-increasing number of ships. Once that is largely complete, I can start having them craft ring weapons for the Order shadows, and perhaps even protective orbs. On his way to the Primarch's courtyard, Ning Lu cautiously experimented. He raised the flagpole, waved it, and injected a trace of psychic energy into it. Aside from injecting spirituality, he tried every other method he could think of. There was no change, the flagpole remained warm. The honor guard members on duty, seeing their father approach with the flagpole, couldn't help but show confusion. Ning Lu entered the villa, and with a thought, John, the brain cat, who was lying down, immediately ran over. Grab it. Ning Lu bent down, simultaneously speaking to the Calamity Priest, via their mental link. He saw John grasp the flagpole with both paws, but nothing happened. Through the mental link, Ning Lu keenly noticed that John felt no warmth when holding the flagpole. The flagpole was like a normal flagpole, neither hot nor cold. Ning Lu sent another thought pulse, divinate it. The Calamity Priest closed his eyes slightly, just about to perform divination, when he suddenly felt as if he was being burned by flames. He dropped the flagpole in terror, sliding backward and bumping into Black Wolf Freddy. What are you doing? Freddy impatiently waved his paw, pushing John away. Ning Lu gazed at the upright flagpole, though no one held it, it stood firmly on the ground, as if its base were plunged into the earth. Through the mental link, he sensed John's sensation of being consumed by flames. Iron black flagpole, stained with blood. Warmth, respect. Calamity Priest, flames, could it be? Ning Lu's pupils constricted violently as he stared at the flag in astonishment. The uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway. Although the tablet of blasphemy had not yet revealed the secrets of Sequence 0, Ning Lu knew that each pathway had only one true god because there was only one uniqueness. The authority of the Red Priest isn't just war and destruction, but also sacrifice. The Red Priest can pray to the source of power, which is the Sephira, for strength or for a projection to descend. They can even pray to other Sephira that are not subordinate, and this, of course, includes the disordered country. Ning Lu suddenly understood why the uniqueness of the Red Priest would warm him and show an intuitive level of respect. When he grasped the uniqueness, the Red Priest, possessing the authority of sacrifice, detected the existence of the disordered country. He was the chosen one of the disordered country, and already possessed considerable authority. Ning Lu held the flag, and with a thought, he conceived the idea of a ball of flame appearing before him. The next instant, he felt his palm being sucked dry as if by a pump. The corruption barons, spirituality immediately lost a quarter, and simultaneously, an invisible, colorless flame appeared before him. The Calamity Priest showed a look of terror, and Freddy's fur bristled, immediately wanting to transform into his eight-legged form. Ning Lu willed the flame to disappear, and as 1/5 of his spirituality flowed into the flag, the flame vanished. It really is the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway. Perhaps the mystical items showed no abnormalities not only because of the runic force field, but also because of the existence of the uniqueness. After all, the Red Priest is too overbearing. I didn't expect my first uniqueness to be neither Black Emperor nor Justiciar, but actually, Red Priest. Sephira have a certain attraction to items of their affiliated pathway, leading to coincidences of fate that facilitate accidental encounters. The Hand of Order Power Fist might even have encountered him for this reason. The Black Emperor and Justiciar were obviously the most likely uniquenesses to encounter. Huang Laohan, I am extremely satisfied with this reward. Ning Lu, holding the Red Priest uniqueness, thought of the large amount of spirituality he had just lost, and couldn't help but frown again. If I were to use the authority of war to make a certain world, say, Agard, which I just acquired, erupt in war, or use the authority of destruction to tear Agard apart, or even use the authority of conquest to make the entire world submit to me. Leaving aside whether the uniqueness's limited respect for me grants me sufficient authority. Even if it did, Due to my identity as the master of the disordered country, I would be drained to death. Ning Lu's eyes were deep. Besides flames, did the uniqueness have other uses? He walked towards the sofa under the terrified gazes of Freddy and the Calamity Priest. The Black Wolf and the Brain Cat didn't lie down close to him as usual, they ran out of the Primarch's villa, one after the other. Ning Lu twirled the warm flagpole, his mind filled with thoughts. Main authorities: war, conquest, destruction, sacrifice, charm, masculinity. Lesser authorities: flame, disaster, courage, divine kingdom. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. Sacrifice, Saphira, disordered country. The Harud war will be easier. Acquiring the Red Priest uniqueness filled Ning Lu with excitement and a rush of thoughts. In a flash, the morning bell of the first day of the year 875 rang. Ning Lu tucked the flagpole behind his neck, even if it made him look somewhat similar to those greenskin warlords. But it was a uniqueness, and doing so was worth it. Ning Lu, his back warm, walked out of the courtyard. His keen senses had already detected Perturbo's arrival. As Ning Lu stepped out of the villa door, he immediately noticed something more in the honor guard members' gazes towards him. He found the answer in Perturbo's trident eyes. Admiration, respect, loyalty. The passive effect of carrying the Red Priest uniqueness, the passive manifestation of the authority of charm. My charm has greatly increased. The outwardly unremarkable flag, placed in the underground treasury, might be due to the effect of the authority of charm. Ning Lu gazed at the fleeting expression in Perturbo's icy blue eyes, thinking to himself. If I could truly fully activate the charm authority of the uniqueness, with the existing emotional foundation, I might be able to make Perturbo kneel in allegiance immediately. The Red Priest is the most charming male, possessing both the charm to make people submit and want to pledge loyalty, and also making enemies extremely disgusted, wanting to kill him as quickly as possible. Ning Lu, I have completed the Grand Theater. Phrixus will send it to your flagship shortly. I will complete it. Ning Lu keenly saw a hint of melancholy in Perturbo's eyes as they returned to calm. I look forward to our reunion, Perturbo said calmly. Father has ordered me to go to Zaveric to quell the rebellion. Ning Lu was taken aback by the news, thinking to himself. Although the Zaveric rebellion was in the year 876. I remember it was the 611th Expeditionary Fleet that quelled the rebellion without any casualties. Just as Perturbo arrived on Terra, Huang Laohan gave him the mission. Ning Lu thought of Perturbo's style of action. Huang Laohan might have assigned the wrong mission. Perturbo's abilities were not an issue, but he would not be so lenient with traitors. Ning Lu also recalled Huang Laohan's words to Perturbo at yesterday's celebration. He would face many trials, and be tireless, indomitable, and forge ahead. Ning Lu knew that he had said the same words when he first arrived in Olympia and met Perturbo. Huang Laohan really treats Perturbo like an ox or a horse. Yesterday's celebration, and less than a day later, a new mission has been assigned. He sighed inwardly and spoke. I look forward to our reunion. Ning Lu also left Terra that day, heading for the Carium Gate Zone. Chapter 594. Each battle group has its own exclusive recruitment world. 875. M30. The 100 companies of the Star Hunters, scattered throughout the galaxy, responded to the call of their Gene Father and gathered on Shigoris in the Typing Star territory. Bogle, the captain of the 33rd Company, and Stotch, the apothecary, entered the Chenzhou Palace. Following the customs of the Shigoris people, they bowed and said, Great Khan. The Shigoris people called Chagatai the Great Khan, meaning Khan of Khans. Welcome to Shigoris, it will be your home. Chagatai's smile was gentle, yet inadvertently revealed a grand aura. You fought with Ning Lu on Shayna. The two psychiatrists were well prepared, they had made ample preparations for this meeting. They based their understanding on the Black Emperor's revelations about Chagatai, adding their accumulated character profiles as veteran telepathists to outline Chagatai's image. The two had exchanged roles and conducted hundreds of simulated exercises. Great Khan, during my company's hunting expedition, we happened to encounter random aliens in the Shana Wesadexi star system. The psychiatrist Bogle reported calmly and fluently without interruption. The other psychiatrist, Stoch, looked up at his Gene Father on the throne. He wore no armor, but layers of robes could not conceal his strong and battle-hardened physique. His gaze was deep, and his extraordinary body contained the precise demeanor of a swordsman. He occasionally spoke, his Gothic accent heavy, yet possessing a transcendent aristocratic temperament, more aristocratic than the nobles of the Terra court. The psychiatrists only saw that his Gene Father was as focused as a raptor, unable to discern the purpose of his questions. The psychiatrists naturally shifted their gaze to the storm soothsayer, Tagutai Yesuge, beside the throne. From Yesuge's bright eyes and thoughtful expression, the psychiatrists read his curiosity and contemplation. Father and my lord went to the Randon homeworld together. My lord completed the final hunt, making Yesuge and Father curious about him, wanting to learn about my lord from us. They will not know the great power of my lord. After reaching this conclusion, Stoch couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although as a psychiatrist, Bogle could deliberate repeatedly before speaking, facing his raptor-like father, he still felt uneasy. As Bogle pondered, Chagatai spoke. Tomorrow is the time for the ceremony. Have you thought of your Shigori's names? Agula. Hearing Bogle's answer, Chagatai nodded in satisfaction. Good, in Korchan, your name means mountain. Narasong. Chagatai's glossy braid swayed as he said to Stoch, pine tree. You have both chosen good names for yourselves. Go and prepare. The next day, the 33rd Company was positioned relatively centrally among the many companies, closer to the two innermost companies, separated by 10 companies. The companies at the center were those that participated in the assault on Fort Albion in Dubris, the Kadiris catacombs, and fought fiercely with the Ushir army for 83 days. The Imperial archives had no record of their battles, only the Star Hunters knew. They were the forgotten sons of Terra. The 33rd Company's proximity to the center stemmed from their contributions in the defense of Forge World Xana and the intelligence they provided on the Randon. The two psychiatrists looked around at the sea of grass, where 50,000 Shigori's people and Star Hunters all held knives. The blades were coated with potent poison to prevent their superhuman bodies' wounds from healing. Today, we gather here. The tall Chagatai's voice, amplified by the servo skulls in the air, reached all his sons. Chagatai drew his scimitar. Blood will bind us together. Your close bond with me and with Shigori's. All the Star Hunters raised their blades and carved a mark on their left side, similar to the old scars inflicted by the Tuscara tribe on their Gene Father's face. 50,000 lines of blood dripped, and Chagatai raised his scimitar, declaring, "You are the White Scars." The White Scars raised their blades, responding to their Gene Father. The psychiatrists Bogle and Stoch looked around, seeing spirit in the eyes of the White Scars and reading their joy in their vigorous movements. They knew that the Star Hunters had found new life. In the past, they carried out the Emperor's tasks, acting as scouts, arriving in new zones before the expeditionary fleets. They received no attention, living only by one belief: every new day was a victory. Under the pressure of duty, the Legion slowly and steadily endured immense losses and casualties. They sought no aid, choosing only to live and die in their own way and in their chosen places. As they sheathed their scimitars, the two exchanged glances. They were different, they had already found their faith, the Black Emperor. 876, Carium Gate Zone. Wangquan Shadow, Primarch Office. Arsena Dun, holding a data slate, began his report. As per your command, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th battle groups have completed their assembly, totaling 75,400 personnel. The Legion's capital ships and nearly half of its frigates have completed a field installation. As per your command, all space monkeys have been dispersed among the vessels. Should the field be breached, they will immediately begin repairs. Ning Lu nodded. The Harud could emit entropy fields that warped time, and their warships could likewise warp the flow of time. The 3 Ramirez-class star forts not used in the war against the Randon have also completed ape field deployment, and their projection preparations are complete. As per your command, the 10th battle group has arrived at Argia in the solar system. The 12th battle group has arrived at Tanis in the Typing Star territory and has begun recruitment. The recruitment world Ning Lu chose for the 12th battle group, primarily following the Fool pathway, was Tanis. The gnarled trees would emerge from the ground and move, causing people to get lost, making it a natural place to train inspiration and divination abilities. Argia was not entirely suitable for the Hanged Man pathway, but among all battle groups, only the 10th battle group lacked a suitable exclusive recruitment world. And due to the appearance of the Rose Bishop, this pathway was one of art and beauty. The civilized world of Argia, with its highly educated populace, had a certain degree of compatibility in terms of characteristics. Therefore, Ning Lu assigned Argia to the 10th battle group, planning to find a more suitable recruitment world for Ramsey later. At this point, all battle groups had at least one exclusive recruitment world. As Arsena reported, Ning Lu's fingers swiftly glided across the data slate, sending information about the Harud and the tactics he had devised for the 3 battle groups other than the 5th battle group to his original body servant. The 4th battle group, primarily following the death pathway, possessed more acute psychic vision, was adapted to underground combat, and could detect Harud from a greater distance. The 2nd battle group, primarily following the sun pathway, could create an environment unsuitable for the nocturnal Harud. The 3rd battle group, primarily following the darkness pathway, not only adapted to the environment but could also put the Harud to sleep. Having a rich array of methods to deal with the Harud was also why Ning Lu deployed fewer forces than Perturba's Iron Warriors in his memory. The Harud had 15 major worlds and 84 minor worlds within the Sarktrata Abyss. The Iron Warriors deployed approximately 120 to 150,000 men, suffered 30,000 casualties, and the result was the cleansing of Harud from 3 worlds in the Guggen system. Phrixus, the warpsmith and leader of Perturba's Trident, estimated that cleansing all Harud would require hundreds of thousands of Iron Warriors. This was an impossible number. Before the Grand Apotheosis, the Iron Warriors' strength was about 150 to 180,000. Ning Lu's goal for this expedition was not to clear all Harud from 99 worlds. He knew the Harud numbered in the billions. Even the Order Shadows would pay an unbearable price, and the Legion would decline to chapter size, yet might not achieve it. The confrontation with the Harud was destined to be a long war. Ning Lu was not in a hurry. There were still 123 years until their mass migration in 999. Of course, his goal was not just to obtain the Mentor of Disorder's potion materials. He could capture thousands of Harud with just one battle group. The Sarktrata Abyss was rich in minerals, but compared to the former Colonnide Abyss and other fringe areas, it was further from the core regions. It was 23 light-years from the Imperial-controlled territories at the end of the Great Crusade. For the Imperium, Sarktrata was a costly and undesirable asset. But for him, with the Carium Gate and Warp Gate technology, it was not a disadvantage, but a treasure with high, yet acceptable, development costs. Once the entire abyss was hidden, it would be an unknown industrial base. The strategic value of the Sarktrata Abyss was also why Ning Lu decided to deploy strategic assets, Ramirez-class star forts. Ning Lu's minimum strategic objective for this expedition was to occupy the Guggen system, establish a foothold, and achieve the same substantial combat results as Perturbo. As he pondered, the silver-haired Arsena had received all the data, and he continued to report. Lord St. Diago Borgkamp will meet with you in 1 standard hour. Ning Lu nodded slightly. I understand. After the original body servant left, he moved his thoughts and arrived in the Nation of Disorder. Ning Lu ordered the space monkeys to prepare the Sequence 6 scribe potion using a fully red Slothian starlight record stone and other materials. He then came to the 3rd layer of space. Ning Lu did not immediately perform divination but first came before a black mist banner. The Baron of Corruption activated his psychic vision. As the chosen one of the Nation of Disorder and possessing considerable authority, he could directly gaze upon uniqueness within his own domain. He saw black threads entwined around the iron-black flagpole and the crimson flames on the purple banner. Indeed, the Red Priest, who holds the authority of sacrifice, is happy to accept connections. Ning Lu did not bind, nor did he attempt to corrode. Perhaps in the future, when his control improved and he could leverage most of the Nation of Disorder's power, he might be able to corrode uniqueness. Now, he still lacked the ability to corrode uniqueness. This is already enough for me, the plan has a greater grasp. As Ning Lu pondered, he came before the divination dice, took it in his hand, and then a vast amount of known information about the Sarktrata Abyss flashed through his mind. The Sarktrata Abyss is located in an isolated part of the Milky Way, the Orion Cygnus arm. Departing from the Ball system of the Crimson Scar, one passes through the imperial worlds of Magna Aphrodite, Jones Dam, Brigida, the Haldoros system, and Kodomus, then undergoes approximately 1 month of warp travel to reach the Sarktrata Abyss. The Guggen system, the gateway to the Sarktrata Abyss. Sanguinius, I have also, in a way, fended off a potential major threat for you. Consider it a repayment for your Ball Predator STC in our alliance in the War Council. On the migration path of the Harud, Sanguinius and the Blood Angels were originally supposed to directly face this huge threat, but Huang Laohan assigned the task to his Lord of Iron. As Ning Lu pondered, he silently recited in his heart the star map from Guggen to the Sarktrata Abyss. After reciting it 11 times, he recorded the star map onto a data crystal. Saint Diago, entering the Primarch office, saw the Black Emperor push a bottle of potion towards him. He picked up the clear, almost solidified potion and drank it down. Starlight exploded in his mind, and countless symbols and characters flashed through his eyes. Saint Diago felt his brain explode, turning into symbols, patterns, and markings. The activated new cells twisted and deformed, then were squeezed into completely different shapes. Moments later, the newly promoted scribe felt the activated cells in his mutated brain, feeling that his mind had transcended the Astartes scope. He took a deep breath, his hand caressing his throbbing temples. Thank you, my lord, for your bestowal. Ning Lu sent a thought pulse to Saint Diago. During the voyage, record the abilities of the royal court monks in your battle group to whom I have granted other powers. Recording, Beyonder abilities could be a considerable challenge for some Beyonders, requiring friendship or even a price. But for the chapter master of the 5th battle group, this was an easy task. Subsequently, Ning Lu pushed another data crystal towards Saint Diago. The Sarktrata Abyss is located beyond the Imperial frontier and is complex. You will command the void battles between the stars. In addition to the Harud data, it also contains information on the Fear Vision and the Eldar Dimension Spider sub-faction. I have studied both and devised a method of attack involving brief round trips through the warp. You are to accept it and refine it. Saint Diago, as a Devil Psychers, was a master of manipulating the interaction between the warp and the material universe, possessing teleportation abilities. He came from the Borgkamp family, a lineage of Psycanon artificers, and was the Legion's first Psycanon artificer. He was also a Beyonder of the Door pathway, most suitable to take over and continue the research. Your will be done. Saint Diago picked up the data crystal and bowed respectfully. Chapter 595, The Terrifying Entropy Field of the Harud. 876. M30. The training deck of the 5th Battle Group's flagship, the Relic-class battleship, Stars. After numerous trials, Saint Diago Borgkamp, the Star Lord, discovered that as a scribe, the total number of abilities he could record from royal court monks, lords, and barons was 22. They had received the Black Emperor's bestowed power once, twice, or thrice, respectively. The scribe found that the storage consumption for recording their abilities was almost identical, so he consciously began to conceive combinations of abilities. Given that his bestowed powers were not as combat-oriented as those of other royal court monks, he naturally focused on that aspect. The scribe gazed at the enraged figure of the Folk of Rage, his eyes simultaneously reflecting an illusory, slowly turning book. The scribe activated the living cells in his brain, forming symbols of waves, water ripples, and anger. Boom! The training dummy was shattered by a rage strike, its broken limbs splattering across the floor. At the same time, the symbols, patterns, and marks in the scribe's eyes rapidly dissipated. Recording failed. Saint Diago was not discouraged, he would just try again. Continue. The folk of rage accumulated his anger, letting out a roar at the exact moment the training dummy rotated down. The illusory book in the scribe's eyes slowly turned, and symbols, patterns, and marks flashed rapidly. Amidst the sound of explosions, the scribe gazed at a leaping arc of furious lightning on the book and nodded with satisfaction. Feeling his psychic energy more active, Saint Diago gave a command. "That's enough for today." Saint Diago then walked to the elevator and returned to his captain's quarters. Compared to other lords, his cabin resembled a psycanon artificer's laboratory or a psychic alchemy room. The walls covered with star charts, the astrolabe clocks overhead, the excessive number of stellar items was the most obvious difference between him as a senior astrologer and a psycanon artificer. Saint Diago walked to the workbench carved from a psionic crystal. Even a Thousand Suns warlock would marvel at its rarity. It was carved from a single piece, with material sourced from the crystal mirage. The largest psionic crystal extracted from the reflective cave behind Tizca City's mountain was not even 1/5 its size. Saint Diago entered Magnus's first layer of mental state, then ascended to the third. The devil psychers sensed the surging ether tide. The psycanon artificer picked up a psionic probe and a carving knife, both made of psionic crystal. This set of tools was personally crafted by the devil psychers, and the entire purification process took place in the warp, untouched by the real world. Saint Diago gazed at the strange backpack, which was beginning to take shape. Compared to an Astarte's power pack, it was shorter but longer, gradually narrowing as it extended. The edges of the backpack were inscribed with shining psionic crystals, and a stylized rune was at its center. The rune consisted of an incomplete trident, an incomplete triangle, and an inverted triangle. It was the rune of the Dimension Spider, a branch warrior of the Eldar. The psionic probe in Saint Diago's left hand slid slowly as he carefully distinguished the leaping ether light. The carving knife in his right hand occasionally descended, refining the backpack. Orion Cygnus Arm, Sarktrata Abyss. The edge of the Guggen system, Volpa Star Strait. Georgie's planet was hidden in an obscure nebula, dense asteroids, and a canyon formed by giant star bodies like a forest. It was the only corridor of the Volpa Star Strait. In the canyon-like corridor, 3 black destroyers, in an arrow formation, surrounded a frigate, warily traversing the obscure nebula. On one side of the Star Strait, 6 warships emerged from the shadows in a petal-like formation. They were indistinct, almost invisible within the layers of shifting temporal fields. A moment before the entropy beam was projected, the alarm lights on the bridge of the Order Shadow's warship began to flash rapidly. The Mimic Chamber network identified the approaching enemies from the nebula and dust, and from the floating rocks. Temporal ripples swept over like a tide, crashing onto one of the destroyers. The hull tilted completely, as if thrown by a wave and then plummeting into the sea. It seemed to age millions of years in an instant, its engine lights vanished, and the hull showed clear signs of corrosion. Within seconds, the crew aged and turned into a pile of dust. In a flash, it became a wrinkled, corroded wreck. 3 warships quickly turned. On the destroyer to the right of the frigate, officers saw the terrifying sight through their displays and frantically ordered to fire. The destroyer frantically spewed a volley of solid projectiles, which struck the spatio-temporal wavefront of the Harud's mysterious shield. Bright bursts of annihilating matter erupted, and the shells vanished instantly. The Order Shadow's commander of the frigate calmly reminded on the fleet channel. Ether cannon, shadow blasters, laser cannons. Only they can damage the Harud warships. The destroyer to the left of the frigate was the first to complete a 45-degree turn. The laser cannon array spewed a dense barrage, and the shining light slammed into one of the petal formation enemy ships. Hit! The gunnery officer shouted excitedly, the thrill of damaging the alien vessel overcoming his fear. The destroyer accelerated its turn, attempting to bring its bow-mounted ether cannon to bear. An entropy beam captured it. Within the temporal field, all matter in the affected part of the ship was forced into a state of constant baseline temperature. atoms dispersed. Accompanied by scattering neutrons and radioactive escape, nearly half of the hull disintegrated. Ripples in the spatio-temporal structure rapidly passed by both sides of the wreckage. Amidst cacophonous alarms, the hull screamed. In the chaotic vortex, time raced. Different parts of the wreckage were forcibly pulled into different reference frames. One officer's skin withered, and he collapsed, aged. Another officer, less than a meter away, was unharmed, but before he could rejoice, he saw a cogitator explode. Matter underwent displacement by the second, triggering a series of piercing explosions. The frigate completed a 45-degree turn, and the shadow blasters fired a series of dense light screens. Shadow blasters were already widely equipped on Order Shadow's frigate-class ships. The seemingly real, yet illusory Herod ship transformed into an ominous black shadow amidst a series of magno-light explosions, like a shadow cast by starlight on a star stone. The destroyer in front of the frigate deftly executed a beautiful turn. An ether cannon mounted on the underside of the destroyer's bow fired a dazzling, colorful light. As if parting the clouds, the colorful beam swept away the entropy shield, ceasing the spatio-temporal distortion. A dazzling light spear followed, piercing and tearing the Herod ship. The 4 remaining Herod warships fired entropy beams, capturing the frigate's hull. Spatio-temporal shockwaves rolled forward, directly striking the frigate. The frigate tumbled in the void like an elliptical sphere, and the entropy field beams continuously pounded it. The ape field protected the black warship amidst the impact of the spatio-temporal vortex. As the frigate tumbled, its bow happened to align with an alien vessel. Following the Order Shadow's command, 2 ether beams shot out, sweeping away the chaotic entropy shield. The moment the light spear pierced, the bridge's alarms blared madly. Herod ships, like shadows, obscured the Star Strait. The Order Shadow's face was calm. He saw black warships emerging from the nebula one after another. Chapter 596. I came, I saw, I recorded. Sarktrata Abyss, edge of the Guggen system, Volpa Star Strait. Next to the observation window of the Relic-class battleship, Stars, was the workbench of Lord St. Diago Borgkamp. The cogitator screen displayed data streams from the Mimic Chamber, including reconnaissance fleet exploration results and data captured by the 5th Battle Group Fleet's Auspex. As a seasoned astrologer, St. Diago used the scan data as reference. His hands rapidly marked turning vectors for a colossal vessel. The Star's Sky, a battlecruiser built by Forge World Xana to thank the Order Shadows. The 5th Battle Group, as the first chapter to arrive in the Shana Wesadakesi star system, opened the gates of Shana. Based on its military achievements, the 5th Battle Group was granted the first battlecruiser built by Shana for the Legion. The battlecruiser was a behemoth, larger than Relic-class, Emperor-class battleships, and other classes of warships, second only to the Glory Queen-class battleship among the Order Shadow's warships. The Star's Sky's engines accelerated, rising at times, then deflecting, nimbly traversing the Star Strait corridor. It didn't graze any rocks floating in the void, nor did it touch the uneven surfaces of the canyon. The battlecruiser released colorful ether cannon beams, like lumen lamps, illuminating the blurred warships enveloped by layers of spacetime fields. Lances of light followed the twisted time fields pierced by the ether cannon, striking directly at the Herod ships. The blazing pillars of light, within the regional spacetime fields formed by numerous Herod ships, deflected downwards at a minute angle. The beams warped and cut into the enemy ship's underbelly, exiting from its stern. The Herod warship exploded silently, unleashing spacetime structural shockwaves. The battlecruiser's powerful attack immediately drew retaliation from the Herod. Entropy field beams created ripples in different spacetimes. Rocks of varying sizes floating in the cosmos ignited. Some rocks exploded and shattered into fragments. Other rocks crumbled into dust, drifting in the void. Impact. Impact. The Star's Sky servitor's monotonous repeated alerts echoed through the bridge. The bow was violently lifted, the Order Shadow's mag boots anchored them to the deck, but dozens of officers and hundreds of servitors were thrown off. A servitor crashed into the dome, and amidst crackling sparks, its shattered body ignited. Several officers tumbled, knocking over cogitators, and smashing into skewed control panels. Dozens were injured or killed, but none died from the aging effects of the twisted entropy field. The Space Monkey's ape field protected those inside the battlecruiser from being swallowed by the painful darkness. As officers rushed to their posts, the artillery chief seized the moment, and the ether cannon on the port side of the bow attacked the Herud. The rising stars also simultaneously spewed two colorful beams from its underbelly. The Herud ships swept by the ether cannon beams drifted lifelessly, and in the decaying entropy field, the suddenly ignited flames burned eerily. Saint Diago continuously directed from the observation window. Black warships bearing the star's emblem lined up, their rainbow glow illuminating the Volpa star strait's millions of years of dim cosmos. Warships spread out on the broadside, scattering dense radioactive electromagnetic waves, turning the alien warships into ominous dark shadows. Time rays shot from the Herud warships, sparkling weapon blisters, propelling the black warships forward in the current. Saint Diago checked the comm screen on the control panel. The star's sky endured the most time erosion, its ape field, like a hard turtle shell, resisting wave after wave of tides. Every second, the field's integrity decreased by a small but noticeable margin. 90.34%, 90.33%, 90.32%. The battlecruiser attracted the concentrated firepower of the Herud, but scattered warships were still attacked by the Herud. The old Cobra-class destroyer, Star's Fall, was besieged by two alien warships, and the Psyker's field projected by its Fortress-class energy shield rapidly decayed. 43.63%, 38.41%, 25.74%. Each time Star's Fall was hit, the Psyker's field's vibrations would also, like a counter-shock, be applied to the enemy ships. On the comm screen, layers of entropy field, like peeled eggshells, became increasingly clear. Saint Diago's helmet communicator buzzed. After he answered, the resolute voice of Star's Fall's captain sounded. "My lord, Star's Fall can no longer escape the enemy's pursuit. I shall order the Volpa Star Strait to be lit." Saint Diago glanced at the holographic strategic map. His fleet could not turn around in the narrow star system to provide support. He quickly calculated that Star's turn would take 3 minutes and 25 seconds. He would also not issue a support order. In his strategic deployment, everything revolved around the star's sky, and deviating from the plan would trigger a chain reaction, causing greater losses. "I agree with your decision, and I salute you, Commander. For the Lord of the stars." The captain's voice was firm and powerful, like the Order shadows. Saint Diago watched Star's Fall accelerate, a flicker of sadness in his eyes. The Cobra destroyer, propelled by the torrent of time, accelerated towards the Herud warship gathering point. All energy from the Punishment-class reactor's overload was allocated to the Fortress-class energy shield's generator, causing Star's Fall's shield to increase rather than decrease for a time, until dozens of nearby warships locked their gaze on it. The moment the Psyker's shield exploded, it unleashed a monstrous wave in the Sea of Souls. A sun rose in the Volpa Star Strait. The explosion of the Punishment-class reactor mixed with the Psyker's turbulence of the Fortress-class energy shield, stirring up a storm in the center of the Herud fleet. A death shriek swept through, and in the decaying entropy field, colorful flames blazed fiercely. Saint Diago gazed at the dazzling light, the Psyker's eyes stinging like needles. He watched the tragic scene of Star's Fall's sacrifice, and at the same time, silently thought. The Psyker's shield of Fortress-class defense is not as strong as the ape field. No wonder my lord, before the war, urgently ordered the Space Monkey deployment. The damage caused by the overloaded Fortress-class energy shield's Psyker's shield is significant, but the ape field does not have such an effect. My lord once said that the ape field's greatest use is to resist predators in the warp. Saint Diago, as the first Psycanon artificer of the Order Shadows, still couldn't understand the principle of the ape field. But after he released a Psyker's attack, he verified the Black Emperor's words. My lord said that the Space Monkey are an ancient race created by the Old Ones, specialized in manufacturing. Their techniques, beyond technology and psychers, or rather, a fusion of both, are astonishing. The data crystal my lord issued also mentioned that the Herud are also a race created by the Old Ones. The Old Ones' creations fighting against the races he created. As Saint Diago pondered, the comms screen on the control panel showed the results of the explosion, 41 Herud warships confirmed destroyed. Stars Fall's self-destruction unexpectedly broke the stalemate, giving the 5th battle group an advantage. Saint Diago decided to capture a Herud warship. Prepare for boarding. 15 minutes later, Saint Diago arrived at the flight deck. Considering that residual entropy field and the resulting spacetime fluctuations might interfere with teleportation, he decided to use boarding torpedoes. He boarded the crew compartment with 2 mind servitor. Compared to the space dwarves' mind servitor, they were taller. Their backs were similarly curved upwards, and the dome covering their heads was not adorned with elaborate crests but with spherical objects shining like stars. Inside were warp resonators, and complex warp circuits were carved on the spherical shells, synchronized with the runic amulets on Saint Diago's body. The mind servitor could both amplify psychers and act as psychers' fuses. They had already begun experimental integration into the Order Shadows system, equipped for librarians and lords with psychers' abilities. Saint Diago's armor also had a Dimension Spider branches jump device, which he had modified, mounted on its back, making the crew compartment appear even smaller. As rows of boarding torpedoes sped into the void, a shining ether cannon beam struck the target directly. The shimmering blister burst, and dozens of boarding torpedoes were flung away by spacetime vibrations. Hundreds of boarding torpedoes, deflected, slammed into the Herud ships. The moment the melta-spray erupted, Saint Diago activated his Dimension Spider jump pack. His figure vanished from the real world, appearing in an instant in a realm born of powerful minds, intense emotions, and primal impulses. The realm reflected by the Herud warship was like a desolate ruin. Empty, as if everything had been eroded into dust by time. Loneliness invaded Saint Diago's mind, making him feel as if everything was meaningless in the torrent of time. His thoughts slowed. The mind servitor's circuit breaker mechanism self-activated, and alarm runes lit up. The amulet on Saint Diago's body sizzled, and he immediately came back to his senses. With a thought, Saint Diago further activated the circuit breaker mechanism. He ascended to the Tellerma 3rd layer. In an instant, the Dimension Spider rune lit up. Saint Diago jumped back to the real world, landing in a dim, tunnel-like corridor. The seasoned astrologer's psychic intuition suddenly felt him enveloped by lifeless desolation and influenced by some twisted, strange energy. With a thought, his helmet's display showed a shadow. The mind servitor raised their bedrock-type bolter and attacked the Herud. The adamantium warheads, upon touching the entropy field, either had their internal explosives prematurely detonated by decay, or disintegrated as their metal atoms broke apart. The Herud's influence on their surrounding environment was unpredictable. Flamethrowers had a more pronounced effect on them, but the experimental mind servitor, following the space dwarves' firing methods, could only master the use of the bedrock-type bolter on a physical level. Their greater role was in psychers, even for the Grimner Sage. Saint Diago and the mind servitor vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the Herud. Psycannon crystal glowed, and a force sword cleaved into a Herud. The psycher's field let out an unusual shriek, but still twistedly cut through the silicate scale-like armor padding. The psychers raised his force staff, and the corridor was instantly covered in frost. The veil between reality and the warp was torn, and colorful vortexes enveloped dozens of Herud. Accompanied by the Herud's terrified screams, the summon void tear closed, and along with the Herud, a decaying bulkhead also disappeared. The surging Herud raised their flintlocks, aiming at Saint Diago. A Dimension Spider rune flashed, and the psychers, with 2 mind servitor, vanished. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A pillar of fire hotter than a sun ignited the entire bulkhead, and raging flames burned fiercely. On the other side of the mirror, Saint Diago swung his burning force sword, cleaving through the predators rushing in the wave. He glanced around, countless terrifying, greedy, gaping maws lunged at him. Saint Diago frowned, the dimension jump device is not yet mature. As he pondered, a rune flashed, and he returned to the real world. The frost caused by the warp anomaly collided with the entropy field, and a supernatural mist filled the entire corridor. With a thought, the amulet on his body and the runes on the two-mind servitor activated simultaneously. He extinguished the light of his force staff, and as he carried it, accompanied by the circuit breaker mechanism's effect, he felt his close connection to the warp suddenly sever. The loss of power made Saint Diago feel weak for an instant, but the scribe immediately regained strength through the Black Emperor's bestowal. The scribe's eyes reflected an illusory book, and as its pages turned, he selected the ability to release, Fire Raven Art. The Dun language incantation of, I came, I saw, I recorded, surged. A flock of fiery ravens rapidly coalesced around the scribe. He struggled to control his psychic power, guiding them towards the Herud. The illusory fire ravens flapped their wings, flying along different paths towards their targets. They swayed erratically, and the closer they got to their targets, the more they slipped from the scribe's control. Fortunately, the narrow corridor and the raging flames restricted the Herud's movement. Most of the fire ravens still hit their targets, and the intense heat melted the tattered clothes wrapped around the Herud, engulfing their curved bodies. The pages turned again, and the scribe selected the ability of the only person in his records, from the chapter with the same noble rank as him in the royal court, Viscount Judge. When recording the royal court Viscount's ability, the scribe, who was not proficient, made 32 attempts before his activated brain allowed the symbols, patterns, and identifiers to align correctly. He raised his right arm and pushed forward. As the incantation of, I came, I saw, I recorded, surged, he shouted in Dun language, imprison. An extremely viscous, transparent liquid layered around a Herud. Within the giant amber, terror and incomprehension showed in its enormous eyes. Chapter 597, The Long Night, The Trembling Earth. In the Primarch office of the Wenquan Shadow, Arsena Dun reported to the Black Emperor. My lord, the Stellar Lord reports that the 5th Battle Group has breached the only corridor of the Volpa Star Strait, creating conditions for the deployment of the Ramirez-class Star Fort. Once deployed, the Ramirez-class Star Fort will block the only path leading to the Guggen system and the Sarktrata Abyss. The Legion's chief navigator, the esteemed Mr. Vischer, reports that the flagship's deployment will be completed in 31 standard minutes. Malina Scala's hazel eyes flickered. Seeing that the original body servant had finished his report, she spoke. My lord, the constructs I created based on Sloth's technology have completed experimental manufacturing. Although I have not yet mastered the manufacturing technology for necrotic weapons, I have used fragmented construct limbs for infill. Ning Lu nodded slightly and instructed Malina. Deploy them on Georgie's planet and position them in the ambush zone. Ning Lu had already informed the two of his plan, explaining in detail the function of Perturbo's stasis device, selectively concealing parts of the plan such as the disordered country. Afterward, he stood up and walked with them to the bridge. After the Wenquan Shadow arrived in the Guggen system, a torrent of data poured into Lady Captain Diana Boland's console. The hypnotist's superhuman brain spun rapidly, organizing information and forming a report. My lord, the 5th Battle Group has established a defensive line in the Star Strait. The Mimic Chamber has received the 5th Battle Group's scan results and pinpointed the location of the target planet, Georgie's planet. The Death Lord reports that the 4th Battle Group has completed its assembly according to the predetermined plan. Ning Lu nodded and issued a command. Execute the predetermined plan and launch an attack on Georgie's planet. As you wish. Diana reviewed the 5th Battle Group's report, refining her battle plan constructed based on the data provided by the Gene Seed Primarch. The Herud warships, overall, could not contend with the Imperial warships. They posed a significant threat at close range, and the Volpa Star Strait, which the flagship was traversing and the 5th Battle Group had breached, was the most favorable environment for them. At the same time, the tech sergeants led by the artisan were analyzing the aggregated scan data in the mimic chamber. Entropy field defenses, spatial temporal oscillation shockwaves. After completing the battle plan, Diana looked up at the massive holographic screen above her head. The Wangquan shadow navigated through the narrow void, crashing through broken debris and burning metal wrecks in the void. Her vision gradually widened. Black warships, emblazoned with the Order shadows, Legion insignia on one side and the 4th Battle Group's green skull on the other, gathered around the flagship. They formed a battle line centered around the Gloriana-class battleship Wangquan Shadow and the chapter flagship Death Withering. The Black Fleet moved through the stars in the faint glimmer of a flickering star. Diana's gaze returned to the tactical display on her console. The Herud fleet had set up a defensive line in the space between 10,000 and 30,000 kilometers from Georgie's planet. The blurred runes, enveloped in layers of spatial temporal fields, were becoming clearer at a visible rate. "Lady Captain," the gruff voice of the artillery officer sounded, "target enemy ships, ether cannons ready, Bolance charged." Diana quickly marked 2 targets, then watched the screen as colored light burst forth from the Wangquan Shadow and the Death Withering. Blazing white beams of light, following the colored streams of light, precisely struck the 2 gray rune markers. The 2 gray rune markers were annihilated and vanished. As Diana's hands flew, 1 gray rune after another rapidly disappeared. The gray light of the incoming entropy beams rapidly faded, dissipating before reaching the black runes. After 5 rounds of strikes, the Herud warships realized they were at a complete disadvantage in long-range exchanges, and runes surged forth like a school of fish. Diana became busy, rapidly issuing commands. Wangquan Shadow, turn 368, incline 4 forward. The black warships spread out, extending the distance between themselves and the Herud warships like an open net. The Herud in the Guggen system had lost most of their warships in the Volpa Star Strait, and the remaining warships were insufficient to close the distance. They burned fiercely in their decaying entropy field. After the Black Fleet reached the high orbit of Georgie's planet, Diana aggregated the fleet's auger matrix scan results and reported to the Gene Seed Primarch. "My lord, scan results show no Xenos life signals on the surface. As you said before, the Herud are a nocturnal species. During the day, they all huddle in the caves they've dug. Order the 4th Battle Group to land, establish a defensive line at the tunnel entrances, and do not enter the tunnels until a large number of enemies have been killed." Ning Lu instructed, then rose and walked to the strategic table. Arsena followed the Black Emperor to the strategic table. The detective knew the Black Emperor was selecting an ambush location, and his blue eyes scrutinized the holographic image. A moment later, he raised his hand and pointed to a location on Georgie's planet's equator, densely covered with natural caves. "Natural caves are ideal dwellings for the Herud. The most Xenos should be gathered here." Ning Lu nodded, then raised his hand to zoom in on one spot. "Here." As Ning Lu selected the ambush coordinates, the 4th Battle Group's heavy transport ships disgorged their cargo. Oliver, captain of the 1st Company, landed without encountering any anti-air resistance for the first time. The spirit medium, clad in armor, strolled down the deck and looked up at the tiny, faint starlight. "The Herud detest sunlight even more than we do." Oliver withdrew his gaze and strode towards the rune-marked tunnel. As he walked through the ruins, he scrutinized his surroundings. Obvious drag marks, just as the Black Emperor had said, the Herud were a scavenger species. When Oliver arrived at the tunnel entrance, the company members had already systematically set up their defensive line according to their drills. Tech sergeants, leading servants recruited from Necromunda's artisan class, deployed layers of Scorpion sentry turrets in a ring around the entrance. The Order shadows, not carrying bolt guns whose power was diminished after the entropy field was weakened, stood between the sentry turrets, wielding weapons newly equipped by the chapter, based on Space Dwarves' oscillation technology. Oliver looked up. The starlight had dimmed to a candlelight glow. The spirit medium activated his psychic vision, looking into the depths of the tunnel. Pale light and shadows flickered into the spirit medium's eyes. They darted and twitched, reflecting a red desire for slaughter. The moment a sentry turret was deployed at the tunnel entrance, Georgie's planet's long night began. "Prepare for battle," Oliver shouted the command, shouldering his oscillation weapon and striding forward. The machine spirit of the Scorpion sentry turret roared into action the moment it detected the Harud's presence. Although the Harud were almost imperceptible shadows even to the keen eyes of the Order shadows, the Scorpion sentry turret's thermal imaging system could detect the environmental heat leakage caused by entropy effects. The sentry turret rotated, and its twin-linked laser cannons shrieked and fired. The speed of the lasers broke all physical limitations, piercing the enemy's entropy field and tearing two Harud to shreds. Dozens of Harud surged forward, their entropy fields overlapping, bending and tightening the air in front of them, as if covered by a curtain. They moved swiftly, propelled by one long arm and two legs, leaving their free hands to grasp plasma flintlocks. In the blink of an eye, they swiftly raised their plasma flintlocks. The weapons, a simple symbiosis of melta and plasma technology, fired columns of fire hotter than starlight, streaking towards the Scorpion sentry turret. Laser beams shrieked and attacked again, killing one Harud. Columns of fire swept over, engulfing the metal body of the Scorpion sentry turret. The machine spirit roared, driving the twin-linked barrels to launch a final volley, tearing apart two abominable Xenos. The spirit medium watched the Xenos scream and surge towards the tunnel entrance. He slammed down his raised oscillation weapon. The oscillation weapon, whose manufacturing technology had been lost by the Imperium of Man, crashed down at the tunnel entrance. The ground trembled, and an invisible shockwave completely tore apart the remnants of the Scorpion sentry turret. The shockwave rushed directly into the dark tunnel, striking the surging Harud. The shockwave penetrated the distorted force field enveloping the Harud, roaring as it tore through their muscle columns. Interconnected spines were shredded into a pile of fragments, scattered on the ground. The spirit medium watched the tunnel, more Harud surged forth. He swung the oscillation weapon again and again, slamming it down when the Harud entered the 10-meter range. The tunnel continuously trembled, and rubble rained down, hitting the Harud corpses torn apart by the oscillation shockwave. After an unknown number of attacks, the tunnel collapsed with a roar. Oliver retreated amidst the ground tremors. In the spirit medium's eyes, the tunnel ruins were filled with pale light and shadows. In an instant, the tunnel debris was twisted into dust by the entropy field gathered by countless Harud. As the dust settled, 41 Scorpion sentry turrets roared into fire simultaneously. The machine spirits identified the Xenos, entropy zones, 82 beams, not one aimed at Oliver. Dozens of Harud were torn apart by the shrieking beams, but the shadows showed no sign of diminishing. On the artificial hill built in the distance, Order shadows who were not members of the royal court raised their melta and flamer weapons. Their helmet visors switched to thermal imaging systems. They aimed at the center of the thermal yellow and red, pulled their triggers, and torrents of flame turned the area in front of the tunnel entrance into a sea of fire. The Harud surged into the inferno, their free hands raising plasma flintlocks, striking a guard member clad in a Saturn-patterned Terminator prototype. As if the thermo-reactive field did not exist, bullets traveling between the physical universe and the warp bypassed the defenses, scorching the black armor. Amidst the leaping flames, the First Company's honor guard raised their oscillation weapons and slammed them down heavily. The shockwaves converged, creating a storm of impact that cleared a large area of Harud. Throughout the long night, the 4th Battle Group fought at the various tunnel fronts, facing millions of Harud. Scorpion sentry turrets shrieked, the sea of fire churned, and the tremors were incessant. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.